Mark know when you're done. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Panel Member Barry.
Also present is the board supervisor psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Kevin Lopez Delgado, 399-815.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kevin Lopez Delgado, inmate number 399-815. He's serving a sentence of 10 years flat for risk of injury, criminal possession of a firearm, illegal possession of a large capacity magazine, possession with intent to sell, and larceny third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 22nd, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan that's been reviewed and shows that the offender's completed tier 2 and voices. He remains on the waiting list for an educational referral, a job assignment, and vocational referral. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall scores falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board that you believe should be granted parole. It may begin.
I understand that my ticket history isn't the best, but when I came into jail, I didn't just change. You know what I mean? I was the same person. I was just locked up. I made a lot of decisions that were wrong, but that helped me grow up. I've been ticket free for 5 months. I'm in the Spanish choir, playing the guitar, doing something productive. I'm waiting to get a job. You know, I'm trying to stay out the way because I got to get home to my son. I guaranteed work upon release, and I have a support system, my mother and my father, my family. You know, I think I got it to be able to stay home and be productive. That's all.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Lopez Delgado. We're going to take turns asking you questions based on the documents that were available to us. And then we'll discuss your case and make a decision. We're going to begin the questions this morning with my colleague, Mr. Polk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Lopez Delgado.
Good morning.
I appreciate your opening remarks. Interested in a little bit of insight into what you did to get there.
What to get where exactly?
Prison.
Prison, I was doing the wrong things. You know, I thought that I'm paying my bills and I'm taking care of my family and I'm taking care of myself, but I was doing it the wrong ways. The ways that I learned, you know, growing up, the ways that I saw since I was small. I understood that I had to come here in order to change that. I had to come to jail to realize that I was putting my son in the same predicaments that I was, and I was creating a cycle. I understood that even though I was paying my bills and I was taking care of my child, I was not doing it the right way, and I was not making sure he was safe. And now I have perspective. It made me slow down. It made me think. It made me understand. You know, I had to come to jail to understand. I had to get in trouble to realize that I wasn't doing, you know, all the right things. I was doing many of the wrong things.
And that's really important. I mean, the risk of injury charges, you know, as you said, you know, you learned a way growing up and now you're passing that way down, right?
Yes. My goal is to I don't want my son to do this. I've been doing this for too long. This is the first sentence that I took that was a big sentence, and it opened my eyes. I was really in my son's life. I just, you know, I wasn't understanding that my way of protecting him wasn't really protecting him. You know, my way of providing wasn't the best way of providing for him.
The possession of a large capacity magazine, why and what was the deal with that?
To protect myself, I was in the streets. I was into the wrong things. So in my mindset was it was out of protection. I got paranoid, and my paranoia fed, and you know, like I said, I was into the wrong things. And once you're in the wrong things, you just fall deeper and deeper into it.
So how are you going to deal with not feeling safe? I mean,
Right now,
yeah, go ahead.
I feel like I've been away, you know, going on for almost 5 years. I've been away so long. I don't feel like those problems I've had, I have them. My mindset is to work, you know, develop a couple businesses, take care of my son, eventually, you know, have 50-50 custody. Like, I got goals. I got aspirations, and my aspirations ain't to be here for the rest of my life. You know, being a 67-year-old man shuffling around the hallways, that's not my aspirations. And that's not what's in store for life for me. That's not what's gonna happen.
So when you say you've been away so long, do you mean that at the time of the offenses that you were creating your own situation where you didn't feel safe? And
Possibly.
Now, okay.
It's possible that, you know, that it's possible, but I just feel like when you're removed from a situation and you get perspective and you can see from the outside looking in, you get a different point of view. I needed to be put away. I needed to be taken away for me to get perspective. And I have a different perspective now. Although I do struggle with certain things, I feel like I'm at a better place than what I was.
So you've never really had any kind of long-term employment, right?
The longest was like probably like a year or so, maybe. Yeah. I've hopped jobs, but I've worked under the table for most of the work that I've ever done.
So part of this is in the life that you were living, right? So
Yeah.
how do you plan to provide for yourself so that you're doing it legally?
Well, I have guaranteed work upon release. My uncle has an HVAC company, so I have guaranteed work. I got certain skills and talents that I plan on doing my own clothing brand. I play musical instruments that I plan on going to church when I'm home. You know, and maybe, you know, using that talent for that. I'm good with cars. You know, I fix my own cars. So, you know, I got different skills that I wasn't applying when I was home because my focus, it was too hard to focus on the good when I was stuck in the bad. Like, I have talents that I'm capable of using and implementing in my life. They'll allow me to do different things, positive things. At the time, that wasn't in my mind. my mindset was different.
Okay. So, couple of things. Substance use was an issue with you, right?
Yes.
And how did you address that while you've been in?
Excuse me? The last
How
part?
have you addressed that since you've been in?
I work out. I'm disciplined. I came in at 240 pounds. I'm 189 pounds now. I work out every day. That's my discipline. That's how I get, my fix is by working out. You know what I mean? I try to stay in shape. I try to stay healthy. And I feel like me working out regularly and disciplining myself and staying on schedule is really helping me, stay positive and not really think about nothing like that. It doesn't pop up in my mind for that.
Okay, but when you're back outside, how do you not engage in substance use again?
I'm gonna join the gym, either mixed martial arts or boxing gym. So in my free time, that's what I'm gonna be doing every day. I'm gonna stay disciplined, working out, making sure that my time is used because my time is valuable.
So
Not having a lot of free time.
did you pick anything else up in tier 2? You took tier 2, right?
Yeah, tier 2. To be honest, it's all about who I put myself around. I understand that if I go put myself around the same people, I'm gonna get the same results. If I'm around people who have nothing to lose, then I'm gonna lose what I have. I'm gonna put myself around people who have things to lose, which I do have in my life. People with businesses, people with work, people that have families that they take care of. I'm not gonna waste my time putting myself around losers because I'm done being a loser.
You did say something about church. Have you done that in the community before?
No, but I go to church twice a week and I play in the church choir band. I play the guitar. So I signed a contract and I'm committed to that. No matter what's going on in the unit, whether it's rec or we got the gym, I go to church because I made a commitment.
So do you think you'll find people for pro-social support at church?
Yes.
Do you think that you have to go out there and do it all yourself?
No. I used to think like that because I was prideful, but I know that I can't do it by myself.
Okay. And, really the last thing I want to talk about, I see that you've taken tier 2, you've taken voices.
Yes.
But we take a look at, in your history, there's a robbery and assault third type of thing. And then inside, there have been DRs for threats, for fighting, things like that. How have you addressed what's going on with the violence? And what have you done to address that while you've been in?
All right. So when I came into jail, I was the same person. I didn't come in and just change. That didn't happen like that. I had to make those decisions, those wrong decisions. I had to go through it. This is the first time in my sentence that I really went through it, that I've made a lot of bad decisions. I made decisions and I put myself in predicaments where it gave me perspective and it made me exhausted with this lifestyle. A lot of it that helps with my aggression is the working out. And that's why when I go home, I want to join a mixed martial art gym where I'm disciplined and where my aggression is used in a sport and in a positive manner. And also churches as well helping me. You know, knowing that I don't have to do it by myself and know that I have someone I could talk to that no one can hear, you know, my problems or what I'm going through helps me a lot too. To take a moment and just, you know, say a prayer actually helps me throughout the day. When I see myself getting too riled up or too angry, I pray. It may sound like cliche, but that's what I do.
So, but you haven't really taken a look at what's underneath that choice when it comes to threats or fighting or things like that.
All of that stems from my childhood. I was physically abused since a child till I was about 13. I was hit with anything you can find in a household. If I did anything wrong, it was immediate aggression. So I understand where it stems from. It was instilled in me, but what was put in you can be taken out.
Okay.
What was, you know.
So, with that understanding, have you done anything to address that's underneath?
Yes, I had to come to realize that that's where it comes from, and I understand that I have tell signs. I understand that when I'm getting angry, that certain things happen to my body, certain ways I start thinking. I just had to take a step back and just calm down. It's not, you know, it's not like I have to keep pushing myself forward. I could take a step back and calm down. Breathing techniques. You know, I go to my cell, take some time to myself. I call one of my friends or my family, you know, have conversation just to call, you know, to get my mind off of things. But there's a lot of ways to get my mind off of what gets me mad. And there's a lot of ways to walk away from certain situations. Not every situation you need to confront.
And then my last question, you have a 10-year flat sentence.
Yes, sir.
You know why that is?
I was given an option, and I that's the option that I chose.
So you're given
It
an
was either
option
8
of,
years. 8 years. It was an option of 8 years to serve, 5 probation, 20 suspended. I had a paid lawyer, and I asked them to give me 10 flat because on probation I've never been able to get off of it. I want to be free one day, and I haven't been free. I know that if I do 10 years in jail and I come home, I'm eventually going to be free. And I also know that I'm going to be supervised a little bit more. So it's going to make me, you know, it's going to help me as in transitioning home.
so just let's explore that just really quickly then. So, I mean, this is a parole hearing, right? I mean, there's a lot of similarities between parole and probation.
Yes, sir.
So your outlook on parole is what?
It's supervision. Eventually, regardless if I'm in here or out there, I'm being supervised. I just want an opportunity to be able to live my life and get my life in order and be there for my child. I've spent enough time away from him. Although I may have not been the greatest parent, I was there in my son's life, and he needs me before he becomes me.
And
My
if
priority
you're
is to get home to my son.
And if you're granted parole, you know that if something goes sideways, it's not about going back to court for a hearing. It's about coming straight back to
Prison.
prison, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
I'm sure I don't have anything.
So Mr. Lopez Delgado, you took the Voices program?
Yes.
I didn't hear anything in your opening statement by way of an apology for the harm that you've done to your community, to the DOC officers that you assaulted. Is there something that you might want to say with respect to the harm that you've been causing for quite some time?
I understand that once again, I understand I was not doing the right things when I was home. That I was making the wrong decisions, that people were affected. I understand that my son was affected, that my woman was affected at the time. My kid's mother was affected, and
You're
there was a lot of people that was
You're codependent.
Yes, I understand that. That's my kid's mother, yes.
Okay, so
I
my question
understand
to
it.
you is this: is there something you want to say by way of an apology for the harm that you've caused out in the community and there in the prison?
Of course, I feel bad, but for what I was doing, a lot of people was affected. I understand that.
Do you know how to
In the
offer an
sense of
apology, sir?
Excuse me, in the case of the assault and DOC, I was assaulted as well. It was, it was mutual. I had injuries all over my face and my head. So
Well,
why
it was
would I-
caused by your
respectfully,
actions of pouring the Pruno down the toilet, and they were intervening, and you threw punches to their head and face. So it's not a combat situation in prison. You're expected to comply with the rules.
honestly, I don't want to even explain the situation, because in black and white, you're never gonna have the perspective. It's always gonna be me. I understand what I did wrong in that situation, but that situation wasn't dealt with correctly either. I understand that what I did my
Okay, well,
consequences.
when you were in the community, you were on probation for larceny third. And it appears that you were party to stealing as many as 10 catalytic converters off of people's automobiles,
Yes.
causing all kinds of financial and other stress in the lives of the people who you stole from. Is there anything you might want to say by way of an apology to them?
Yeah, that I apologize for. I understand that could have affected people to come out and out their pockets to have to fix something that wasn't, necessary
And
to
you
fix.
do realize that we
put-
all pay for it in our insurance rates.
I
When
didn't know
people
that.
file claims for that kind of damage done to their vehicle, and they have to pay their deductible before the car can be repaired. So, it causes a lot of problems across the board.
I didn't know that.
So
Well,
I
now I
appreciate
do.
that you said in your opening statement that you've gone 6 months without a DR, but when you have a history of 20 on this bit alone, 6 months is just the start of turning things around. And the fact that you're willing to assault correctional officers is extremely concerning to me, sir. So why the 4 guns?
Protect myself. I was paranoid.
You needed 4.
When you're
You needed-
when
You needed 4
when you're
guns.
paranoid, and you're on drugs and you keep feeding your paranoia, it seems like a necessary evil at the time.
All right, I get that. So, Mr. Lopez Delgado, what we do here today is we make a decision about whether you're suitable for early release to discretionary parole, which would be almost 5 years or more than 5 years for you.
Okay.
And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And so you're telling us that your mental health was impaired enough by the drugs that you were using that you were paranoid and acquired 4 firearms illegally and were on probation at the time that you were in possession as a convicted felon of firearms.
Respectfully, it seems like your mind is made up already before this meeting was even adjourned.
I'm asking you these
You're-
questions. I listened to your conversation with my colleague. I took lots of notes.
Well,
And
when
I'm very concerned in terms of
respect,
what you just said as to why you had the guns and the paranoia and the drug use. That
Yes.
raises up the level of risk to public safety, and you do score high for your risk to reoffend, and this is your 4th period of incarceration. So, Ms. Berry, any questions for Mr. Lopez Delgado?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, all right, sir. So we're done with the questions and we're going to discuss your case. Mr. Polk?
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Lopez Delgado is here for counts of risk of injury, weapons charge, possession with intent, stuff larceny, third. He does rate out high overall. He has taken a tier program to try to address substance use. I'm a bit concerned about the answer is the gym. After some additional discussion, he saw church. He talked about business people and people like that that would be there for pro-social support, but I'm still concerned about where it is there. My other concern is that while he's taken tier 2 invoices, and he did take a chronic discipline program, that he hasn't had programming to address what's underlying. And the thing is that I think he's headed in the right direction. I think his attitude is it's headed in the right direction. But you know, I would feel much more comfortable if there were a alternatives to violence program in there. There's an anger management program in there.
New thoughts?
New thoughts program in there, right? His end sentence is 2031. You know, I appreciate the fact that he hasn't had a disciplinary reports in almost 6 months, right?
And well, I acknowledge that as well. He has gotten a DR since he completed chronic discipline.
Yeah.
And it was the threatening.
Right.
Which was incredible vulgarity.
So where I am today is that I don't see him as suitable because of the couple of issues that that really need to be addressed. I actually want to see him take new thoughts and anger management. I know that AVP doesn't go on your OAP, and I don't even know if it's something that's offered at McDougal or not. But you know, some kind of programming like that to actually take a look at what's underneath. And I appreciate that he's thought about some solutions to dealing with what comes up inside in terms of how to get it out and things like that. But to actually address it, because if you're going to go off like that, it's a matter of taking a deeper look at it, you know. So for me today, I don't find him suitable, but I also want to bring him back after he's taken some programming in that area for further consideration.
And I would agree to that if it was a 2-year period. Your thoughts?
I don't believe Mr. Delgado is suitable either. And my reasons for the denial today would be as for institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence of offender change. And I would challenge him to focus for his free here, focus on avoiding any further disciplinary infractions and pick whatever programs that he really can get into. It's not us. I mean, I don't want him to take the programs because we're asking him to take the programs. It's really important that he gains the tools that he needs to be successful out in the community. Like, I mean, I don't want him to just warm the seat. Like, I really want him to take away.
Well, he would have to explain how he's benefited from those programs much more robustly than the ones that he talked about today.
I totally understand what you're saying because, you know, it's not about, okay, they want me to do this, I'm gonna go do that. But I really hear from him his desire to deal with this stuff in a positive kind of way.
Yeah.
It's just from our experience, my experience anyway, it's like dealing with that involves some programming as well, you know, and
Well, and if he can get his behavior under control, then he can hold a job there in the facility and develop a work ethic so that he's preparing himself to be successful back in the community. So there's a lot, you know, a fatherhood program. He's talked so much about his son today. So developing his skills as a parent, especially when he, you know, reintegrates into his son's life and has to accept how his son feels about him being gone. So you're okay with August of 2028?
can we do, I mean, I'd like to give him some time out there as well.
That-
Can we do?
That would be 3 years.
March? We do March of 2028, which would put him 2 years out from his last DR and give him adequate time to take a program.
You know, I would go with that, but he has not been successful on any supervision in the past, and that a 2-year rehear would still give him 3 years of supervision, which I think is pretty generous. Potentially 3 years. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So in the matter of Kevin Lopez Delgado, inmate number 399815, there is a motion to deny parole at this time due to your poor institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence of offender change. I further move to rehear you in August of 2028 with a recommendation that you not receive any additional disciplinary reports and you engage in positive programming, vocational education, and look to hold a job there in the facility. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So Mr. Lopez Delgado, we'll see you in 2 years, and we hope that you'll be successful with programming and your behavior in the meantime.
This concludes the hearing for Kevin Lopez Delgado, inmate number 399815.
Can you give?
I'll put it 6 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bryant. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on record, certify that they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Like Polk.
Panel member Barry.
Also present is the Office of Victim Services and the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate.
Anthony Calder, 298-663.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Anthony Calder, inmate number 298663. He's serving a sentence of 5 years and 30 days flat for larceny first, weapon in a correctional institution, and violation of probation with an underlying larceny third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 8th, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There's a signed offender accountability plan for the offender, and it has been reviewed and shows the offender's completed no programs, but is currently participating in the methadone-assisted treatment. Medication-assisted treatment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offenders evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the very high range of risk of recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe it should be granted. May begin.
Something to say, Mr. Calder?
I can't hear you. I didn't hear what you said.
This is your opportunity to tell us why you believe you deserve parole.
I have nothing to say.
Okay. So, you still have 2 years remaining on your sentence, sir. Are there programs there in the facility you think you could benefit from?
The facility I'm in now, yeah, I was stuck in Hartford for 3 years. They didn't have nothing there.
Okay, so what would you benefit from now?
Tier 2. They have a voices program I was trying to do.
Okay. What about New Thoughts?
I signed up for that, but I never heard nothing back.
So, why Tier 2 and not Tier 4?
I don't think they have Tier 4 here.
Okay. Because you have a really challenging addiction.
Yeah, they don't have Tier 4 here.
Okay. I know that you've done treatment out in the community multiple times. Have you done Tier 2 on prior bids?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you think these things haven't been enough to help you get a handle on your addiction?
It did at first until I relapsed.
Okay, so what was the reason for the relapse?
Somebody died.
You know, you're 41. That
I know.
starts to happen in life. You know, we lose loved ones. And we've got to have some level of reserve and resiliency to withstand the losses. And, you know, even find ways to honor those we loved who are no longer with us. So was it really a death, or was that an excuse?
I guess you could say it's an excuse.
So why give up? Why throw in the towel?
I don't know.
All right, well, I hope you can figure that out. Do you know what's behind your use of substances?
Nope. I've never had treatment. You said I had treatment in the street. I've never been into a drug program in the street. Never.
My records indicate that there have been multiple attempts at treatment. And the times that you've done Tier 2 in the past, you didn't get to the bottom of why you were abusing substances?
No, they rush you through it. It's supposed to be 12 weeks, and then you go through it in 4 weeks.
Are you self-medicating? Do you have trauma in your past? Are you just angry at the world? What's going on with you, Mr. Calder?
I guess I had trauma in the past. Stuff I don't like to talk about.
But if you don't unpack it, doesn't it just keep a grip on you?
Yeah,
Do you have any life goals, sir?
yeah, I do.
Would you share one or two with me?
I don't want to come back to jail anymore. I mean, I always wanted to be successful. I mean,
What
the
does that
time I
look
was
like?
out there, I was a very good father. I could say that.
What does success look like to you?
Being productive citizens, for maintaining employment, getting a house.
Well, you've got some skills, masonry, restoration.
And
Do you ever get the feeling you're your own worst enemy?
yep,
What's going to help you?
can't tell you.
Do you care about yourself, Mr. Calder?
Sometimes.
Well, I care about you. And I'm sure your daughter does as well. This is your fifth period of incarceration, and you've accumulated 9 disciplinary reports during this time inside, and a lot of contraband and violence. So what we do is make a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 5 years and 1 month out in the community on discretionary parole, and we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And, you know, you score high for your risk to reoffend, you have a long criminal history, and not many successes on supervision, and then you come into the controlled environment of prison, and you accumulate all of these very concerning disciplinary reports that actually keep you out of programs. So, you know, we need something to interrupt this pattern. And if you can address your behavior inside, then maybe you can get the programs that would be helpful to you. Is there anything you might want to say about the harm that you've caused to the people who have been victimized by your crimes?
No.
All right, Ms. Berry, any questions for Mr. Calder?
Thank you. Mr. Calder, do you want to be clean and sober?
Of course.
Because when you were out on probation, they sent you to Wheeler's Clinic. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then you didn't show up though. And so then they tried to get you a higher level of treatment because you were still engaging in illegal substances, and you didn't go for that either.
Listen,
So-
I went to ADT for weeks, for months. I went to ADT for 8 hours a day.
ADT, okay. So when my colleague spoke with you about getting treatment, you said that you never participated in treatment out in the community.
Because it wasn't treatment. You sat in a room. It was like adult daycare. That's what it was called, adult day treatment. We sat in our room. We maybe talked maybe for an hour.
So Mr. Calder, I think you have some misplaced anger, or I mean, I really don't know what it's stemming from, but it's your decisions that have brought you to where you are right now.
I understand
And
that.
I really do. We're trying to figure out what it is that you need to be successful out there so that you can break the cycle, as the chair stated, and you're giving us nothing. If you don't know what you need to be successful, how are we supposed to tell you what you need?
Yeah.
Right. And if you can't tell us how you can avoid these behaviors in the future, and in addition to your inability to tell us what you need, I mean, what can we do? How can parole help you?
I don't know.
I want to know I know you pawned several of the items that you took from this house. What did you do with that ring?
I don't know.
You don't know what you did with the ring?
I don't want parole. Do I have to stay here still? I didn't even want to come down here. They convinced me to come down here. I can go home in 2 years. I've been in jail for 3 years.
Well, that decision is solely yours, Mr. Calder. We're not forcing you to have parole.
I don't want to do parole. I could go.
Madam Chair, that's where you should step in.
All right, well, so Mr. Calder, did you have any questions? Okay, we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. So I'm going to turn the hearing over to Ms. DeJesus.
Good morning, board members. I do have the victim via Teams. This is your opportunity to express to the board your wishes and your concerns. I am to remind you that you're to address the panel members only, and you may unmute your microphone and you may begin with your statement.
Mr. Calder, I just need you to understand, I can see here that you have zero remorse and any intention.
Please address your comments to the board and not to the offender.
Oh, I apologize. I thought the request was to address to the defender only.
The other way around.
Forgive me.
No problem.
My concern is that from listening to his testimony right now upon the board, he doesn't seem remorseful at all. He doesn't seem like he's taken any actions to become a better citizen on the street. What hurts me the most about this situation is that I feel like, as you mentioned, the board, that is, the all of his past similar crimes with larceny, the disciplinary action that was put upon him did not teach him any lessons.
Yeah.
Think him to be at my house to again display such dishonest behavior, and this dishonest behavior has uprooted my life. Now, he mentioned a passing in his friends, family, I'm not sure whom, nor is it relevant, but I lost my mom 21 years ago. I got married with that diamond ring. That was my mom's. I have had to grieve her for 21 years, and I had to do it in a healthy way. I didn't go out in the street. I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't break any laws, and I suffered. But the one thing I had left was her ring. You came into my house as a supposed educated, trained contractor to do work in my home. And instead of taking the money that my husband had for you to pay you for the job, you decided that wasn't enough for you and you had to take items from my home. That tells me, board, that any past crime, any disciplinary action that was put upon Mr. Calder didn't teach him any lessons. There wasn't enough time served. There wasn't programs that he was willing to get into. And clearly, my gold that he pawned at the pawn shop, whatever money, I went to the pawn shop, found out $250 was issued to Mr. Calder for what was irreplaceable family heirlooms. Every single piece of jewelry I've ever owned since a child. But the most important piece was the diamond ring that my mom left behind that I chose to walk down the aisle with. And you were given and Mr. Calder was given the opportunity to tell where that ring was, just like I respectfully heard you ask him and he still couldn't answer. And at that time, early in the case, I was willing to step aside, not push any issues, push extra time on Mr. Calder's sentence and fight for what I believed in, if he was even willing to come up with at least the ring. The gold was pawned. It was too late, but he had an opportunity to make this right. And if you're talking about someone who's passed in your life that caused you to go off and do harmful things and make bad decisions, and that's what your crutch is, that's what you're going on, think about what I had to go through. And then to realize that every single piece my mother left behind is now gone because you needed to, Mr. Calder needed a fix. He needed to sell my jewelry. That was more important to him than coming in doing a legitimate, honest job at my home, contracting job. And unfortunately for me, my husband didn't do a background check and find out that Mr. Calder was a multiple-time convicted felon. And that's on my husband, not on Mr. Calder, but it is on Mr. Calder that he trusted him to do a job that he was being paid for and leave my home as is. Instead, he had to take other belongings, very important belongings, with him. Now, I want you to understand, board here, I'm a business owner, and in my business, we're part of the Second Chance program, the CPA program. I've been there 14 years. I'm now an owner. And part of what we do is take ex-incarcerated individuals, give them a trade, work with the CPA and taking them in. I'm not all about not giving people second chances, but after listening to Mr. Calder's statement, to me, he has no remorse. He has no plan of action. All his past interactions and crimes never ceased after any disciplinary action that the judicial system put upon him. And like taking something from Walmart doesn't impact a family like you've impacted mine. It's ruined my trust with my husband because he should never let you in our home alone after he was there with you and he left you there. And now I can't hire other contractors to be in my home without us present. You've destroyed so much from me. But most important, the diamond I got married with, that was my mother's, who is no longer with me. She can't give me another piece. She can't do anything for me. And in court, Mr. Calder was asked if he had anything to say to his victim, and he had nothing to say then either. He's destroyed us. And I don't feel that Mr. Calder is going to be any different if you put him back on the street, even if it's at 5 years. He's shown you that his track record does not even allow him to have remorse. If he has a daughter that means so much to him, he should want to be clean. He should want to have a job and hold that down. He has things to live for. I had to go on after my mom. I couldn't just throw in the towel. I had to figure that out. I don't know what else to say.
Well, thank you for your input. We appreciate that you wanted to participate today.
I just hate that he has no remorse for what he's done.
Ms. DeJesus?
Thank you, board members. That's all we have.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, Mr. Calder, we're going to discuss your case. Please just give us a few minutes. So I'm not really sure where Mr. Calder is today, other than reluctant to be participating in this hearing. So based on his criminal history, the injury and impact to the victim, his poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, I am voting to deny discretionary parole release today. Ms. Berry?
Agreed.
Mr. Paul. Okay, so in the matter of Anthony Calder, inmate number 298663, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the injury and impact caused to the victim, your poor institutional adjustment, and your inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Anthony Calder, inmate number 298663.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating the names on the record, will certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents, available pertinent information and preparation.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Good
Also
morning.
present is the board supervisor psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Christopher Purvis, 404-748.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Christopher Purvis, inmate number 404-748. He's serving a sentence of 6 years flat for 2 counts of criminal possession of a firearm and threatening first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 30th, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's no signed offender accountability plan, and he hasn't completed any programs at this time. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the higher range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hi. I'm looking for parole, basically to parole to a detainer. I have a federal detainer. So regardless of whether I get it or not, I mean, after the sentence, I have to start another federal sentence. But I definitely think I should get parole. I don't think that. I've been in the state for about 4 months. I was in federal custody for about 3 years. I just came back to the state. I wasn't really able to do anything the 4 months I've been here, but I don't know if they have the stuff I was doing while I was in federal custody. I did some like intense programs up there. I really think, honestly, I just don't really see a need for me to stay in the state, I guess, because by the time this sentence is over, I have a consecutive sentence that also follows the sentence. So it's not, I don't think really.
All right, Mr. Purvis, we're going to take turns asking you some questions to arrive at a decision concerning your suitability for release, whether to discretionary parole or your detainer. We're going to begin the questions with my colleague, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Purvis, I appreciate your opening statements and your declaration that that makes no sense for you to stay in the Connecticut prison when you have another sentence that's currently that you have to serve. I would argue that you're in prison in Connecticut for some very serious charges.
Absolutely.
You were already on probation when you committed this instant offense. You sat before a panel back in 2020 and they granted you parole. You were released in June, and by August, you were right back with the same stuff, with another gun conviction. Do you think that that warrants your being granted discretionary parole?
Well, I would say that, I guess outside looking at, no, actually, I would actually agree with you. I would probably be a little hesitant. Especially with, I mean, even if you send me with parole to the Bureau of Prisons, I'm still technically the state's responsibility. But I will say, like, if you look at the times that stuff happened, that was 2020. With 6 years down the road, I'm a way different person than I was when a lot of that stuff was going on in my life. That was just like,
I would say that you were a different person too, because 2 years later, you were back with 2 more guns.
yeah, I actually was on the run for a while, but I'm 30 now, and I was 22 and 23 years old when I did some of that stuff. Yeah, I committed those offenses, but I'm more focused on like my future.
In 2022, that would have been 26.
25, I think. I was 25 when I came to jail.
That means that your brain was fully developed and you knew exactly what it was that you were doing and that there were going to be consequences for your actions.
Right.
You know,
And then,
it's really upsetting to me because I think you sat before the board the last time and you've done so many positive programs. You avoided disciplinary infractions. I mean, you've done very well. And so they found you suitable at that time. And then to learn that 2 months later, you go out and you're in possession of another gun. And then 2 years after that, you have now 2 guns. So that's a total of 3 gun convictions on your record, in addition to you're distributing poison in our communities. And the issue that I take with that is that you don't even struggle with substance abuse. So you're not even, you're peddling this poison, as my colleague would say, to our communities, and it impacts every single one of us. Do you know how?
I 100% know how. And like I said, I'm not here to say you're wrong. I think you're 100% right. And I'm going to continue to say that because you're right. I had a chance. I take 100% accountability. I had a chance. I made parole, and 2 months later, I'm back in jail with another gun charge. I get out and I made bond, and I did the same exact thing. A lot of things are different in my life from back then. I 100% agree with you about peddling poison in the community, and I do understand the impact because even if I don't sell drugs directly to an addict or it's still a chain effect, it's still a cause effect. That person might have did something to harm somebody to get those drugs. That person might have or just beyond that, that person might have a mom who couldn't bear to see their son or their child do drugs, and they might cause some type of mental stress to them and mental health. I completely understand that, but I try to look forward. I try to just put the best foot forward that I can right now. And as of right now, for the past 3.5 years, almost 3.5 years, I've been ticket free. I went to federal. I went to the Bureau of Prisons. I did a 500-hour program specifically about critical thinking, critical choice making. I volunteered for Connecticut federal program about restorative justice and the impact of your actions, just thinking outside the box, thinking from a different perspective, just like how me and you just spoke about. So I 100% agree with you, but I won't agree with you saying that I've sat in jail for 3.5 years and haven't learned anything. I'm not that person that I was back then. I have a daughter. My perspective on life has changed.
I don't think that I said that you didn't do anything. I didn't say that.
Well, I feel like you kind of like
that may have been your impression that.
Right. Well, that's what I assumed you meant by that.
Okay. But that's not what I said. But okay. And you offered up somewhat of an answer to my question, which was how does it impact all of us? And I heard you talk a little bit about it, but to be specific, especially with your convictions, so now you're peddling this stuff in our communities. You spoke about somebody's mother you're selling the drugs to, or how that cycle continues. But you also have to factor in that when you're selling drugs, people assume that you have money. And that makes you a target for people trying to rob you or hurt you, and so now you need this gun to protect yourself.
Right.
And then the gun violence leads to the hurting of someone else because it's just a vicious cycle, Mr. Purvis. So
Domino
it
effect.
impacts all of us. When you bring these illegal guns into our communities, innocent children are dying, innocent adults are dying, and we're all in the crossfire because of your poor decision. So it really does impact our communities very, very greatly. So, and I'm happy that you have gained some insight into your behaviors, and I appreciate your declaration of change. I want to unpack that a little bit more because so far all you've talked to us about is your maturation. I'm older now. Okay, well, we're all older. As
Right.
we speak, we're getting older. So what other ways have you changed, Mr. Purvis?
Well, I'll say number one. Well, when I say the word older, I guess I was trying to wrap a lot of things into that one sentence, but it not even the age, it's just the mindset. And I think a lot of my actions and decisions were based on like the mindset that I have when I get home. This kind of I don't have support, which is not an excuse because I don't have support that I need to go sell drugs or do this or do that. It's not an excuse. I do feel like now I'm at a point in the life as far as like with my family being a little bit more connected with them, that I kind of have the support and the accountability aspect that I'm going to need when I get out to kind of try to be productive. And like I said, I've only been in jail 3.5 years. I still have about 6 or 7 more years to go. So I have a lot of time and growth to mature and be a better person. But I know that my mindset has changed, and I know that I'm starting to understand more that, like you said, when you do one thing, sometimes you don't always get to see the domino effect. And I think that was like the good part of the program that I took, the BRAVE program that I took while I was in the feds. It just kind of it just puts you in it almost makes you step outside of your body and then kind of look down on your actions and kind of see like, well, yeah, you might have sold this person some drugs, but you don't understand like what they might have had to do that or get that, and what impacts that might have on their life, whether they stole that money and now that person goes to jail, and then say they go to jail and because of their addiction, they do something in jail and they end up getting hurt or harmed in jail, or just like I said, just the domino effect. It's I can't hear you.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, I don't know if you listened to any of the hearings from the person before you. We had just had a victim sitting here crying to us because something that was very precious to her was stolen, because he's an addict, I mean, it doesn't end. Like, I don't think that, it's a lucrative business, but it also harms so many different families in so many different ways, takes their fathers away from their children. It's just, it's so much bigger than our discussion here today. But in the same vein, I want to acknowledge that that you haven't received any disciplinary infractions in almost 3 years. I also want to acknowledge that I do hear some insight from you here today. My concerns, though, are you were on probation already for not a very long period of time when you committed this offense. And I heard you talk about your mentality, and I appreciate that. But it's still concerning that, even when you were on probation, on parole, you weren't making good decisions. I show that you have you had 6 opportunities out in the community, and 4 of those you failed and came back basically with new convictions.
Right.
I'm happy to hear that you have a made up mind to return to the community and do something different with your life. I'm hoping that you follow through with that. What are your long-term goals?
So what I was just kind of speaking about, so as far as like my family, just being a little bit more connected to them and just having a little bit more support. My father has a trucking company, so my goal is just being the fact that I have so much time after this I'm trying to do this CDL program, and they have this like project manager certification. So I'm just trying to. I kind of just already sat down and had, came to the decision like I need to make like a realistic choice on like a career path. And I'm not saying it's the end all be all with having a felony, but it's going to, to realistically get a job that where I can support me, my daughter, my family. I think those are like the best career paths for me. And I think it's like just easier just being the fact that my father, he was like, hey, you get your CDL and do the book part while you're in prison, come home and do the driving part. And he's like, those are like little steps that you can make to show that, hey, like, you're changed, or you're trying to change, or you're going to be changed. Like, don't come home with the same mentality of like, hey, let me get some drugs and go here and sell them and do this, and just put yourself back in the same like repeat pattern.
Talk to us a little bit about. I appreciate that you have some goals set for yourself. I do, because hopefully that'll help prevent you from doing the same mess all over again. But talk to us about the threatening first conviction.
So the threatening first, once again, 100% my fault. I won't, even when I, get into it, I don't want to seem like I'm shifting the blame. I was basically somebody that I was dealing with. They took my phone and they were doing we were just going back and forth, and she had went in the car and locked the door, and we were yelling back and forth, and I was hitting the gun on the window trying to get the phone back.
Wow.
It's trying to intimidate her, honestly.
Oh, that worked, I'm sure. Would have
no, trying to. I mean, like I said, I'm not sitting here trying to like get any reprieve. I know exactly 100% what I did was wrong. I was tapping the gun on the window, trying to kind of like, like, hey, give me my phone back.
Yeah.
And it kind of boiled from there. I mean,
Were you smoking marijuana when you did this?
Yes. Yeah.
How about when you were passed out at the intersection? Why were you asleep in the car?
Bullshit. Bullshit.
That was in 2020.
Nephew.
Yeah, that was another. Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I was high.
Smoke weed every day.
I kind of passed out in the car. My best friend had died that night.
Smoke weed every day.
My best friend had died that night, so it was like a somber night. It was
Marijuana gets you so intoxicated that it makes you fall asleep in the car while you're waiting at an intersection?
Yeah, and I had drinking alcohol. I don't know if it's in the report, but I don't drink alcohol. So that was kind of like a bad night for me. Somebody real close to me died. So it was a bad night. In the car,
out in the open, in the seat next to you. Passed out
2019.
at an intersection. I don't care when it happened. It's still crazy.
No, it was 8/20/2020.
Oh, 2000. Yeah. No, I'm not saying the time frame matters. I'm just saying, yeah, like I'm trying to just be sure on the details. Yeah, I was sleeping in the car at the intersection.
That's craziness. Just so that you know.
I 100% agree.
So Mr. Purvis, and I'm glad that you said it. You hit the nail on the head that you didn't want to minimize your responsibility for all of this, but all of this is craziness. And I'm glad that you're done with it. And I'm hoping that you follow through with it, because, you have two choices when you continue with this behavior: death or prison. That's it. And by the time that you're done, you have 72 months with the feds.
Plus 5 years on top of that.
Right, of supervision. So I'm trying to figure out how old.
No, not supervision. No, 5 years of added jail time.
Oh, I see 5 years of supervision.
Yep.
No, that's incorrect. No, there's a consecutive 5-year sentence out of New Haven Federal Court.
Consecutive 72-month sentence.
Out of Vermont Federal. And then I have a Connecticut federal sentence that is 60 months consecutive to the state sentence.
Yeah, I saw that. So you have two, one in Vermont for 72 months and one in the federal Connecticut for 60 months. That's consecutive to this sentence that you're serving now.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 5 years. Oh, it said 5 years supervision. So that's where the mix-up is. Because the 60 months is 5 years.
Yeah, that supervision is tacked on after the federal time. So So once my sentence in 2000, my state sentence should end in 2029. I mean, I don't plan on catching any tickets or doing anything to push that date back. I would start a 5-year sentence in the feds that will push my end of sentence date to 2034. And then after that, I have to do 5 years of probation with the feds.
That's good. Okay. That's what I thought you had super, okay. So in the 72-month sentence is currently running.
Yeah,
right?
that's for Vermont federal and the Connecticut state.
And when does that end?
That ends the Vermont federal sentence.
Yes.
It ends, if I'm not mistaken, in I believe 2029. They end at the same date. I think that it runs a little bit longer than this, just like a month or two longer than this, because the feds, they do 85%. The state does like a 50% or something like that.
Do you hear you like at 30 years old, you're juggling this sentence and that sentence? It's too much, Mr.
Right.
Purvis. Like listen, I don't want to beat around the bush here. You sound good today, and but this is a whole lot to just overlook. So I'm going to turn the hearing back over to the chair at this time and see if my colleagues have any other questions, because I appreciate your speaking with me. Thank you.
Mr. Polk?
I have no question.
Okay. And I was on Mr. Purvis's 2020 discretionary parole hearing and granted him that. So that's it for the questions. Except you want a sponsor to your girlfriend, and this is the same victim of your threatening one?
Yeah, those charges were dropped, but I don't know.
No,
Once again,
no, that's part of your sentence.
I mean, there was no protective order, but I'm not paroling her out. There's no way for me to
But
parole.
she is the victim of your threatening conviction.
Yes.
And
Yes, but there's no way for me to parole.
of your
I don't understand.
daughter, the woman was pregnant when you were threatening to shoot her in front of her grandmother because you wanted to take her car. I got that right?
No, I wanted my phone back, but
We're done with the questions, Mr. Purvis. Please don't interrupt. Ms. Berry?
Honestly, I'm gonna pass it back to you guys. I'm interested. I didn't have I actually did have a decision. And it was only one reason that I had for denial, and that was his criminal history. So I'm interested in hearing what you all have to say. I mean, especially when we start playing into all these other sentences, and I mean, we don't have to speak to that. I mean, we're speaking about suitability. So the detainers really shouldn't be factored in. So I mean,
the guns, it's just ridiculous. And coupling guns with domestic violence just shoots the risk right off the charts. And he hasn't taken a domestic violence program. In fact, when he was released in 2020, he was supposed to take anger management, which I'm guessing didn't happen.
I did in the feds. I took that in the feds.
On the short length he was out in the community.
I saw that he finished it, anger management in 2020. Yeah. I mean, I see
it was a condition on his discretionary parole release.
In the community, you mean?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. What do you think, Mr. B?
He has a standing criminal protective order against him until 2085, but that's a different victim. Your thoughts, Mr. Polk?
So my thoughts are that he's not going home today. And I'd really rather have one agency handle everything. And so he's not going to see the street until after our end sentence. So I would rather see him some support from the federal system, job training, anything like that, support that he can get. And I understand it's not acknowledging and holding to account what happened here. But he's not, if we make the decision to parole, it is not, he is going home to parole. It's going to the federal system to,
Provide or, yeah.
to have the opportunity of a full piece of time to do whatever it is that he needs to do there. So I would support parole.
And so I think that that's what my issue is. I know that he's not going home. I do. I don't think that that's my issue. My issue is that he has done so poorly, and the type of crimes that he's committed. Like I know that he's going to be with us for a really long time. I was asking him about the other sentences just to see how old he would be when he finished. And I mean, he's up in his 40s. By the time he's done with the supervision to follow his sentences. So, I honestly am I'm torn because I'm just like, he does have those other sentences, but he's done so poorly with us that I don't want to say it's a reward because it isn't. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But we're looking at the suitability piece and I'm struggling getting there. I really, really am.
I had originally come in with a deny and a rehear so that he could take the new thoughts that's on his OAP voices. And I really think he needs a domestic violence program if he's going to use a gun to intimidate his partner to get what he wants. So that could be a compromise.
I think that but that's still not going. See, my whole thing, I'm stuck on the types of crimes. So,
okay, but you were also talking about suitability.
yes.
And this would give him a chance to become suitable by taking some programs to benefit himself.
Okay. All right. I think that is a fair compromise and that we'll be able to see him demonstrate some more evidence of offender change, more than just his discussion with us. So,
Or more than just going 3 years without a DR. I have June
I
of
did
2027.
domestic violence in the feds already. I did that in the Bureau of Prison.
So I have June of 2027, which would put him out a year and a half early, which, is pretty generous considering all the gun convictions.
June of 2027. That's what, 9 months away? That is generous. Okay.
So reasons today being,
So just, I just need to sort my own head out here. So we're gonna hold him for him to do what programs?
the ones on his OAP, and I would like to see him take domestic violence. He has a history with stalking, protective order violations, threatening, and assaults. So inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change. This is committed on probation.
I honestly do hear some offender change. So I wouldn't use that as a reason. I would use his criminal history because that's a concern to me. And his poor performance under supervision, which again will not change.
Are you on board for the reader?
June
I'm just struggling.
27.
Mm-hmm.
It's, yeah,
Okay, so in the matter of Christopher Purvis, inmate number 404748, there's a motion to deny parole at this time due to your criminal history, your poor performance on community release, and your inadequate program participation. I further move to rehear you in June of 2027 with the recommendation that you remain free of disciplinary issues and you complete positive programs there in the facility and come back prepared to explain to us how you have benefited from those programs. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied. We'll see you next year, sir.
All right.
Concludes the hearing for Christopher Purvis, inmate number 404-748.
You got a paper. Not a second, I can do. No, I gotta do a program. Do it for
Good morning.
Take one, take one.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bryant. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Morning, Mike Polk.
Panel Member Barry.
Also present.
Good morning.
Psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Daniel Martinez, 353-864.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Daniel Martinez, 353-864. He's serving a sentence of 7 years and 6 months, execution suspended after 5 years with 6 years and 2 months of probation to follow for violation of probation, sexual assault second, risk of injury, and the register. Today records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 28, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan that's been, it shows the offender has completed the short track problem sexual behavior and new thoughts programs. Additionally, he's participated in the Yale Prison and Education Initiative. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, a job assignment, a vocational referral, voices, and anger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the standard 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the higher range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I understand that I don't seem like a good candidate. I understand that for all intents and purposes, I have not done well at cooperating with supervision. That seems to be the main pitfall that I have. I also just would like to say that I believe that I am, for the first time in my life, honestly ready to be accountable, that I'm ready to not be selfish and not make decisions just based on whims. I'm married. I want to be able to be a husband and an uncle and a brother and a son and eventually a father that I can actually be proud of, instead of what I am right now, which is none of that. I'm almost 40. I feel like I'm at a crossroads where my options right now are either leave all this behind or have this be my life, and I can't let the latter happen. I'm in a unit full of lifers and guys who are 20, 30 years older than me, and I can't let this be who I am. I know that for all intents and purposes, I have everything counting against me. I've never given any real proof in the community as to why you should believe anything I have to say right now. And all I can really say is, if you give me this chance, I can prove that I am not who I was. I am not here to make the same decisions, and I'm ready to cooperate and be held accountable regardless of what that entails. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We're going to ask some questions of you in order to arrive at a decision. We're going to begin with my colleague, Mr. Polk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning.
Why are you there?
In jail?
Yep.
I refused to cooperate with my probation. I decided that I didn't feel like attending groups and reporting on a weekly basis. I decided that I was going to take it into my own hands to do what I wanted to do and not follow the stipulations set forth for me. And I have made these decisions with only myself in mind for a large portion of my life.
So what was up with the phone?
I didn't feel like I should be barred from having what essentially is a very common thing that everyone has. I understand, obviously, that the stipulations are set forth for a reason. I felt like it was unnecessary, and obviously having one wasn't all that necessary. It wasn't really benefiting my life in any way. It was kind of just me feeling like I was doing what I wanted.
So are you prepared to abide by the rules when it comes to the phone now?
I will have a flip phone or no phone at all. I have no issue whatsoever.
You removed your GPS bracelet.
Yes.
And obviously, if you're released again, that's more than likely a piece of your supervision.
Yes.
Are you ready to comply with that?
Yes. I'll admit the reason I removed it is because my probation officer had told me that when I got there, he was going to violate me. And it was a mixture of being afraid of COVID. It was a mixture of just not wanting to come back to jail. I've always been afraid to just face the consequences of my actions head on. And again, like, I don't really have the choice. Either I have to face them or they're just gonna keep being more. And I'm not prepared for there to keep being more.
Also, you were given the real opportunity to have a REACH program, right?
Yes.
And you chose to leave without notice.
Yes.
So where are you with that?
I was there for over 8 months. I understand that I was given an opportunity that a lot of people don't really get and that it's hard to get into. I was at a point where just the circumstances, I was in New Haven that I'm unfamiliar with. I had a roommate who I really didn't have the best rapport and relationship with. But now I have 100 roommates that I don't necessarily have the best rapport and relationship with. And like I said, I either have to learn how to face whatever is thrown at me head on and handle it appropriately, or it's just going to keep piling up. And I'm, for all intents and purposes, I'm dealing with the core of this issue is from when I was 21 years old. I'm 37. And the only person I have to blame is myself for not abiding by my probation and cooperating with my supervisors. And I recognize that ultimately the job of my supervision isn't to put me back in here, it's to keep me out. And if I'm not utilizing that appropriately, that's my fault, and I'm making their lives harder. Like I have damaged relationships. I have damaged the victim in this case, and who knows about her family, my own loved ones, the amount of supervisors who have had to deal with my refusal to cooperate with them and my refusal to acknowledge like things that are essentially pretty simple reporting and not having a phone. And I, like I said, I recognize that I made a lot of really dumb decisions, and on paper, it just looks like I am at a refusal to do what needs to be done. And I can admit that I was, but I truly am. I understand that if I do this again, this is just going to be, it's a revolving door. I'm just going to come right back. And I'm ready to be held accountable. I'm ready to put all this behind me. I'm ready to come home and get a job and contribute to my household and not leave my wife in a situation where she's single income with the way the world is right now, trying to figure all this out, because it's not fair to her. It's not fair to whoever has to be responsible for supervising me to have to deal with this. And I know that I am smarter than this. I know that I'm better than the circumstances that I've forced myself into, and nobody's forcing me into these circumstances. I'm forcing myself into them by just doing what I want. And if I can abide by the rules and regulations and what's going on in here in essentially a hostile environment, then there's no reason that I shouldn't be able to do so when I'm being given all the support I could possibly need in the community.
Right. You also have two failure to registers. You know,
Yes.
you're on the sex offender registry until November
Next year,
21st,
yes.
2027, right?
Yes.
You know that if you don't keep them aware of everything that's going on,
It's another violation.
It's another criminal offense.
Yes.
Do you have any problem with maintaining your registry?
No. I will say the reason that I didn't continue with the registry was mostly because of my violation status and trying to avoid reincarceration. I admit, like, that's obviously just doubling and tripling down on the situation. And it's like I said, I've made a lot of really poor decisions, and I'm ready to prove that I can make proper ones and do things the way that they're supposed to be done.
Okay. You had the New Thoughts program while you were in.
Yes.
kind of shows.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about that program and the effect it had on you?
I feel like really one of the main things that it made me recognize is I have spent much of my life being selfish. I can put that, I can sit here and try to finger the blame in a million places, but ultimately the only person there is to blame for that is myself. I was spoiled as a child. I had everything I could have wanted, and it seems like I always wanted more. I feel like everything, I take everything or did, I took everything as a slight. Anything that seemed like it was being imposed upon me was like a punishment, when in reality, not everything has to be looked at that way. I have to start paying attention to not just how things affect me in the moment and like the immediate future, but how things affect everyone around me and me in the long term. Because that's something I've always struggled with. I've always struggled with, oh, right now I'm going to cut my bracelet and I'm not going to go back to jail. But 5 years, 4 years, 3 years down the line, where am I? I'm back in jail. Like at the moment, it sounds like a great idea. And then as the time passes, clearly it's not. And it's not fair to my elderly parents. It's not fair to my spouse. It's not fair to my siblings, to my nephew, to my supervisors, to bosses at jobs. It's not fair to anybody to constantly have to make up for my lack when my lack is legitimately only me making decisions to be lacking. I know that I have what it takes to succeed. I know I have what it takes to abide by the rules and regulations that are being set forth for me. I know that I have to stop looking at things as black and white and start recognizing that there's a gray area. And just because I don't like the way something is working out doesn't mean that it's a punishment necessarily. Most of the time, especially in my cases, it's a consequence of my own decision making. And whether that decision was made a year ago or last week or 10, 15, 20 years ago, there's still gonna be fallout and like aftermath based on the choices that I make. And it shouldn't be that difficult for me to make positive decisions. And I'm recognizing that it's really not.
Yeah, the opportunity to take the short-term sex offender program.
I did.
What did you glean from that?
Honestly, when we were going over risk factors and things like that, I feel like my main issues are, I have a problem with authority. I have a problem with supervision. That goes all the way back to my parents, all the way down the line through jobs and school and supervision. When I was younger, substances were definitely a big problem. Substances played a role in my offense. I have made a conscious effort to stay away from alcohol. That's one of the probation stipulations that I haven't really had an issue with. I recognize that I need to make changes, because if I don't like the way things are, the only way to fix them is by making changes. I can't constantly expect changes to happen from every other avenue and for me to just be able to continue on the way that I am. I feel like that's been a big part of my struggle, is I want everything around me to assimilate to me and I don't want to assimilate to it. And I know that these things are all in place for my own safety and my own well-being, the safety and well-being of the community. There's a reason why all of these things exist. And if I could just stay out of trouble for long enough, I would probably start to recognize that probation will ease up and will be more lenient and will be more understanding. But I expect that immediately as after I walk in and introduce myself. And that's never going to happen because my track record doesn't warrant it. And I know that now.
So you talked about alcohol. What about
Yes.
pills?
Those also, I don't abuse anything. I learned my lesson for the most part with that. I did have my medical marijuana prescription when I was out most recently in 2020, 21, 22. I went about that appropriately. I sat down with a therapist. I got a prescription. I don't touch anything that isn't directly prescribed to me. I feel like I was using self-medication as a means to ignore the circumstances of my life. It's just one more layer to me doing whatever I could possibly do to avoid the reality that my problems lie with me and not with anybody else. And I feel like I've gotten myself out of that part of it pretty well. And I'm at a point where the non-drug and substance abuse stuff is all mental, and I'm really like trying to make sure that my brain is in the right place for me to, whether it's soon or it's in 2 years when I EOS, I can't let my mindset be what it was because I'm just going to land right back here.
That makes sense. So you're also involved with the Yale Prison Initiative.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Right now I am taking international relations, and Friday mornings I take, there's a capstone program. So since we can't really do like majors in here because of the circumstances, for the degree completion, we do a capstone, which is basically just like an overarching project that like encompasses whatever we feel like we've learned. I'm about 20 credits away from my associate's degree. There is re-entry. I've been speaking with them a little bit because even if I end up going to my end of sentence, I would still like to be able to remain in good standing and contact with them. They are willing, whether I go to the New Haven area and try to continue through UNH or wherever, they're willing to help try to get me enrolled in school wherever's close to where I end up. They are like firmly committed to trying to like help me complete my education, which is something that I feel like I've always had the potential for and I've always wanted to do and never really followed through with, because again, I come home and I don't think about going to school. I think about how I can just continue doing whatever it is that I want to do. And I feel like this is something that's really good for me as far as like how I've been spending my time. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of writing. I don't really have a ton of spare time. I end up writing 10-page papers every month. So there's not really a lot of time for much other than school right now. But I also feel like that was a good way for me to use my time. It was a process. They interview, there's like a couple hundred people who apply every year. Then they interview like 40 or so, and they only accept 12 per year. So I got lucky enough to get in on my first try, which I feel like kind of reaffirms that like I know that I'm smart enough to make something of myself. It's just time to either apply or let this be my life. And I can't let myself keep doing this.
I appreciate that. And I just, we have the letter, regarding employment.
Yes.
That's there. We also had a couple insightful letters from your spouse and your father.
Yes.
Talking about, you and your experience and their experience with you and such. So I appreciate you answering my questions this morning. That's all.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Martinez, you talked to my colleague about the restrictions that were imposed as part of your supervision as being the consequences of your crimes.
Yes.
But I want to also suggest to you that the professionals who are responsible for supervising you might know better than you, because they have dealt with many people similarly situated to you. And the treatment programs would know that having a cell phone creates a high risk, especially for someone such as yourself who's addicted to pornography.
Yes.
So, putting those guardrails in place is intended to help you build towards your own recovery, not
Yes.
punitive in nature, not a consequence, but part of the nature of your offense requires that kind of oversight. And, I know you've taken Here To twice on your prior bids. And people in recovery are cautioned against getting in new relationships, for the first year while you're, navigating life,
Yes.
clean and sober. And you, in that time frame, found your now wife on the internet.
Yes.
Uh-huh. And you brought her to sleep with you in the Reach bed, which you knew was prohibited. And then she helped you when you decided to cut and run with being unaccountable and moving state to state. So you've drawn her into your own nefarious behavior on supervision. And I'm concerned in what I read in the Center for the Treatment of Problem Sexual Behavior evaluation that was done in January, because you said she comes to see you almost every day, 7 days a week. Is that
Yes.
still the case?
Yes.
Okay. And that you use all of your 6 calls with her every day.
For the most part, yes.
I mean, how is she having any kind of life? It just raised a red flag for me about boundaries. And what a healthy relationship looks like. And it really sounds like she's living for you and doing this bid right alongside you.
So she did not know initially about, she thought I convinced her in those early days, I convinced her that my probation was over. She was not with me when I cut my bracelet, and I was honest with her.
Okay.
I know.
Okay,
I was
so
honest with her
you
about that.
manipulated and lied to her.
I did in the beginning,
and
yes.
drew her into your orbit and then
Yes.
married her. So, and you guys have never had a normal relationship, right? Because it's been on the run and it's been
Yes.
state to state, and now you want her to be your sponsor.
She holds me accountable. We have gotten to a point
Okay,
where,
but Mr. Martinez, you're 37 years old.
yes,
That should be your own responsibility
I
for
know that.
yourself. I mean, because
I know that.
otherwise you move into the area of codependency if you're looking for
Yes.
her to be the one to hold you accountable.
I'm not looking for her to hold me accountable. She also holds me accountable. Like it's a relationship. Like she doesn't just come here every day. I've told her before, it's not my decision. I've told her before that she doesn't, I don't like force her into coming here on a daily basis. I don't tell her to do any of that. I convinced her recently to have her brother, she was like, oh, he wants to come visit. And I told her to have him fly out here. I promote her having friendships. I promote her doing things on her days off. Like I don't try to force her into me being her main solitary focus. Like, that's not my objective here. I want her to have a normal life and be in a normal situation and have normal friends and do regular things. Like, I don't want, I'm not like, I don't want you to think that I'm like masterminding some weird codependency and I'm like trying to force her to look at me as like the center of the universe. I don't want any of that. Like, I strive to make
times
her
a day. I mean, that seems somewhat obsessive. Talk to me about your addiction to pornography.
It stems from when I was young. My father had videotapes and magazines.
Talk to me about the current state of your addiction to pornography.
Currently, I don't view pornography. I don't have access to pornography. I don't.
Okay, across the various documents that I read, you were preoccupied with it, you were obsessed with it, and you used it in your relationship with your wife, and now you're desensitized to it.
Yes.
You believe it to be a problem for you, sir?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So how do you anticipate managing that?
Abiding by my stipulations. Like you just said, they're put there for a reason. These people know more than I do, even if I want to believe that I do. Even if I want to believe that I have it all figured out and I have all the ideas and I know everything, there's people who are in a professional capacity when it comes to this stuff for a reason. I clearly it's an issue, and clearly if these are things that we're talking about in the Track 1 program, in the connection program, these things are included in the discussions for a reason. Probably likely because they can play a part and they can play an issue. And if I have to prove that I can leave it alone, if I have to I just went multiple years without access to pornography. If I just have to come home and stop looking at it, I'm already almost 3 years into that. I can just leave it alone.
Well, it's like substance use. You need a relapse prevention plan.
Yes.
Because there was a reason you were triggered, and that became a solution to whatever mood or feeling or thoughts that you were having, that your obsessive use of it, and that's what happens with drugs as well as pornography, that you ultimately become desensitized. You need more, you need it more graphic, you need, and so just being in a controlled environment like prison where you don't have access to it is kind of artificial. And you actually need to have a relapse prevention plan of how you're going to cope when the same feelings and moods raise, the idea of escaping with pornography. So there's lots more work to be done there. Can you define for me what consent means in the context of sexual intimacy?
Yes, consent is both parties being sober, being of age, both parties being on the same playing field, no level of authority, no level of coercion, no level of any kind of convincing or force or anything of that nature. Consent is two people being firmly in the same mind frame and with the same understanding of what a situation entails, and consent can be withdrawn at any moment, at any point, for any reason. And once it is, that's the end of it. There is no trying to, well, this, that, no, that's it. Once it's withdrawn, it's over. And it has to be mutually understood what is being consented to, no more, no less. It has to be very plain and simple.
So when there is intoxication on the part of either party, right, there can't be consent. And we know that predators will often use alcohol
Yes.
or drugs to impair the victim. And
Yes,
that makes the use of force unnecessary because the victim is already impaired. And so, mitigating there was no force when there was intoxication is no less an issue of responsibility.
yes,
And when you said of age, you understand that that means it is both parties' responsibility to know and confirm the age of the
Yes.
person that they are suggesting intimacy with.
yes.
Ms. Berry, any questions for Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not.
Okay, so that's it for the questions. Mr. Martinez, give us just a few minutes. Mr. Polk?
Okay,
Madam Chair. So, Mr. Martinez is here for violation of probation. Very straightforward. He did not comply in several different ways, including a couple of failures to registers. Since he's been back, he's engaged in appropriate programming, the short-term sex offender program, New Thoughts, the Yale Prison Initiative. He's gleaned understanding. His what he's told us today is he understands what the situation is when it comes to people who are minors. And he also has agreed to comply with all of those things which he had failed to comply with before. He has a sponsor that's to be worked out with DOC or halfway house that suggested he added in case that's a problem. He has a letter in his file, promise of employment. He has also letters of support from his spouse and father and family members. I would support his parole today so that he can engage in treatment for family sexual behavior in the community, have the supervision that he needs to go back and society.
Ms. Berry, where are you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are several concerns that I had for Mr. Martinez, and one of them being his statement that he bumped heads with his supervising officer, so he stopped reporting. I know you talked about his being under supervision, and it's not really going to be, what's different. So what happens the next time that he doesn't get along with his officer? That said, he has not been on parole. He was denied the last time he came before the board, and he has not completed sex offender treatment out in the community. So I really believe that with parole officers having arresting powers, Mr. Martinez would be returned immediately if he decided that he did not want to comply. And he sounds like he is motivated. So I too would support discretionary parole today with several conditions.
All right, I will not be voting for parole for Mr. Martinez. As he said in his opening statement, that he offers us nothing that would have us believe him.
Right, I don't.
And he's ready to cooperate now because he wants discretionary parole. And the fact that he scores out high as a sex offender and very high on scores instrument and has never been successful on community release it to me, you know, I hope he means the things that he says, but he has a history of being deceptive. You know, back down to the 2010 conviction for the sexual assault that has brought all this to us in 2026. So it's a no for me. Okay, so what are your conditions?
I have no alcohol, half-house placement if necessary. Treatment for copy sexual behavior, no contact with minors without provost, commission, restriction on pornography, enhanced internet device monitor, general no contact with KP, and a general no contact with mystery underlying people, co-defendants, you know, Celine, Brett Colbert, and Joseph Giroux.
I was thinking that KP would be a no contact with victim.
I was thinking that as well. I mean, because it's a violation of probation, I still have them as co-defendants and as victims. So that's just right. But everything that Mr. Poole said for conditions, which is a lot, and will be difficult for Mr. Martinez, I do have those conditions as well.
So in the matter of Daniel Martinez, inmate number 353864, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of August 26, 2026, with the following conditions: no consumption of alcohol, halfway house placement if needed, problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors, restriction on pornography, enhanced internet and device monitoring, no contact with victim KP, and no contact with co-defendants Dino Celine, Brett Kohler, and Joseph Giroux. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. So by majority decision, Mr. Martinez has been granted discretionary parole today.
Thank
This
you.
concludes the hearing for Daniel Martinez, inmate number 353864.
Go Michael, right? Yep. Let me call him again, see if he's on the way. They say anything, you know?
Yeah, I think he's coming back. They're coming back shortly.
Did they say anything before they left? Did they say anything to you?
No.
We can still see you. We're in a quick recess. We'll be back in a minute, Les.
All right, thank you.
The board is back in session at this time.
Excuse me?
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. This is the hearing of the Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information and preparations.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Morning, Mike Polk.
Panel Member Barry.
Also present is the board supervisor psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Morning, how you doing? My name is Jose Velez, 360-512.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jose Velez, inmate number 360512. He's serving a sentence of 5 years and 6 months flat for robbery first and larceny first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 29, 2026. There's no victim in this case. There's an offender accountability plan that's been reviewed that shows that the offender hasn't completed any programs during his current incarceration. He remains on the waiting list for new thoughts, a job assignment, vocational referral, and alternative surveillance. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offenders evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, morning, how you doing? I wrote something that I please read it.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I would like to for the members of the parole board to give me a moment and a chance to apologize to the victim in my case, as well as his family. If you're hearing me and watching this right now, I am so sorry from the bottom of my heart. Being incarcerated made me reflect and understand that with my action, I may have caused you to carry fear, grief, trauma, anger, and cost you financial loss. To carry in loss as well as emotional trauma, emotional pain to you, and I'm so sorry for what I did and what happened that day. Also, I apologize to your family and mine for putting them through emotional, physical, psychological pain because of my actions and choices from that day on. Also, I apologize to the community and the Waterbury Police Department for my crime and what I put you guys through, as well as everyone involved. Also, to the parole members of the board here present, I'm sorry for everyone. I cannot change what I did that day,
but I choose to live differently, to be a good man, not only for me, but for everyone as well to the community. This is my second time incarcerated, doing time in which I've been rehabilitating myself by buying courses and and getting certificates and doing courses in the new app in our tablet called Adobo, and watching videos and reading ready for reentry courses, thinking for the future, seeds of success, navigating trauma and PTSD, critical thinking for better, judgment and decisions making, independence program, the second sentence, understanding post-incarceration syndrome, building your individualized reentry plan. Recovery starts with case crime accountability, evaluation, job seeking with criminal record, rebuild your life, anger management, the words Jesus taught, institutional ministry, survival mode, purpose mode, leadership, sales time management. This is what I've been occupying my time with, learning how to be a complete changed man, learning how to make good decisions, to think before acting, to make a different in the society, to make a big difference in the society. I only ask for a second chance to the parole members of the board to give me the opportunity to a second chance and grant me parole, to put me in a halfway house or any programs that you guys have, or a parole house. I have a good job coming home at Weathertight System as a roofer. I will be working there until I save the money necessary that I need to start my construction business back up, to give opportunity to others as well. Also, I will be going to different programs to learn and volunteering to help others to make the right decision and choices in life, to help them understand that crimes don't fix nothing and don't help if it only hurts people like the victim, their family, and as well as our community and officers, judges, prosecutors, lawyers, and parole members by causing trauma and emotion to everyone involved. Also being here, I got to know God and accept God in my life. I also will be going to church. I already talked to our pastor here. I will be going to his service in the world as well. I am chained. Man, I haven't cashed any DR tickets in over a year because I changed for forever. I'm a different man nowadays. Christ lived in me. I apologize to the victim again, in my case and his family, well as mine, for putting everyone through emotional and physiological pain. Also to all the victims out there, sorry. I am a different man. I'm 41 years old. Please, my life is on God's hand and on your hand. Give me a second opportunity to grant parole today. I have strong support nowadays. My family, mother, sister, brother, my 2 kids, and my soon-to-be wife. Thank you for your time to hear these words out of my heart. And I'm sorry for having you guys here because of my bad decision and actions. I wrote it this morning. I didn't want to leave nothing else. I've been thinking through the years about the victims and stuff that I've done. I also did certificates. I've been buying certificates all over the world, doing certificates. I got 20 certificates in Adobo. I had spoke to the parole Ryan to try to get you guys those certificates from the tablet. He said he can't do it. He said my family got to send them in. So that was recently they had put those. I got 20 certificates there. So I've been occupying myself. I can't go and walk out the cell and go into a program. I can only do what I could work with my hands. So I ain't going out of my way and ordering courses as employment courses, anger management course, offender correction course, personal responsibility course, and
Yes, sir.
AVP. So I put everything, I give everything to Brian. I also give him
We're
all
all
the
set,
requests.
sir. Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry
All
about that.
right. So why are you before us?
Excuse me?
Why are you before us?
Because of my crime that I committed.
And I'm asking you to tell me about that.
Okay, I went home. I was in a halfway house, completed the halfway house, and when I left the halfway house and the address I had at that moment, I couldn't stay there. You know what I'm saying? So it's my first time ever done time in jail. So I was nervous of coming back into prison, which led me to being around the wrong person and caught me into a different type of bid. I mean, it led me to these bad choices and leading into hanging out with the wrong person and ended up here with this case.
So Mr. Pagan was a friend of yours.
Yes, I know him
Okay.
from child.
All right. And you cooked up this idea to have him meet your friend to be interviewed for possible work.
Yes, I was a supervisor in the company.
Uh-huh. How long had you been with the company?
I met him through one of my buddies that used to work because I had a construction business. So he used to work for me. So when I got home, I seen him when I was walking to a program from the halfway house. He introduced me to the guy. So I met him in the halfway house and gave me work. So I started working for him, and then like a month and
You
a half.
met the victim at the halfway house?
I met him through another person that used to work for me before. He was a contractor as well.
The question was, how long had you been working for it?
I worked for him about I was in the halfway house for 2 months before I got the job. So I say about 8 months, 9 months.
And then what happened? You brought him to meet your employer?
Yes, I met with I was with my employer that morning. We was going to check a couple of job sites. It was raining that day. So it was me and him. So the Pagan had called me in the morning because I already had talked to him about getting him on a job. So he had called me that morning, and I told the employer, the boss, about him. So we went and met up with Pagan that morning.
And what happened?
That morning when we was in the car, we jumped in the car, right? In the truck. He jumped in the truck and behind the truck, and he started staying. And we drove around. I introduced him to them. We was gonna help him get a ground job in a roofing company as a groundsman. And that day, I didn't know he was doing drugs. He was on dope, and he started stating to the boss that he needed money to get high, whatever, to dope sick, whatever that they call that. And I just at that moment I went to the other company we used to work for to grab a check from the company.
Mr. Velez, I don't find you being very forthcoming with the crime of robbery first and larceny first that you've been convicted of.
No, they went to the bank. They went to the bank. Officially, they went to the bank, and whatever happened, he committed. So I take full responsibility that I was the one responsible for sending them, and I was there at the moment. You know what I'm saying?
And you took $10,000.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. He gave the money to Pagan, and Pagan gave me $10,000. Yes, ma'am.
But he didn't give the money to Pagan, did he? He was being robbed.
Well, at that moment, yeah, I thought, yeah, he definitely was being robbed. Yes.
And the victim was told that you all had friends that were watching his family and threatened to kill them if the victim called the police.
That part I can't tell you that because it was never brought up at that moment when the robbery or whatever that statement was never brought up when we was present because he dropped us off after that. He didn't went to the police that day. He went the next day. He never mentioned because I just came home. We didn't have nobody watching his house or whatever he's saying that we threatened him with that.
I'm not saying you did have somebody watching, but you made him think you did.
I didn't make him think that.
Okay. So why would you take $10,000 and implicate yourself in this robbery?
That was my mistake. That was my fault. I can't make no excuses for that, man. It was bad choices, something I would never even thought I would did in my life and never would even do in my life. You know what I'm saying? So I never had a criminal record. I always worked, always had my company. It was just bad decision, man. I can't make no excuses for that. I take
Well,
full
your
responsibility.
criminal history goes back to 2007. And it does involve your home improvement business, which you're telling us you want to revive. Was it registered with the state?
Yes. That was when that happened. I was doing a job for a homeowner. The homeowner didn't want us to finish the job, so we went in. She went into court and all that stuff, but nothing happened. I paid it. I paid the money back to the person for the material. You know what I'm saying? I paid my guys, and that was that. You know what I'm saying? She hired somebody else to finish the job site.
What progress have you made on your GED?
I've been going to school. I've been going to school. I've been whatever they've been giving me. Also, I signed up for culinary arts, and I've been applying for jobs here and everything like that.
Again,
too,
Mr. Velez, what progress have you made on your GED?
Progress? I don't know how that is. It's my first time. I just go to school, this and that. We're still doing the semesters. They still moving people around for the GED.
Have you taken any of the preliminary tests?
Preliminary tests? Yes.
Which ones?
I don't remember which one. I know I did a couple tests. I don't remember which one, man. I can't tell you.
So you do understand that these disciplinary reports interfere
Yes.
with you being able to take the programs on your OAP. That's
Yes.
how it works. You get a DR and it pushes you further away from the programs.
Yes. But I've
So
been
why 12 DRs?
I've been ticket free. That's 6 I caught here.
1 year, but you accumulated 12. The most recent was conspiracy to convey contraband. July
1
of
year.
last year.
I have
It's 6. Yes.
15 total, yeah.
That's
What was that about?
No, it's 12 tickets. I beat the other ones. I didn't cop out to the other ones.
You do realize that we see people serving even longer sentences than yours that have no disciplinary
Yes,
report.
ma'am.
So
Yes,
what
ma'am.
was the conveying contraband?
The conveying contraband, they said I had paper on my TV. They said it was deuce. It was K2. They
Excuse
said it
me?
was a piece of paper. The contraband was a piece of paper that it was next to my TV. They said it was tested positive for K2.
And did it?
I just copped out to the ticket, not the last one. I didn't cop out, so I beat that one. I cop out to the ticket. I just didn't want to do more time in segregation. Usually to fight a ticket is 15 days. This is I don't got a criminal record in prison, man. It's just the conveying. I copped out to it, and they gave me a section split photo to conveying and the conspiracies.
You do know that the phone calls are recorded, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Now I do. Yeah. Yes.
So you have special parole running from
Yes,
your
ma'am.
prior robbery first
Yes, ma'am.
through February of 2032.
Yes.
This new sentence ends in July of 2027.
Yes.
So you do have a period of special parole that you will be accountable to. How do you anticipate doing that successfully?
I'm anticipating doing that successfully, going home, starting, first thing, getting to work, starting my business, going into programs, going into church, and trying to dedicate myself into work and my family. I got a good support now. Before I didn't have that good support behind. I got my mother, I got my kids, my soon-to-be wife. I got a job out there. I got my old boss ready to give me a second chance to work and start my business again and occupy myself. I am not a street person, man. I just made the wrong, bad decisions, man.
You had a medical marijuana card. What was that for?
That was in the halfway house. That was in the halfway house. Yes, I asked the parole there because I was, I did that time sick, so I was feeling kind of nervous, so I was using pills, medical marijuana pills in the halfway house.
The question again, Mr. Velez, is what was that for?
The medical marijuana card for the pills, for the marijuana pills.
Why did you want medical marijuana?
I felt anxious, man. I felt PTSD. I felt anxious in the halfway house.
Okay, but you said to Officer Bryant when you were interviewed, you never received a mental health evaluation or been diagnosed with any disorder. So you self-diagnosed PTSD?
I talked to the parole that in the halfway house, and that was probably the wrong mistake I did, and went and grabbed my medical marijuana. There's no excuses for that. No excuse for that.
Is Barry any questions for Mr. Velez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Velez, I'm going to need you to listen very carefully to my questions because I think that you add, you're putting in stuff that I don't need to know or that we don't need to know. So my colleague asked you specifically what happened the day of this robbery. Okay. And you said you brought your friend to meet your boss because he was going to hire him to do work.
Yes.
Have you reviewed the official documents? Like your police report, have you reviewed it?
No, ma'am.
So when the police report says that the two of you went to pick your friend up and he was dressed in all black with his face covered. Why? Do you know why?
He had a
yes or no? Do you know why?
No.
Okay. So when he pulled out the knife and said, "This is a robbery," what did you do?
I jumped on because I was the driver. I was driving the truck.
And you jumped. Why didn't you call 911?
Because at that moment he had the knife pointing towards us. You know what I'm saying?
No, it wasn't at us. It was at the victim.
It was in the middle of the truck. It was in the middle of the truck.
The victim is telling the officer what transpired.
Yes.
What did you do next?
Well, we drove off.
Not we. I said you.
Oh, I drove off wherever they told me. I went to the bank.
Okay.
He just said he didn't go to the bank.
So do you know that the victim says that you tied him up? I didn't say we. I'm not talking about we. We're not interviewing Mr. Pagan. I'm interviewing Mr. Velez.
Yeah. But I didn't tie him up.
You did not. Okay.
I did not.
How did his arms get tied?
It wasn't tied. His arm wasn't tied. He walked in the bank.
So why would he tell the officer that his arms were tied?
I couldn't answer that. I don't know why he said that, but he went into the bank. There's civilians.
No. Okay. And he also says that you tied his arms, his hands and his feet with a rope, and you told him to sit in the back seat. And then their co-defendant pressed a knife up against his rib cage. So that's not at the both of you. And you drove then. Now you were driving the car at this time. You drove to your place of business and went in and got a check for $6,000. Then
Yes,
came back out and you started saying to him that you're going to the bank. It says Velez began talking to the individual in the rear seat. He added that he began telling the individual that blank has a lot of money and we're going to go to the bank and withdraw that money. So how would your friend know that this victim had a lot of money if this was all his idea?
Who's in the business in the truck with a business person? I didn't say let's drive to the bank because he has a lot of money. That never came out of my mouth. That's what the victim is saying. I can't say what the victim is saying. I'm just saying my part.
But why would he say you? He could have said the person that you guys are with. Like, you had an opportunity. I don't understand why
Todos, por favor, pónganse de pie, levante su mano derecha y conteste la siguiente pregunta.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Jura usted o afirma que el testimonio que estará por dar aquí hoy será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Everyone who you answered yes out loud may have a seat.
Todas las personas que contestaron sí en voz alta pueden tomar asiento.
All right, I see that everybody is seated at both jails. We're going to handle our cases that require the assistance of the Spanish interpreter first, and then from there we'll go to the private attorneys. The first case is Andrea Fernandez.
Andrea Fernández.
Can you make that picture bigger? My picture doesn't need to be as big. There we go. Ms. Fernandez, you're charged you have a warrant out of Orange County for aggravated stalking.
Señora Fernández, a usted se le acusa, hay una orden de captura en su contra que origina del condado de Orange por acecho con agravantes.
Did you see the video recording that was just played at the start of this hearing, and do you understand the rights explained in that recording?
Señora, ¿vio usted la videograbación que fue reproducida a principio de las diligencias y entendió usted cuáles son sus derechos constitucionales?
Sí.
Yes.
Because this is an Orange County case, I cannot appoint a Polk public defender to represent you.
Debido a que este es un caso que origina desde el condado de Orange, no tengo la autoridad para nombrarle un abogado de oficio que la represente.
But I have reviewed the arrest report and the warrant confirmation teletype. I do find probable cause for the charge.
Y sí he examinado el informe de aprehensión, al igual que la orden de captura y en la documentación, y determino que se establecieron motivos fundados.
Orange County has set your bond status at no bond at this time.
En estos momentos, el condado de Orange no le permite fianza.
If you are still in our custody and Orange hasn't picked you up by September the 2nd at 12:45 p.m., then we'll bring you back here to first appearance in Polk.
Si para la fecha del 2 de septiembre a las 12:45 el condado de Orange no la ha recogido, entonces regresar aquí a las primeras comparecencias del condado de Polk.
Thank you, ma'am.
Señora, gracias.
The next case is Luis Landros.
Luis Landes.
Sorry. All right, I'll do it again in a second.
Clear showing on his behalf, Judge.
All right, and sir, you are here because you have a order regarding pretrial release from Polk County case number 2026 CF 7143.
Señor, comparece porque hay una orden en cuanto a la puesta en libertad de servicios previo al juicio del condado de Polk, número de causa 2026 CF 7143.
Did you see the video recording played at this hearing today, and do you understand the rights that were explained in that video?
¿Vio usted la videograbación que se fue reproducida a principios de las diligencias aquí hoy y entendió sus derechos constitucionales que fueron explicados ahí?
Y su señoría.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your attorney, Ms. Schilling, is present here in the courtroom with me.
Su abogado, la señorita Schillings, ha comparecido aquí en esta sala del tribunal hoy.
Ms. Schilling, what would you like to tell me about the orders for pretrial release that Mr. Landros is here on for case number 2026 CF 7143?
Señora Schilling, ¿le gustaría dejarme saber qué algo sobre las órdenes en cuanto a la puesta en libertad previa al juicio, que aquí están en el número de causa 2026 CF 7143?
Judge, this no bond warrant was signed by Judge Carpanini. I do not believe you have the authority to be able to change that no bond warrant at this time. We'd ask him to just be set for his status that's already set on 10-2.
Su señoría, esta orden en cuanto la orden de captura por fianza fue firmada por el juez Carpanini. No creo que usted tenga la potestad de poder hacer cambios en cuanto a una orden de captura que no permite fianza. Así que le solicito que por favor se programe esto para una audiencia de seguimiento que ya ha sido fijada para el 2 de octubre.
For his benefit, we'll be working to set an evidentiary hearing on the allegations within the division.
Y en representación de mi defendido estaremos manejando una audiencia en cuanto a presentación de pruebas en las pretensiones en esa división.
I have reviewed the KPS and the order regarding pretrial release and the affidavit of violation of pretrial release. I do find probable cause for the charges.
Muy bien examinado la orden en cuanto a la puesta en libertad y el incumplimiento de las condiciones de la puesta en libertad. Así es que determiné que se establecieron motivos fundados para justificar los cargos.
Sir, your bond status at this time is no bond, but you do have a hearing set in the F2 division for October the 2nd at 8:30 a.m.
Señor, en estos momentos la fianza que se le fija es no fianza. Hay una audiencia programada en la división F2 el 2 de octubre a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Additionally, you currently have a pretrial hearing set in the F2 division for November the 12th at 8:30 a.m.
Además, hay una audiencia programada en cuanto a una audiencia previa al juicio que está en la división F2 el 12 de noviembre a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Thank you, everyone.
Gracias.
All right, whoever that is speaking, Maisha. You muting her? All right. All right. Let's go on to Yanir Pielo, Madrid.
Yanir Polo, Madrid.
Sorry, Judge, I wasn't able to hear tonight.
All right, I'm going to spell it. It's Puellomadrid. First name Yainer. All right, sir, you're charged with petty theft, $100 to $750.
Señor, se le acusa a usted de hurto menor de 100 entre las cantidades de 100 a $750.
But I am going to have a question for the state attorney's office regarding the value.
Pero tengo una pregunta que hacerle a la fiscalía en cuanto al valor.
It's currently charged as a first-degree misdemeanor based upon the value.
En base de la cantidad, con base a la cantidad se le determina ser un delito menor de primer grado.
Sir, did you see the video recording that was played at the beginning of this hearing, and do you understand the rights that were explained in the video recording?
Señor, ¿pudo ver usted la videograbación que fue reproducida anterior de esta audiencia y entendió usted los derechos constitucionales que fueron explicados en esa grabación?
Sí.
Yes.
Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
¿Desea usted que yo le nombre la oficina de abogados de oficio para que lo represente o estará usted contratando su propio abogado o representándose por derecho propio?
Me represento por derecho propio.
I'm going to represent myself.
All right. And how far did you go in school?
Señora, ¿hasta qué grado cursó la escuela?
Bachiller.
Your Honor, the interpreter needs clarification in terms of the response.
Okay.
May the interpreter ask for repetition?
You may.
Okay. Señor, ¿usted se refiere a bachiller 4 años de universidad o bachiller la escuela superior o escuela secundaria?
Secundaria.
High school.
All right. And have you ever had any formal legal training?
Señora, ¿ha recibido usted capacitación legal de algún sitio?
No.
¿Profesional? No.
Do you understand that the state attorney's office is represented by an attorney who understands all of the criminal rules of procedure and all of the laws that apply to this case?
Señor, ¿entiende usted que la fiscalía está siendo representada por un abogado? Este abogado entiende todas las reglas y procesos legales que aplican en cuanto a este caso.
And you are not an attorney,
Yes.
so you do not have that same training and knowledge.
Y de usted, como no es abogado, usted no tiene esa misma capacitación y ni conocimiento.
Right. That puts the state at an advantage and you at a disadvantage.
Eso hace que la fiscalía esté en ventaja y usted en desventaja.
You sure you want to represent yourself?
¿Está seguro que quiere, es su deseo representarse por derecho propio?
Or would you like for me to ask you some questions to see if you qualify for the assistance of the Public Defender's Office, or do you want to hire your own attorney?
¿O le gustaría que yo le hiciera preguntas a ver si califica para que se le pueda nombrar la oficina de abogados de oficio para que los represente, o que también usted pueda contratar su propio abogado?
Represento yo mismo.
I'm going to represent myself.
All right.
Muy bien.
All right. When I reviewed the affidavit of the arrest report, this crime is charged as a first-degree misdemeanor, as a petty theft, $100 to $750.
Mientras yo examino la declaración jurada en cuanto al delito que se le imputa, se considera ser un delito menor de primer grado de hurto menor, siendo las cantidades de $100 a $750.
And when I look at the arrest report that I have, unless somebody else has an updated version, the value I see listed is in the narrative is $48.16.
Y cuando yo examino el informe de aprehensión, aquí, a menos que alguien tenga un informe actualizado diferente, la cantidad que se nombra en el resumen o la narración es de $48.16.
What says the defense in the state?
¿Qué dice la defensa y en el estado?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well,
Sí,
sir,
48.
go ahead.
Yes, sir. And 48 is what the interpreter heard, Your Honor.
All right. What says the state?
¿Qué dice el estado?
Your Honor, also contained in the affidavit is a statement that the accused is an unauthorized alien.
También, su señoría, se incluye en la declaración jurada por escrito que el imputado es un extranjero no autorizado.
Citing statute 775.0848.
Y cito la ley 775.0848.
I see that there is in SOMA an order to detain.
Y también hay una orden para aprender o de aprehensión.
A warrant for arrest of alien.
Una orden de arresto para un extranjero.
And an immigration detainer notice of action identifying the accused, among other things, by biometric confirmation.
Y una orden de retención migratoria solicitando que identifica al acusado, entre otras cosas, por medio de una verificación biométrica.
State would take the position that the narrative of the affidavit states probable cause for petty theft, a second-degree misdemeanor.
Por tal razón, el Estado toma la postura de que la narración en la declaración jurada que declara que se establecieron motivos fundados por hurto menor en calidad de delito menor de segundo grado.
That the accused is subject to an elevation of that charge to a first-degree misdemeanor.
Que el acusado está sujeto a que se incremente la penalidad de ese cargo a un delito de menor de primer grado.
Due to his unauthorized status.
Con base en su estatus de indocumentado.
I would be pleased to show a copy of the documents to which I have referred to the court and counsel if need be.
Y no tengo ningún inconveniente en presentar una copia de los documentos a los cuales yo me he referido a la juez y al abogado de ser necesario.
So while counsel has been speaking, I spoke to pretrial services because when I reviewed the court file, that document was not, none of those documents were in there. The arrest affidavit I have did not reflect that, so I understand that there is an amended one. They're pulling it up for me now because they just got it as well. After I took the bench.
Mientras el abogado hablaba, yo me puse en comunicación con la Oficina de Servicios previos al juicio, porque yo estaba, cuando yo examiné el archivo del tribunal, ese documento no estaba ahí. Así es que la orden de aprehensión, la orden de declaración jurada en cuanto a la orden de captura.
Okay, everybody stop.
Yeah.
Everybody who is on virtually, you need to mute your microphones. AR is the icon and you're interrupting us.
Hold on, I gotta go.
Everybody on Teams needs to mute their microphones. You all are constantly interrupting the hearing and that can't happen. All right, can you pull up the document, please?
Y la orden de la declaración jurada por escrito y la orden de captura no indica que ha sido modificado y ahora entiendo a un delito de categoría 1. Me lo están buscando en estos momentos.
All right, I'm reviewing the updated arrest report. So, sir, you are actually charged with petty theft as an unauthorized alien.
Entonces, señor, yo estoy examinando el informe de aprehensión actualizado y usted sí se le acusa de hurto menor como una persona en calidad de indocumentado y
Do you still want to represent yourself?
¿Sigue siendo su deseo representarse por derecho propio?
No.
No.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney?
¿Le gustaría que yo le nombrara a la oficina de abogados de oficio para que los represente o desea usted contratar los servicios de su propio abogado?
Oficina de oficio.
A public defender's office.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Provisionalmente nombro a la oficina de abogados de oficio para que los represente.
I have reviewed the updated arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge.
Examinado la orden de aprehensión, determiné que se establecieron motivos fundados para justificar los cargos.
Your Honor, Sanders, the Public Defender's Office, obviously I haven't seen the new affidavit. I would just ask what degree of misdemeanor it is.
Su señoría Sandra Smith, representando a la oficina de abogados de oficio, obviamente no he visto la declaración jurada por escrito, pero me gustaría saber cuál es la categoría del delito menor.
I assume based upon the front sheet where it says it's raising everything by a level, based on the unauthorized alien enhancement, that they are meaning it to be an M1 and in fact reflects an M1.
Okay.
Supongo con base a lo que dice la hoja principal, que indica que están incrementando todo a un nivel, lo incrementan a un nivel más alto de gravedad, particularmente cuando son personas extranjeras no autorizadas, que lo incrementan a un delito menor de primer grado y de hecho, así es, indica que es un delito menor de primer grado. Muy bien.
In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release.
En este caso voy a imponer una puesta en libertad previa al juicio con condiciones de fianza.
Your bail is set at $1,000.
La fianza se le fija en la cantidad de $1,000.
Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17.
Una vez usted se ha puesto en libertad, usted deberá reportarse inmediatamente a la oficina de servicios previos al juicio que está ubicado en Bartow en la 1745 Sur 17 Highway.
Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
De ahí en adelante deberá reportarse por teléfono cada semana, 2 veces a la semana, los martes y los jueves.
You're prohibited from having any contact with Walmart stores.
Se le prohíbe que tenga interacción alguna con las tiendas Walmart.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case.
Y deberá mantenerse a no menos de 500 pies de retirado del lugar de los hechos relacionados a este caso.
You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Is that 8?
For some reason it said as a felony case number. I'm not sure why.
Why would that be?
Tiene una audiencia programada vista en coatoria para el 29 de septiembre, 8:15 de la mañana.
It's built under a felony case number.
So the clerk, so what the conversation I'm having with the clerk's office, for some reason, this case is built in their system as a 3rd-degree felony, but I am not seeing anything at all to indicate that it's a 3rd-degree felony.
Con base a la conversación que estoy teniendo con el personal de la Secretaría del Tribunal, por alguna razón este caso lo incrementaron a un delito grave de 3er grado, lo cual no veo aquí nada que me indique que esto es un tipo de delito así.
Stay dissatisfied with that, Judge.
All right, so this needs to be set in a misdemeanor division.
El Estado está satisfecho, juez, esto tiene que ser programado para la división de delitos menores.
So your arraignment hearing will be September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 division.
La lectura formal de cargos será el 11 de septiembre a las 8:30 de la mañana, división M6.
The court finds that the defendant is subject to an immigration detainer.
La juez determina que el acusado está sujeto a una orden de retención por parte de las autoridades migratorias.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
All right, let's go to Brandon Sanders.
Your Honor, is this the last case?
As far as I know, yes, ma'am.
May the interpreter be dismissed?
Well, no, we have this Brandon Sanders, as I understand it, right? Or no, he doesn't need it. All right, Ms. Fejo, can you please make an announcement just to make sure?
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Alguna persona aquí necesita servicios de interpretación en español? Y de ser así, levante su mano y notifíquelo.
I don't see any. Thank you, Ms. Fejo. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Likewise, thank you.
All right, let's go to Brandon Sanders. Mr. Sanders, you are here because you've been charged with 8 counts of violation of probation from Polk County case number 2025 CF 4825. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you? Or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Can I have a public defender?
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at the beginning of this hearing, and do you understand the rights that were explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Because you're charged with VOPs, your bond status is no bond on each count. And I do find probable cause for all of the charges after reviewing the arrest report. You're going to have a hearing in the F7 division on September the 22nd at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any private attorneys present on Teams? Any private attorneys? All right, let's go to South County Jail, and the first case is Edgar Augusto Del Valle. All right, Mr. Del Valle, you're charged with aggravated battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you? Or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I'm so sorry. I need the interpreter.
I just let her go. So, and she made an announcement. So let's, I guess, recall and see if we have ability to get her back. The next case is Johnny Bailey.
Bailey, come on.
And after Mr. Bailey will be Justin Bellamy. Is there anything the defense wants to tell me?
I'm sorry, we have Mr. Bailey.
Yep.
Oh, yes, Sanderson Flood Defender's Office, I would like to waive the reading of his, 3 third-degree felony charges.
All right, Mr. Bailey, are you aware of what the 3 counts that you're charged with?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
A public defender, please.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. And did you see the video recording that was played at the start of this hearing, and did you understand the rights explained in that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
I have reviewed the warrant and the complaint affidavit in this case. I do find probable cause for the charges. Can you pull up the warrant real quick? So I refresh my memory. All right, in this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and bail as conditions of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $15,000 on each count. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 Division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, sir.
So how much is my bond?
$15,000 on each count, and you have 3 counts.
Good.
Justin Bellamy.
Request be heard on this one.
Sanderson Flood Defender's Office, I do want to waive the reading of all of his charges. I believe they're all felonies. I do also want to waive the reading of the special pretrial release conditions that may be added as part of pretrial release conditions on this type of case.
We're going to have a couple people that I think this is going to apply to today. We're going to have to hold them until the end because I am going to give specific conditions.
Okay.
I'm not going to hint and all that and then have them not comply and have an issue. So, Mr. Bellamy will have to hold you until the end.
That's right.
Let me ask the bailiff, are we wanting to go all the way through South County and then dump off while we do it? Or do you want me to wait?
Yes. I haven't read it yet.
Hold all the way through Central?
We can, take care of South County, continue with South County. And then, once South County is done, we can address him.
So you want to have Central come off at that point while we address him?
That's fine.
Okay, all right, we'll do that then.
I'll
All
let
right,
you know.
Trenton Bishop. All right, Mr. Bishop, you're here because you have an order regarding pretrial release from Polk County case number 2025 CF 3100. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I have a private attorney over the case already.
All right, and the clerk's office just said the same thing you did. They said you have Mr. Gomez, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you see the video recording that was played at the beginning of this hearing? And do you understand the rights that were explained in that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to proceed forward today without Mr. Gomez, or do you want to be brought back tomorrow and you can call Mr. Gomez and let him know you have a hearing tomorrow?
I'll let him know that I got a hearing tomorrow.
All right, so we'll bring you back tomorrow then, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go on to Birdson DeBouquet.
Yes, ma'am.
Sanderson Flood Defender's Office, I do want to waive the reading of the 6 charges that are F1s. I just now got the second page that I was missing of the affidavit, so I was trying to read it really quick because I may have some probable cause challenges on the drug charges because I didn't see anything about any drugs. I just now got the second page that I'm looking at.
All right, sir, you're charged with discharging firearm in public or residential property, discharging firearm from a vehicle, shooting a missile into a dwelling, vehicle, building, or aircraft, conspiracy to sell cannabis, possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver or manufacture. And then you have 6 additional first-degree felony charges. Are you aware of what those 6 charges are?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'd ask the bailiff to hand him the docket and let him see those 6 additional charges.
Instead of picking up, they were always personally suppressed. But I might be probably confirmed.
Were you able to see what those 6 additional first-degree felony charges are?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
A public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. Did you see the video recording that was played at the beginning of this hearing, and do you understand the rights explained in the video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Ms. Smith, did you have anything you want to tell me?
Yes, unless I missed it, it's a very long affidavit. I was just trying to skim over page 2, which I just received. Unless the court can direct me where it's at, I don't see anything about drugs in this incident.
I think there was a second affidavit.
There's a different affidavit?
I'm going by memory though, if you'll bear with me.
My affidavit I had them all lumped in the same affidavit, and I'm not seeing anything regarding the possession with intent to sell or deliver or manufacture cannabis, or the conspiracy really to sell cannabis. The drug charges.
My reading of, at least, and listen, this is a continuing conversation. I'm not sure why I don't have the most up-to-date affidavits or where the disconnect is, and we really need to figure out where that is, because in the last 3 weeks, I can't tell you how many updated affidavits I've discovered while I'm on the bench. And that's a logistical issue. But circling back to this case, and I guess I need to ask the question, does the state have something that we don't have? Because
I believe our affidavit may be able to show it.
all right,
I have it pulled up.
okay. And I don't know if yours is different than mine or not, so until I see it. Okay, so there's different, so the docket, I see things have been changed not only in the thing, but in the narrative, but the actual charges have been changed as well. So again, we really need to figure out where the disconnect was with getting this paperwork timely to the right parties at pretrial services so the court can review it.
Judge, if I may, with regard to this particular case, when I learned that it was missing pages, meaning that it was an incomplete scan of the affidavit, I reached out to the case filing agent, who responded almost immediately by email, sending me directly the affidavit that I sent in the normal channel, which is copying defense counsel and pretrial. There's an email address I typically use. I would be pleased to show you the electronic copy that I received.
The clerk pulled it up. And when we have 97, just so you know, we get to go through the cases once, really fast. So we don't get to go back and keep looking and looking to see if anything's been added.
I received this all sitting in the courtroom.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here we go. So, what I see changing, sir, is the 6 charges that we talked about. The F1s are still F1s, but they have been changed to attempt. Okay. Do you track what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let me review this new one real quick.
Yeah, it's defense counsel. Add coach. So this is the one, I was thinking of a different case, I was speaking of.
I'm just trying to read the one page in it, have her over.
So at least when I see it, I see what I have seen in other cases, the term cart. Which I have but you all tell me.
I don't exactly know what this cart is referring to, and I'm still reading the affidavit because I don't read as fast as everyone else. I would point out on this page, it doesn't say anything about any THC content of any drugs or anything. Let's see.
what says the state?
Considering the fact that I intend to file a motion for pretrial detention on the unnamed counts, if the court is not inclined to find probable cause on that count, I do not intend to request 24 hours as I'll be asking to hold a no bond.
Let me ask the defense, is your probable cause challenge as to the conspiracy to sell cannabis, or is it also as to the possession with intent to sell, deliver, manufacture cannabis?
It's to both, Your Honor, because this affidavit is obviously based on someone else saying all these things, at least on page 2. And we don't even know what kind of material it was because it was never, taken by the officers to see whether it really is cannabis or not. And it may not have been cannabis, it could have been hemp. So I do have challenges on the two drug charges.
All right, and the state is not asking for 24 hours to see if you can establish probable cause?
With regard to the possession, no, ma'am, I would, however, argue that one need not have an actual item of contraband to conspire to sell it.
All right, and she is challenging the probable cause on that and the possession with intent to sell cannabis.
Yes, ma'am, and I would argue there is PC for the conspiracy, but I do not see where it was seized and tested to support the charge for possession.
And you're not asking for more time on either, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I do not find probable cause as to the possession with intent to sell, deliver, or manufacture cannabis, and I do not find probable cause as to the conspiracy to sell cannabis charges. And the state is not asking for additional time, so, sir, on those two charges, you will be released on your own recognizance. As to the additional charges, I do find probable cause for the remaining charges, and the state said they would like to be heard.
Yes, Your Honor, with regard to the 6 final counts on the docket, the state is filing a motion for pretrial detention. I would note that I have included a copy of the affidavit and incorporated it by reference. The one that is attached to this motion is the one that the state received prior to the amendment that was complete. Just wanted to point that out. Providing a copy of the defense counsel, may I approach? I respectfully request the court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond pending a hearing on this motion to be set next Monday, August 31st at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. Thank you.
All right, after reviewing the state's motion and the amended arrest report, I do find probable cause for all the charges with the exception of the 2 that I already said you were released on your own recognizance on. I've reviewed the state's motion for pretrial detention and I do find it to be legally sufficient. In this case, for all of the charges with the exception of the 6 F1s, I am going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring, bail and house arrest as conditions of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the discharging firearm in public charge. Your bail is set at $15,000 on the discharging firearm from a vehicle charge and $10,000 on the shooting missile into a dwelling, vehicle, building, or aircraft charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person. I'm getting your location, hold on. In Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every day, 7 days a week. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. I'm also imposing house arrest conditions. However, you may attend your own court hearings, you may attend your own attorney appointments, and you may attend your own medical appointments. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victims in this case. You may not contact the victims directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victims in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their residences, their vehicles, their places of employment, and schools at all times. Additionally, you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. As to the remaining 6 counts, the F1 counts, your bond status is no bond, but you will have a hearing in front of another judge to determine if your bond status should stay no bond on those 6 counts. And that hearing will be August 31st at 1:00 p.m. in the A2 division. You have an arraignment hearing on this case set in the A2 division for September 29th at 9:15 a.m. Thank you, sir. All right, the next case is Johnny Douglas. Mr. Douglas, you're charged with burglary with assault or battery and robbery without a firearm. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording played for everyone at the start of this hearing, and did you understand the rights that were explained in that video?
Yeah.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges.
Your Honor, the state is requesting the court hold the accused no bond on the burglary with an assault or battery that is first-degree felony punishable by life. The accused is not entitled to a bond. The court is not so inclined to exercise this discretion in that manner. The state will ask you to be held 24 hours for the state to file a motion for pretrial detention, as it was a burglary of a dwelling, and it is a an enumerated dangerous offense under 907-041. Thank you.
All right. In this case, as to the robbery charge, I am going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $15,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person. We're waiting on the location, hang on. In Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you are prohibited from having contact with the victim in this case. Do you all live, I know you all live in the same either duplex or apartment complex. Are you immediately next door to each other?
Yeah.
All right. I'll hear from the state and the defense about crafting. Normally we say 500 feet. I'm worried that is not going to be achievable here.
State request, with respect, the accused find somewhere else to stay. The victim should not be terrorized just because they live next door to their assailant.
What says the defense?
I would ask if they be able to still live at their house. Do they both live at? And if they just stay within, I guess, their yard.
I don't think there's a yard. I think is it a duplex or what is it?
No, it's a house. Split.
And so are they separate? At least when I read it, it had an A and a B, and it sounded like y'all were almost touching. How far away are they? Are the residents? So
No, it's the same house. It's just split.
it's like a duplex. It's sort of like a
That
duplex.
was my impression, yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. You're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I am going to allow you a one-time return to your residence and one time only. However, you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer, and that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, if I may. State would also request that a contact with the co-defendant, Cole Douglas, is also on your docket.
I mean, are they brothers and do they live together?
My understanding was they live in the same place.
They do live at the same place?
That's my recollection from the affidavit. I would need to confirm that.
All right, given their ages, I'm not going to impose that condition. All right, let's go on to Cole Douglas.
Was he held no bond on the bird bat?
Yes, and he is to be held no bond on the burglary with assault or battery. All right, Mr. Cole Douglas, you're charged with burglary with assault or battery, robbery without a firearm, and giving false ID to law enforcement. And I'm going to have a question about giving the false ID to law enforcement, unless there's an updated affidavit that I don't have. Sir, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you? Or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. Did you see the video recording that was played at the start of this hearing, and did you understand the rights that were explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask the state about the giving false ID to law enforcement officer charged. At least the affidavit I had, I did not see any details regarding that. I just saw a conclusory statement at the end. So I guess I will say, is there an updated affidavit that I do not have? Or did I miss it in the affidavit that exists?
I am not aware of an updated affidavit. I do not see any information provided at all regarding law enforcement communicating with the accused.
Are you asking for, so I do not find probable cause as to the false ID given to a law enforcement officer charge. Is the state requesting 24 hours to try to articulate probable cause for that charge?
Considering I'm going to ask him to be held no bond on the F1 PBL, I will not request to be brought back in 24 hours.
All right, sir. The state is not requesting additional time, and I did not find probable cause for the giving the false ID charge. So on that charge only, you'll be released on your own recognizance. After reviewing the arrest report, as to the remaining charges, I do find probable cause. And the state wanted to be heard?
Yes, ma'am. Similar to the prior case, the lead charge in this case is burglary with an assault or battery. That is an F1 PBL. The defendant is not entitled to a bond. The state is requesting the court exercise its discretion, hold the accused no bond because of the level of the charge. It was a burglary of a dwelling, so it is an enumerated dangerous offense under 907-041. So if the court is not inclined to hold a no bond, I will request the court hold a no bond for 24 hours. The state file a motion for pretrial detention. It would be a mandatory filing. Thank you.
All right, as to the robbery charge, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $15,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I'm going to give you a one-time return to your residence and one time only. However, that you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer, and that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items. Your bond status on the burglary with assault or battery is no bond at this time, and you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Ma'am,
Joseph.
I do not live at that residence. I live in Texas. I came over here to visit my father, who's currently in the hospital, and all that happened, so I'm not sure.
Okay, well, then you should be good if you live in Texas, but that brings up another point we need to address. If the defendant lives out of state, normally our standard conditions don't let them go out of state. What says the state and the defense on that?
Considering the level of offense and the allegations in the affidavit as known at this early time, the state would be opposed to leaving the jurisdiction of the court.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. It would be asked that he be allowed to live in Texas if he receives a bond later on the burglary with assault or battery, so that he can go back home.
At this time, because I think it's premature, because he has the no bond status on the one charge. At this time, I am going to leave the restriction in place that he may not leave the state of Florida, although the defense is certainly can certainly file whatever motion they need to in front of the judge who's going to hear this case. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let's go on to Joseph Edwards. Mr. Edwards, you're charged with resisting an officer without violence. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I already have one.
Okay, and the clerk's saying the same thing. You have Michael Dix, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to go forward with this hearing today, or do you want to be brought back tomorrow and you can call Mr. Dix and let him know you have a hearing tomorrow?
I'm not sure what I should do.
Well, and I can't choose for you, so.
Okay, I'll wait and call him.
All right, so you want to be brought back tomorrow and you're going to call him and let him know?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, see you tomorrow.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Spanish court interpreter present.
All right, let's jump back to our individual who did not tell us he needed you until we got up to his case. And that'll be Augusto del Valle, first name Edgar.
Edgar Agosto del Valle?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, so you're charged with aggravated battery.
Señor, se le acusa de agresión física agravada.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
¿Quisiera usted que le nombre a un abogado de oficio o va a contratar un abogado privado o quiere usted representarse a sí mismo?
Un abogado de oficio.
A public defender?
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Provisionalmente le nombro al abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
Did you see the video recording that was played at the start of this hearing, and did you understand the rights that were explained in that recording?
Señor, ¿vio usted el video que se presentó al comienzo de esta sesión? ¿Lo escuchó y lo entendió?
Sí, señoría.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Smith?
Sarah Smith.
Apparently this started out as a complaint affidavit because the incident is from December 22nd of 2025.
Su señoría, aparentemente esto comenzó como una declaración jurada de una queja que se presentó debido a un incidente del 22 de diciembre del 2025.
I would point out that was 8 months ago.
Yo quisiera señalar que eso pasó hace 8 meses.
Apparently the arrest warrant was just served on him on August 24th.
Aparentemente a él se le presentó la orden de arresto apenas el 24 de agosto, parece.
August 25th.
I'm sorry, 25th?
It was the 25th.
El 25 de agosto.
I would just ask for a reasonable bond in this case because of the time lapse that it took for it to get here.
Yo simplemente quisiera pedir una fianza razonable en este caso debido al lapso de tiempo que tomó en que llegara aquí.
Mr. Augusto del Valle, do you and the alleged victim, Jose Irizarry, still work at the same place?
Señor del Valle, usted y la supuesta víctima, José Irizarry, ¿todavía trabajan en el mismo sitio? ¿Perdón?
No.
No.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest warrant and the complaint affidavit in this case. I do find probable cause for the charge.
Yo ya revisé la orden de arresto y el affidavit de la policía. En este caso, yo encuentro que sí existe causa razonable para el cargo.
In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release.
En este caso, yo voy a requerir que se le libere en libertad condicional.
Your bail is set at $10,000.
Su fianza se fija en $10,000.
Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred.
Cuando usted sea liberado después de pagar la fianza, usted tiene que reportarse inmediatamente en persona a la Oficina de Servicios de Libertad Condicional que está en Lake Alfred,
At 200 Government Center Boulevard.
que se encuentra en 200 Government Center Boulevard.
Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Después de eso, usted tendrá que reportarse telefónicamente cada semana, que sería 3 veces a la semana, los lunes, los miércoles y los viernes.
You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives.
Se le prohíbe usar, portar o poseer armas de fuego, armas blancas, cuchillos o munición.
And you are prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case.
Y se le prohíbe tener cualquier tipo de contacto o comunicación con la supuesta víctima en este caso.
You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly.
Se le prohíbe contactar a la víctima, ya sea directa o indirectamente.
You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever.
No puede comunicarse ni tener contacto con la víctima de ningún tipo, absolutamente.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times.
Usted deberá de permanecer alejado de la víctima en todo momento. No se puede acercar más de 500 pies de la víctima misma, su residencia, su vehículo, su lugar de empleo y la escuela, si es que va a la escuela, en todo momento.
You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m.
Usted tiene una audiencia de lectura de cargos que está en la división A2 que han fijado para el 29 de septiembre a las 8:15 de la mañana.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hernandez. Those are all the cases that require your assistance.
You're welcome, Your Honor. May you have a good rest of the day.
You as well.
Thank you.
Larry Higdon,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, you're charged with possession of fentanyl and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I'd like for you to appoint the public defender's office.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at the start of this hearing, and do you understand the rights that were explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the fentanyl charge and $1,000 on the drug paraphernalia charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to a pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. Additionally, you may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division on September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alex Maldonado. Mr. Maldonado, you are charged with possession of firearm by a convicted felon, perjury, false statement in official proceeding, and knowingly giving false information to a law enforcement officer regarding an alleged crime. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I would like to know if I do hire my own attorney, will I be granted a pretrial release so that way I can get one or bond?
So whether or not you hire your own attorney has nothing to do with pretrial release.
Okay, well, I would like to get my own attorney.
All right, the clerk will note down that you are going to hire your own attorney. All right, in this case, I have reviewed the arrest report and I do find probable cause for all of the charges. I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $15,000 on the possession of firearm by a convicted felon, $10,000 on the perjury charge, and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person at 200 Government Center Boulevard in Lake Alfred. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Jonathan Palermo. And after that is going to be Tyrus Pinnock. All right, Mr. Palermo, you're charged, it looks like you have a violation of probation charge out of Osceola County. And then you're charged with Polk charges for DUI with property damage or personal injury, and refusal to submit to DUI test. As to the Polk County charges, would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you? Or are you going
Yes,
to
ma'am.
hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I'll take public defender.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you on the Polk County charges. Did you see the video recording that was played at the start of this hearing? And did you understand the rights that were explained in the recording?
Yes, I did.
I have reviewed the citation and the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. As to the Polk County charges, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000 on the DUI with property damage or personal injury, $5,000 on the DUI, and $1,000 on the refusal to submit to DUI tests. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person. Look, they're getting me the location. Hold on. In Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or consume any alcohol or enter into any bars or lounges. You also must submit to random breath tests that you're required to pay for. I'm also imposing a curfew from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. 7 days a week. As to the VOP charge, your bond status is no bond. And you do have an arraignment hearing on the Polk County charge in the M6 Division on September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir. Tyrus Pinnock. Mr. Pinnock, you are charged, it looks like these are add-on charges. You're charged with armed burglary of a dwelling structure or conveyance and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
Can you say that first charge again? You said the weapon?
Armed burglary of a dwelling structure or conveyance, and then the second charge is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Yes, sir.
Judge, with regard to the armed burglary, that is a first-degree felony punishable by life in prison. Because of the level of the charge, state is requesting the court to hold the accused no bond, as he is not entitled to a bond for that charge. It is alleged to be a burglary of a conveyance, so it is not an enumerated dangerous offense. It does not qualify for a motion for pretrial detention. I would note that he is also out on supervision on MM 266518, charging battery and trespass. However, it appears that he was placed on bond and pretrial release on August 10th, 2026, so it would not qualify for a Parker hold. I think the court can consider the other crimes in considering whether to hold him for the F1 PDL before today. Thank you.
Is there anything counsel for the defense wants to tell me?
I would just ask that a bond be set.
All right. In this case, as to the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon charge, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $15,000 on that charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person. They're pulling up your location. Hang on. They're going to tell me which office they want, so if you'll just click the box. Once you're released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, places of employment, and school at all times. As to the armed burglary charge, your bond status is no bond at this time, and you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, sir. All right, Christian Rivera. Miss somebody? Some of the locations were not noted on the docket, so if I miss someone, y'all tell me, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, there is one before him. If you want to do him first, we'll then go bring it back to Rags.
All right, so we'll go ahead and do Rivera first, and then we'll jump back to Rags. All right. Hold on 1 second. All right, Mr. Rivera, you're charged with resisting or obstructing an officer without violence. And additionally, pretrial services says you have an open case on case number 2026 CF 1036. But as to this new charge, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
No, I have an attorney. I have an attorney.
All right, hold on, the clerk's checking.
Not on the new case, Your Honor.
The clerk's advising on the new case, you don't have an attorney. So would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
Excuse me. I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you on this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a straight bond in the amount of $2,000, and you have an arraignment hearing set for September the 11th at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 division. Is there anything anyone wants to tell me about the open case?
CF 261036 appears to qualify for detention under Parker. The state is asking the court to hold it, no bond per Parker, revoke the bond, hold it per Parker.
All right,
Your
Mr.
Honor, he's Sanderson Public Defender's Office. He's been in jail, I'm understanding, since January 31st. So I don't know, at least that's what I looked at earlier. It doesn't look like he's bonded on this. Is he on pretrial release? Because if he's not on pretrial release, he would not qualify for Parker.
Since February 6th of 2026.
All right. So when this happened recently where someone hadn't bonded, but they were out on pretrial release, and and the clerk had questions afterwards. But I did Parker in that case, which legally you can do. And then the clerk asked, it was my intention to hold them no bond, and it was. All right. Is there any, I think that's a correct statement of the law. Does anyone disagree?
I believe that is the correct statement of the law, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Rivera, the state is asking that in this case, I revoke your pretrial release, and that is what, and hold you no bond pursuant to Parker v. State, and that is what I'm going to do. So your pretrial release is,
No bond. So I get.
Sir, I'm still talking.
Okay.
So in this case, your pretrial release is revoked, and you're to be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State in 2026 CF 1036. Yes, sir.
I wasn't on pretrial release. I've been in jail. And
You didn't bond out, but you were on pretrial release, sir.
was not. Oh yeah, I'm on pretrial release if I bond out, but I've never been
No.
bonded. I never bonded out.
You're incorrect. Thank you, sir. Please step to your left.
I got beaten. I just wanted to say I got beaten, and I
No,
didn't do
sir,
nothing.
move
Okay.
on. Colin Shirley.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. I do have a way the reading of some of his charges. I've got a chapter, a third degree felony, chapter 826.04 charge, and a first degree felony charge, a chapter 794.11 charge.
State has to be heard as well.
And it's two charges. It's two of the non-drug charges on the docket.
All right, Mr. Shirley, you are charged with possession of cannabis under 20 grams, trafficking in methamphetamine 28 grams to 200 grams, use or possession of drug paraphernalia, 2 counts of possession of controlled substance without prescription, possession of a weapon or ammunition by a convicted felon, possession of clonazepam without a prescription, domestic violence battery with a prior conviction, and 2 counts of domestic violence battery with a prior conviction, and then you have 2 additional charges. Are you aware of what those 2 additional charges are?
No, ma'am.
All right, can the bailiff show him the docket there?
I can't see it. I don't have glasses. Can you just tell me?
All right, it's the first charge and the 7th charge. Are you saying you can't see it?
He can't, he said he can't read it, so I have to read it to him.
All right, can you step away from the mic and do that? Or mute your microphone? Okay. Okay, well, did you hear what those two charges were that the bailiff muted the microphone? Did you hear her tell you what those two additional charges are?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest reports. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this
Okay.
case, hold on, I see our assistant state attorney is standing up. What would you like to tell me?
Thank you, Your Honor. I stood possibly early. State is filing a motion for pretrial detention on 4 of the counts before the court. 2 of them, well, it's they're numbered on my docket, trying to respect requests of defense counsel. They are number 3, 7, 9, and 11. So they include the 2 domestic violence battery with prior convictions. Domestic violence is an enumerated dangerous offense under 907-041. Especially in light of the allegations. State has included those counts in the motion for pretrial detention. So I apologize if I got ahead of the court, but I wanted to.
I won't know until I see your motion, since we're trying to not say certain things.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to figure out what it is, because I think ours are numbered differently. I understood that it included the 2 domestic violence batteries with prior convictions. I assume it includes the trafficking and amphetamine, and does it also include one if not both of the charges that we did not mention what they were, that were read to the defendant?
It includes one of them. May I approach? I did specify that explicitly in the motion, tendering it to the bench.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The other does not qualify under 907-041.
All right, and Mr. Shirley, did you see the video recording that was played at the start of this hearing, and did you understand the rights that were explained in the video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Can-
I'm reviewing the state's motion for pretrial detention. Hold on one moment.
Sure, we can make the bond.
All right, I have reviewed the state's motion for pretrial detention. I do find it to be legally sufficient. I do find probable cause for all the charges after reviewing the arrest reports in this case. In this case, for all of the charges, with the exception of the first and the 7th, and the 2 domestic violence batteries with prior convictions, I'm going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring, house arrest, and bail as conditions of pretrial release. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. As to count 1, your bail is set at $20,000. As to possession of cannabis under 20 grams, your bail is set at $1,000. As to the narcotics, the use of drug paraphernalia charge, your bond is set at $1,000. As to the possession of controlled substance without prescription, those 2 charges, your bail is set at $5,000 on each count. As to the possession of firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon, your bail is set at $20,000. As to the possession of clonazepam charge, your bail is set at $5,000.
Prescription.
Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every day, 7 days a week. I'm also imposing house arrest conditions. However, you may attend, you gotta pull it up, thanks. You may attend your own court hearings, your own attorney appointments, and your own medical appointments. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You are prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. As to the remaining 4 charges, your bond status is no bond. And you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 Division for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Next
Well,
case is Robert
yeah.
Stanley.
Much way the reading of all of this.
All right, Mr. Stanley, are you aware of what your 11 charges are?
Yes, I am.
All right, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at the start of this hearing, and did you understand the rights that were explained in that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In this case, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. I'm going to require a pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $15,000 on each count. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Additionally, I'm going to impose condition number 25. You may not possess, access, or use any computer or other electronic device with intranet capabilities. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Next case is Bobby Sumner. Mr. Sumner, you're here because you have a violation of probation charge for Polk County case number 2022 CF 5617. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I have reviewed the violation of probation warrant and affidavit in this case. I do find probable cause for the charge. Your bond status is no bond at this time, but you will have a hearing in the F7 division on September the 9th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Going on to Danford Thornton Swain. Sir, you're charged with 7 counts of tampering in a first-degree felony proceeding and 7 counts of violation of pretrial release conditions. And pretrial services also states that you have an open case in case number 2026 CF 8456. But as to these new 14 charges, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you? Or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
Already represent him on all these charges because
Excuse me.
were added to his other case, so it's only one case number. There's only one case number that he has because these were added to the existing case.
All right. So they will continue to represent you, Mr. Thornton Swain. Yes, sir.
Okay. The victim is my fiance.
All right. So just so you know, we're not to. You're starting to tell me facts of the case, and this is being recorded.
I'm not,
and yet, stop talking. I'm talking. And so I haven't asked you any questions to elicit anything like that right now. I'm going through the things we've got to go through. So I asked about counsel. You do have counsel in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the, sir, I'm still talking.
I'm sorry.
Did you see the video recording that was played at the start of this hearing? And do you understand the rights explained in this video recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Yes,
My
sir.
My question was, she wants to have contact with me.
How would you know that?
She got in contact with one of my friends, and he had asked her about me, about what happened, but she had said how he been talking to me, and she had said she wanted to hear her voice.
All right, Mr. Thornton, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and house arrest and bail as conditions of pretrial release. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person.
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, they're getting me the location. You must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every day, 7 days a week. I'm also imposing house arrest conditions, but you may attend your own court hearings, you may attend your own attorney appointments, and you may attend your own medical appointments. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. I am going to allow you one-time return to the residence and one time only. However, you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer, and that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items. Let me be extremely clear. You may not contact the victim. You are prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. As to each of the 11 counts, I am going to impose bail in the amount of $25,000 on each count. You have an arraignment hearing set in this case for September the 22nd at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. And he is voluntarily absenting himself, but we will continue. Let's talk about the open case.
Your Honor, this is the open case.
Okay.
They're all combined in one case number, so I don't see how the pretrial could be revoked on half of the charges when it's the same incident number and the same case.
Okay, and I'm not saying he should be. I'm merely mentioning that pretrial's flagged it as an open case.
That's this case.
If I could be heard on that, Judge.
Yes, sir.
The state's position on the one hand is he went to first appearance for charges, and then he made subsequent acts that violated the orders of the court. So as far as the assignment of the case number, the state's position is that would not change whether he qualified for Parker. However, I would also note that in the open case, I filed a motion for pretrial detention for 2 of the counts that were in that case, the attempted murder in the second degree. Those are set, that motion is set for a hearing tomorrow. Because of that, he has not bonded out. And my review of the record is that pretrial release conditions were not imposed at first appearance as they were still pending to be heard tomorrow. So with procedural reasons, I would agree that it does not qualify for Parker.
All righty.
Is he not on pretrial release then on this?
I showed there was bond set in some charges, no bond on the 2 attempted murder charges. There's a hearing on the motion for pretrial detention on the attempted murder charges set for tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I'll be conducting the hearing, but I do not see an order for pretrial release supervision. So he never posted a bond to be revoked, and I didn't see any conditions of pretrial release that were violated.
All right.
At least on the order, it does list to be supervised by PTR, but I don't know if PTR followed up with it or not.
I just don't see the order. I see it's check mark, but I don't see the order.
I would just ask this all be addressed tomorrow at his hearing. Is it tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
All of what to be addressed?
I mean, the procedural problems with these cases is that they should have been built, I would say it's 2 different case files, but they put them all together, so I don't see that Parker versus State would apply to half of the charges.
And it sounds like the state, at least right now, is not requesting, that's what's before me right now, so we're moving on.
And Your Honor, it's 25,000 in both the tampering and the pretrial release.
For all of the, each of the 14 counts. Thank you. All right, so we have one, I see 3 people left, so do we have Ragland is one of them, right? And I know we have our one recall, and then you'll have to tell me who the other one is, because again, locations are missing. So let me go back to Mr., is it Trayvon Rags?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rags, you're charged with armed trespass, aggravated stalking after court-imposed order, 2 counts of unlawful use of a two-way communication device, attempted, is there anything
I didn't want to read the reading of those 6 charges. I think there's 6
Yep.
of those charges.
All right, I'll circle back to those 6 charges. Violation of condition of pretrial release condition, discharge of a firearm in a residential area, shooting into a building, 3 counts of child abuse, 2 counts of written threat to kill or injure another, and 6 additional counts that are all felonies. Are you aware of what those 6 additional counts are?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, which, and additionally, pretrial services says that you have an open case in 2026 MM 4096. But as to these new charges, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you? Are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
You can do a public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you see the video recording that was played at the start of this hearing, and do you understand the rights that were explained in that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I have, can you pull up the arrest document real quick?
I'll ask you.
All right, I have reviewed the arrest warrant in this case, as well as the complaint affidavit. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
In regard to the 6 life felonies, I believe the bond schedule states those are no bond. I believe the warrant is a no bond warrant. State is requesting this court honor that warrant and hold the accused no bond on the life felonies. I would note that the aggravated stalking charge is an enumerated dangerous offense that qualifies for pretrial detention, as does the court announced child abuse charges and written threats to kill. But it is not the state's intent to file a motion for pretrial detention on a case in which the court is already holding the defendant no bond in the same case. Unless the court is inclined to release him on bond, I will not be asking to file a motion for pretrial detention on those counts. I would note that those counts come before the court as no bond until first appearance. I will also be requesting the court revoke the pretrial release and bond in NM 26-4096, showing there was a bond and pretrial release was ordered May 19th of 2026 in that case. Thank you.
So let me make sure I understand you. I understand you're asking for no bond on the 6 felony life charges that we talked about. I'm unclear of what you're telling me regarding the aggravated stalking, the child abuse, and the written threat charges.
Though they are qualifying, it's not my intent at this time to file a motion for pretrial detention. It is not a mandatory filing for those charges, but I think it is appropriate for the court to consider the pretrial and bond status for the other case and the accompanying charges in determining a bond for the ag stalking and the others that I was speaking of.
All right, in this case, I am going to, with the exception of the 6 felony life charges, I am going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring, house arrest, and bail as conditions of pretrial release. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone 7 days a week, every week. As to the armed trespassing charge, your bail is set at $5,000. As to the aggravated stalking charge, after court-imposed order, your bond is set at $30,000. As to the 2 charges of unlawful use of a two-way communication device, your bond is set at $5,000 on each charge. As to the violation of pretrial release condition, your bond is set at $5,000. As to the discharge a firearm in a residential area, your bond is set at $1,000. As to the shooting into a building charge, your bond is set at $50,000. As to each of the child abuse charges, your bond is set at $50,000 each. As to the each count of the written threat to kill or injure, your bond is set at $50,000 each. We talked about the GPS electronic monitoring and that you have to call in every day, 7 days a week. I'm also imposing house arrests. However, you may attend your own court hearings, your own attorney appointments, and your own medical appointments. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you are prohibited from having any contact with the victims in this case. You may not contact the victims directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victims in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their residences, their vehicles, their places of employment, and schools at all times. You're prohibited from having any contact with any minors. And you are prohibited from having any contact with the co-defendants from this case. You have an arraignment hearing set in this case on September the 29th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. And on the felony life charges, your bond status is no bond. Thank you, Mr. Rags.
Judge, did you want to leave the curfew on?
No, because he's on house arrest, so he can't go anywhere except for his other things.
Did we issue the Parker?
The state requests a Parker hold on NM 264096.
All right, that Parker hold is, his bond is revoked and that charge, and he's to be held no bond. Does he have counsel on that?
He has counsel. He does.
All right.
Okay. And then, Your Honor, circling back on Pollo, Madrid, we ended up hearing back from the clerks downstairs. It's built under a felony case number because they're saying it's on the petty theft. They're claiming it's an enhancement from an M1 to the F3.
It's not. It's an enhancement from the M2 to an M1.
Do you still want to leave it as the misdemeanor date and then try to have them revote it later?
It's regardless of what they're saying, it's a probable cause for an M2 and that bumps it up. So I don't care how they get there, except for it's a misdemeanor.
If I may, I know this is kind of outside of my
Like, I'm not going to
boundaries.
get in the weeds because we have 97 people.
Understood.
I think I'm pretty clear about
Yes,
my
ma'am.
position on that. All right, so let's go. I know we have our recall. Do we only have our recall left at South County?
That is correct, yes.
All right, I'm going to ask Central County and everybody else. How do we get everybody else on?
Central County Jail, can you disconnect and then I will call you when to reconnect?
Did you have all these other people connected? Whoever all the random people are on there.
Judge, unless I remove every one of them one by one, this is the only way we're gonna be able to.
We're gonna have to do him at the very end because there's.
I was just we're really concerned about the people in the jail. I would defer to the court whether.
Okay,
That's
all right.
what I was concerned about.
All
was
right,
the
so
people in
let's go,
jail.
let's go back to him. All right, sir, can you remind me your name?
Justin Bellamy.
All right, let's go back to Mr. Bellamy. Mr. Bellamy, you are charged with lewd and lascivious exhibition, victim less than 16, possession of obscene material, lewd and lascivious exhibition, another charge of that, person less than 16. Can you pull up the arrest report, please? Or warrant? You're also charged with authority. You're also charged with authority figure, soliciting engagement in sexual conduct with the student, tampering with witness in a first-degree felony. Another charge of authority figure soliciting or engaging in lewd conduct with the student, traveling to meet a minor. And those are your charges. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender for now, Your Honor.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. Let me write it down. Did you see the video recording that was played at this hearing? And do you understand the rights explained in the video recording?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have reviewed the capias, I have reviewed in this case. Can you pull it up, please? Hold on 1 second. I can't read them. I have reviewed the arrest report. I'm sorry, can you go back to the recommendation because it doesn't jive?
So these are all charges.
Got it. All right. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, there are actually 3 affidavits connected to this case. The accused has been through first appearance on 2 of those affidavits previously. My office filed a motion for pretrial detention when he came through first appearance on those prior counts. These counts are connected factually, and they are, as I understand it, from the same case number. With regard to the counts before the court this afternoon, the state is filing an amended motion for pretrial detention on the count of authority figure soliciting lewd conduct with a student.
Those 2 counts of that?
Well, with regard to the L&L exhibition, I'm showing 2 counts of that on the docket. The exhibition, I believe, does not qualify under 907-041. That requires a lewd act or assault. Or, I'm sorry, yeah. And so,
So as I'm looking at the arrest report,
yes, ma'am.
so which count are you asking for your amended motion for pretrial detention? Going off the arrest report.
Lewd conduct by an authority figure upon a student victim under 16 years of age, the second-degree felon.
Hold on 1 second. The lewd and lascivious conduct by person 18 years or older, that one? Because I think we're looking at something, maybe we're looking at something different.
Maybe we need to look at that.
Now,
Yeah, let me see. If you'll leave that up, please. Okay. And you're only asking me to do something regarding the accounts that are before me today, right?
well, as far as holding the accused no bond pending a hearing, yes, ma'am. That is because of the particular way that the statute defines or states the qualifying offenses for pretrial detention and the way the L&L statutes and the sexual activity statutes define their activity.
All right. And still, we're calling things different things. So I'm going off this affidavit. I'm turning my screen so everyone can see it. Which of these are you asking for me to hold them?
I'm pointing for the record, the authority figure soliciting or engaging in lewd conduct with a student under 800.1, oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer, 800.1012C, second degree felony.
And then there's this one up here as well. Are you asking on this one or no? And just for, it's off the arrest report, no, we're gonna stick with the same,
Yeah,
we're all
yes,
talking
ma'am.
about the same, we're all on the same page. That's the 1, 2, third one down.
The lewd conduct by person, this subsection, the 6.
It's a yes or no?
No, ma'am, not seeking on that one.
All
Thank you.
right,
So
there
just
you
the
go.
two authority ones, is that?
I heard
A
one,
single
the authority
with authority.
on the arrest report, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th one down.
Yes, ma'am.
Hopefully these line up with, yep, those line up. Okay, so 6, let's look that up. All right.
And also, if I may, I am requesting that if the court finds this motion to be facially sufficient, that the hearing for this motion be set for tomorrow, because that is when the other counts are set to be before the court and the A2 docket as well.
All right. I have reviewed the amended motion for pretrial detention. I do find it to be legally sufficient, and that is only regarding on the arrest report, the sixth one down, authority figure soliciting, engaging lewd conduct student. Okay, here that goes to the clerk's office. All right, in this case, I do find probable cause for all of the charges, with the exception of that one charge. On that one charge, I am granting the state's motion for pretrial detention, and you will remain no bond at this time. However, there will be a hearing on the state's amended motion for pretrial detention, and there's a hearing to determine whether or not you should stay no bond on that charge. It's set for tomorrow, August the 27th at 1:00 p.m. in the A2 division. As to the remaining charges in this case, I'm going to require pretrial release, GPS electronic monitoring, and house arrest as conditions of pretrial release. Is there anything that anyone wants to tell me about bail?
State request, well, considering the allegation of the relationship between the accused and the two victims, the status of the accused within the school system and his church, and the particulars of the ongoing nature of the contact with both victims, possibly simultaneously, the state is asking for an enhanced bond on the remaining charges. Also, of course, requesting no contact with the victims, as well as no contact with any person under the age of 18.
And when you say enhanced bonds, what specifically are you requesting?
Well, just state is asking for, bear with me, please. showing these are, except, well, the count that was held, that I'm asking to be held no bond is an F2. The others I'm showing are F3s. State's requesting a $30,000 bond for each of those.
All right, in this case, is there anything the defense wants to tell me?
List them after we move on the cases that these are held bonds on.
All right, in this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and house arrest as conditions of pretrial release, along with bail as condition of pretrial release. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. I already mentioned the one count that you're to be held no bond on. On the remaining counts, once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone every day, 7 days a week. I'm also imposing house arrest conditions. However, you may attend your own court hearings, you may attend your own attorney appointments, and you may attend your own medical appointments. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you are prohibited from having any contact with the victims in this case. You may not contact the victims directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victims in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their residences, their vehicles, their places of employment, and their schools at all times. Additionally, you're prohibited from having any contact with any minors, which are, people under the age of 18. 22A. You also must stay at least 500 feet away from schools, childcare facilities, parks, playgrounds, and libraries at all times. You may not possess, access, or use any computer or any other electronic device with internet or intranet capabilities. Your bond is set on the lewd lascivious exhibition charge, the first charge. Your bond is set at $30,000. As to the possession of obscene material, your bond is set at $250. As to the, let me make sure this is our, let me check. As to the third charge, your bond is set at $30,000. And your bond, with the exception of the traveling to meet minor, on that traveling to meet minor charge, your bond is set at $5,000. But on all the other remaining charges, with the exception of the one I mentioned for no bond, your bond is $30,000 on each count. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 22nd at 8:15 a.m. And I already mentioned the hearing for tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Bellamy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we are going to take a very quick recess. We've been at it for a while. I'm going to give everybody a restroom break for just a minute, okay?
All rise, please. You may be seated.
conclude, I would like to thank the members of the board for giving me this opportunity.
Okay.
Good to go? Yes, thank you. All right. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Morning, my name is Foster Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons. All board members are present this morning. If I state your names on the record, certify that I have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Morning, Alex Sarkoff.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and MA number for the record.
Yes, Samuel Tomlinson, 445-939.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Samuel Tomlinson, MA number 445-939. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, execution suspended after 3 years, 6 months, followed by 2 years probation for violation of probation with the underlying offense assault second with motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 6, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, new thoughts, he currently has a gender job. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Is it my turn? So I've never gone through this. I didn't hear him. Is it my turn to speak?
Sir, would you like to make an opening statement on why you believe you deserve parole?
Yes, actually, is it okay if I wrote something? I've never gone through this, so I wrote something. Is it okay to share that?
Yes, sir.
Well, first and foremost, I would like to thank you guys for this opportunity. Throughout my incarceration, I have taken this opportunity to better myself and take accountability. By utilizing the positive programs that you listed, Tier 2, New Thoughts, 7-day work program, Moving Forward, Personal Growth, Trauma, and 3 semesters of the college program. I've taken this opportunity to change my way of thinking, and I came to harsh realization that no crime is truly victimless. That no crime is truly victimless, as society is always a victim. And I would like to send my sincerest apologies to all parties who I've harmed, including my family and families that I've learned that are incarcerated with us through this time. I've structured a re-entry consisting of 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, and 3-year program for myself and where I will be. If I do get granted parole, I have a job interview down the street from my house with doing marble and granite, which is my passion and my career. I'm sure that I will never be a friend, as previously I was not prepared for life, and prison has given me some necessary skills to be prepared for society. I would like to also let the board know that I took voluntary programming to address my trauma and completed the personal growth and moving forward, which is a great help. Trauma and mental health groups. And to conclude, I would like to thank the members of the board for giving me this opportunity to explain why I should be granted parole. I humbly thank you for this time that you've given me, as time is truly precious, and I will never take time for granted because you cannot get time back. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you for your opening statement, Mr. Tomlinson.
Thank
So
you.
what's gonna happen today is that we're gonna take turns asking questions.
Okay.
When we're done with the questions, we're gonna talk about your case, deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. My colleague, panel member Chance, is gonna start with the questions this morning.
Yes, so Mr. Tomlinson, I certainly appreciate you taking the time to write your opening statement.
Thank you.
I want to go back and ask you about a few things that you mentioned on the record. Because you were on probation and was transferred to another state.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? So in your opening statement, you said that you were not prepared for life.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I was making poor accountability and choices, and I wasn't just taking accountability for myself. I didn't have the right stepping stones that I've needed where I've rehabilitated myself. So you have to really stop and think.
So let me stop you right there.
Yep.
You were on probation,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What were your probation instructions that you were to follow?
When I was down south, I believe it was, no drinking, no using motor vehicles of sorts, and just following up with probation, excuse me, and coming and doing what I had to.
So, how did you violate your probation?
I was on a dirt bike, a motorcycle, and I ran from the cops on a dirt bike, unfortunately. I just made a poor decision, and I wasn't thinking at the time, unfortunately.
Why weren't you thinking?
Due to personal stuff where I didn't take the time to contemplate what was going on in my life. I had a personal issue going on, and unfortunately, I got on my dirt bike without thinking.
And then you engage in police pursuit.
Correct. I did not stop for the police. Correct.
So how old are you, Mr. Tomlinson?
I'm about to be 31 years old now, ma'am, in the next couple weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
So since your last incarceration and now, how
Yes.
have you changed?
Well, I've learned that you can't control all things, but I can control myself, and I've learned because, in life, you got it in the stages of change. There's pre-contemplation, contemplation, action, maintenance, and change. And like I said, right now I'm in the change state of my life. I stop before I react. I've taken time to work and go to school to kind of restructure the way my brain thinks. I don't think, unfortunately, men don't mature that fast, and I feel as if I've matured since I've been in here for this amount of time. I've taken the time to restructure myself and kind of rethink about life, if that makes sense.
Okay. So you've taken the tier 2 and new thoughts.
Yes.
Did you
great
take
program.
tier 2 before?
No, I have not. I've never taken tier 2 before. This is my first parole bid and my first time being in prison up in Connecticut, ma'am.
And so is being in prison in Connecticut different than where you were in prison before?
Absolutely, ma'am. The programs we have, the structure that we have, the routines that we have, the schooling that we provide, Connecticut is a better off state from where I was at. It's kind of more of a free for all down south, and there's no restructure per se where I was at for 9 months.
At age 30, almost 31, you feel you need structure.
I did because due to some traumas in my life, I did not have good role models, and I have to be my own human, and I had to learn to be my own role model. So to not learn from bad actions from before and to kind of take the plate, I'm the only male left in my family, and I want to be that example for my family, my grandmother, my mother, my nieces and nephews. So yes, unfortunately, it took me till I was about 30 and 31 to mature, unfortunately.
Yeah. So one of your charges, when you were on probation, your underlying charge was the assault second with a motor vehicle.
Yes, yes,
Why do
ma'am.
you think speeding on a dirt bike was different than speeding in a car?
There's no right answer to that. I just made a poor decision. I was just out in West Virginia and everybody's on four-wheelers. And like I said, I was going through something that day, and instead of stopping and using my resources or my support group, I made a bad decision, and I take accountability for that.
Who did you have for support down in West Virginia? Because you asked to be paroled down there.
Right. So I had, after my father died, my father had a heart attack. He passed away in my arms. So I had my mother who was moving down there, and then I had my grandfather and my grandmother. Now my grandfather just passed away. So my support system,
Okay. So you asked for the transfer because your mother was there, your grandmother was there, and your grandfather.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got there?
Well, what happened was, I went down there, so I do marble and granite. I had a job lined up, for marble and granite. When I went down there, the man was kind of unstructured. He wasn't where we were at in the company compared to up here. So when I started working for him, it wasn't reliable. So then I got a job at McDonald's. I met a woman. We were supposed to have a kid together. Unfortunately, we lost that kid, and I did not use it's not an excuse. I just did not use the right skills that I have now to stop and think and evaluate the situation. So I just, I took the dirt bike out not thinking, and that's what happened.
So if I get this right, you go down there, you didn't stay in the job that you told probation that you had down there. So you took a job at McDonald's.
Yes, I went to a
Met a
more
young
secure job.
lady, and you decided you were gonna settle down with her,
Yes,
and then she got pregnant and lost the baby,
she lost the baby. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
and you went crazy.
Yeah, I just, I just didn't think. And I thought that taking the dirt bike out would maybe clear my mind, and I just wasn't thinking. And I take accountability for that, like I said.
Mr. Tomlinson, I don't understand why taking a dirt bike out and speeding on the road was gonna make you think differently in a positive way, other than going somewhere and sitting down and thinking through things.
Right, yes, ma'am. I understand.
So where is the young lady now?
The young lady is in West Virginia. We've part ways, and she's doing fine. And she has 2 adopted children, but I haven't talked to her in a little while, a couple of years.
So now you want to stay with a friend in Medford?
Yes, this is it's kind of considered my stepmom. She's worked for Yale for 30 years. She's a great support system. She's been through hell and back for me and my mother, and she's truly a good support system. I consider her a second mother. She does a lot for me and my mom.
Who else in Connecticut do you have for support?
I also have our next door neighbors down, which is Tara and Tony Dalvecchio. So they're pretty much my aunt and uncle, and they've been there through me after I lost my father. They've been my main support group as well. I also have my uncle Mike, who lives in Bethany, and he's the one helping me get my job for if I were to get granted parole. He's the one. He has a marble and granite company down the street. So
why did you want to go to West Virginia before?
Just because that's my mother. My mother lost her house up here and went back home to her mom and dad. And, my mother, out of all my brothers and sisters, she doesn't have any support. I'm the only one to help my mother. So I went down there to be with her. And unfortunately, it led to me making a bad decision.
Well, it sounds like you made quite a few bad decisions.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So now you're going to stay in Connecticut.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me what your release plan is besides going to stay with your stepmother.
So my release plan is, like I said, my uncle's granite shop he used to own is down the street from where I live, and I don't get on motor vehicles. I have to walk. So in the good part of that is it's only a 10-15 minute walk, and then my work would only be 5 minutes from parole and probation. So I love marble and granite.
Where is the work? Where would you be working?
Right in Milford. So it's down the street from the house I would be going to, and it's only 5 minutes from probation. So that kind of sets me up for success because I don't have to rely on transportation. It's also in the career. I do marble and granite my whole life, the countertops. It's what I love to do.
So it's the granite business that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you have experience?
Yes, me and my father, I have about 15 years experience, and unfortunately before my father passed, he had 30 years experience, but when he passed away due to probate, there was no will and life insurance, so we lost our company and had to start over.
Well, So What do you think will pose a challenge for you if you go back in the community in Connecticut?
One thing that would have been a challenge, which is probably losing loved ones. My grandmother's getting a little bit older. I lost my grandfather when I was in here.
But they're all in West Virginia.
Yeah, but they're moving back up to Connecticut. They're looking for houses. They should be moving back up here.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So just pretty much, I think, is dealing with loss because I've had so much loss in my life. But since I've taken this time to sit down for this year and a half and a little bit more time, I've learned that you live life forwards, but you understand it backwards. So unfortunately, losing people is a part of life. And I hope there is more to this, and I believe in my higher power, but it's really just because I think I'm so attached to my loved ones. That would be the biggest challenge for me. Would be soon my grandmother is older, she has dementia, and eventually, you know, she might pass away.
So everyone experienced death in their family, Mr. Tomlinson. Have you figured out how you're going to deal with that loss?
Yes, use my support groups, stopping and thinking, and instead of reacting, if I do react, taking that time to maybe appreciate that person, doing something and remember that person, not reacting and outreacting without thinking before I react due to my actions, you know. So taking the accountability time to appreciate that person, and it's just time to grow up, you know. I'm sorry that took me 30 years, but it's just time to grow up.
So you have a drug score of 4, and I know you had problems with alcohol and cocaine.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is your relapse prevention plan for that?
Oh, I have, before I came in here, I went to a great rehab program. I went to Lebanon Pines. And before that.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah,
but I need to know.
So my relapse prevention is, I went to an outpatient program, and my counselor at Cornell Scott, Jessica, one of my favorite counselors I ever worked with. She's a very good counselor. So any prevention is to go talk to her, maybe start therapy.
Where is she at the Cornell Scott program?
So a year and a half ago, their building was in West Haven, but I think they moved to New Haven. So my plan is to regroup with her when I get out and do therapy and stuff again with her and have her around.
I would think you need a little bit more than therapy, Mr. Tomlinson.
Okay, no problem, ma'am.
So what about NAA meetings, 12-step sponsor, all of that?
So what was the last part? I didn't hear you.
Sponsor.
Yeah, whatever I could do to work. If that's something that I need to do, I have no problem. If you guys recommend that, yeah.
Have you ever heard of CCAR?
I have heard of CCAR. Is that kind of, I've heard a little bit through that here. Is that where you can go to, it's a program, but you can also be a mentor and share a story?
First of all, even before you get to be a mentor, Mr. Tomlinson,
yes, ma'am.
The CCAR program is one that can assist you with probably finding a mentor that is going to help you to live a sober life in a sober community.
Okay.
Then you can go on to do some of the other things that they have. But it would seem to me that that would be a high priority for you with this high drug score.
Well, I would love to give it a shot. It sounds like a good program.
So you need to do a little more research on your relapse prevention plan before you leave there. Okay? And what about NA&A meetings?
Sure, no problem, man.
Have you ever attended them before?
I have before, and due to my father's reputation in our town, I kind of had just a couple bad personal experiences, but does that not mean that I won't give it another shot, you know?
What do you mean bad experiences?
Just unfortunately, my father carried out a bad reputation, and that kind of followed us in our town with it's more of my father's reputation when he was alive. He made some bad decisions, and unfortunately, sometimes that reflects on the air. That's all. But doesn't mean that I'm very open to giving it another shot.
There are many places that you can go to meetings, Mr. Robbins. You are not your father.
Right.
Unless you mimic his behavior. So if you're an individual person, you need to set your own goals so that you're not placed in the same category as your father.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions, and I wish you the best of luck, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Thomas, I only have just a couple questions. So I see that you're on a dean's list in college, but I didn't hear you talk. I didn't really hear you talk about any of that in your release plan. Do you have any plans to continue that?
Yes, so what I would love to do, depending on transportation when I get out, of course, I need to start working to pay bills, but then I'd love to go to night school. So after I do my normal 9 to 5, I would love to finish getting my business administration degree, because that's what I do is in business. So I love the Pell program. It was great. I loved it.
Okay. I mean, you could probably do that online. It's something you can research and do at home maybe, but people that engage in higher education have lower recidivism rates. I encourage you, you've already started this. I encourage you to keep working on that.
I would love to.
And then the other thing, I want to make sure that you understand, I want you to acknowledge to me that you understand if we say you can't drive a vehicle, that includes dirt bikes, mopeds, cars, trucks. You understand it's any vehicle? Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. 110%. That's why
the dirt bike is not any different than the car. You know what I mean? It can be just as dangerous.
Yes, sir, I understand. And that's why I've kind of set up where I will be going home, and parole and work is all in walking distance. I've kind of set myself up so there's no temptation, and that I can have no problem accessing probation, parole, and work.
Yeah. I mean, at some point you could work on getting your license back, and then you could clear that up with the parole or probation officer, whoever, and, show people that, demonstrate that you're a safe driver or whatever, and they can make a decision at that time. But for now, if you are granted parole, or even while you're on probation, they may say it, you're not going to be able to drive. So that includes, don't think about buying a moped or some other vehicle that you're going to drive down the street to work. Get a ride, use your feet, whatever you got to do, because that's going to get you jammed up like before,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have. Panel Member Sarkoff, do you have any questions?
I did not. Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty, Mr. Tomlinson, we're done with the questions. We're going to talk about your case now. You can listen during this time, but please do not interrupt, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Panel Member Chance.
Mr. Thomas was on probation and actually transferred to West Virginia. It's obvious it didn't work out down there. As he indicated, he didn't start the job that he went down there for. So he worked at McDonald's, met some woman, he got pregnant, lost a baby, and he lost it and went off on driving a dirt bike, and then put the police on chase. But he's here today, and he has completed Clear 2 New Thoughts and has a janitor job and has completed some college. He wants to go to his stepmother. He has some support from his uncle, who has some kind of masonry business, which he's very familiar with. And so he does have some support. He also indicated that his grandparents are moving back up, so he will have additional support. So Mr. Tomlinson sounds good today. So I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt. He did acknowledge his 4 choices and wants to move on, but seemed to have done pretty well. So I'm in favor of granting discretionary parole today with no alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, and no driving without appeals permission. And I believe we did confirm with his stepmother. So.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a letter from her included.
Right, so,
So, okay, good. Yeah, I feel the same way. The only thing I add is that he spoke about today, and I read that during his time, he has engaged in some mental health treatment. The facility seems to have helped him.
right, so it's on.
Yeah. So there was a victim in this assault second with the motor vehicle. I don't know if we need to do anything. It doesn't sound like he knew the person before that.
He did not,
And it was 7 years ago.
yeah.
Almost, right? Yeah. What do you think? Yeah, okay, so we'll just focus on no alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, and no operation of the motor vehicle. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. So, how do you feel about this, Pam? Great. Okay. So in regards to Samuel Tomlinson, inmate number 445939, I'm gonna make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, August 26, 2026. The following conditions in addition to standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Tomlinson, you've been granted discretionary parole.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, you guys. Thank you very much. You guys have a good day. Okay, thank you.
Sure, what's the last name?
Vaughn?
Oh. 14, last one. Ready to go.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. Morning, my name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. This is a hearing at the Connecticut Board of Pardons. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certifying they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning, Troy Chance.
Good morning, Alex Zakov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Lawrence Vaughn, 402-812.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Lawrence Vaughn, inmate number 402-812. He is serving a sentence of 3 years, 6 months for larceny third, 6 counts burglary third, assault third. As of today, records reflect a full eligibility date of February 24th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Any thoughts? Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a very high range of risk of recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, number one, I wanted to say I take accountability for everything I've done and all the people I've hurt, which I totally regret. I don't feel like anything I did was a smart move. Today, I feel like I should be granted parole because I know I need help, and if given help, I would utilize all the resources.
Okay, Mr. Vaughn, is there anything else that you wanted to say? We're going to have some questions for you. So, during the time we ask the questions, a lot of the things that you might want to say could come out. And then if at the end of the hearing, there's something else you want to add, I'll give you that opportunity. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, thank you for taking accountability and acknowledging the harm that you've caused. I appreciate you doing that without us having to tell you. So I think that's, a positive way to start with this hearing, okay?
Yes, sir.
So what's gonna happen today is that we're gonna take turns asking questions. When we're done with that, we'll talk about your case and we'll give you an answer today. I'm gonna start with the questions, this morning, okay?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you start by telling me what you learned about yourself during this time you've been in prison?
Well, I can't lie. This whole prison bit has been really hard on me. And I learned that I was easily influenced by my feelings. So say if I was sad, I would go along with that feeling and I'll try to numb my pain by getting high or something. And I learned that I don't want to be that way anymore. And I learned that I'm stronger than that.
That's pretty good insight into what's going on,
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about these burglaries. Why were you committing all these burglaries?
Like I said, again, I can't lie, so.
Yeah.
Drug habit.
So you were just stealing to sell things for money so that you could buy drugs?
Exactly.
Baking soda, I got baking soda.
You have family that you stay in touch with?
I keep in touch with my sister and my nieces.
Okay. When was the last time you talked to your sister?
Earlier this week.
Did she say she was going to watch this hearing or not?
She works 2 jobs.
Okay, good. Does she live in Connecticut?
Yes.
Alrighty. So if you get out on parole or you go to NSNs, is she someone that can help you?
Well, if I get out on parole, I really would like to go to a halfway house.
Okay.
She's not. She's only there for emotional support.
Okay. Well, it's nice you have her at least to talk to,
Yeah.
I read that you completed the New Thoughts program. Can you tell us what you learned in that program?
I learned there's always a different choice to make than your first choice. You can sit back and take a few seconds before you make your initial choice. And I learned that your first thought isn't always the best thought. If you sit back and take a couple of, even a minute, 30 seconds, your second choice will be a better choice if you think.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Why haven't you been able to use that kind of thinking to avoid some disciplinary reports?
Oh, all my disciplinary reports are my fault. I can't blame that on nobody. Part of it was getting involved with the wrong people in the prison community, getting high. I did face a loss in prison, but I'm not going to use that. I don't think I was ready for prison. I didn't have a positive institutional adjustment at all whatsoever. I wasn't ready to be in prison. I didn't know how to accept being in prison. I kind of tried to escape as much as I could.
If you were in prison and you were being around the wrong people and getting high, what's going to happen when you get out?
Well,
are you concerned about that?
Smoke weed every day.
Not really.
You think that you'll be around the wrong people in prison and get high, but when you get out, you won't be around the wrong people and get high?
Well, this whole year, I've actually switched everything up. I've actually taken everything I've learned from programs, from good staff members.
Yeah.
I've taken everything I've learned and applied it to myself.
I do see since November of 2025, which really isn't, it's not even a year yet, but you have strung, 9 or 10 months together here without any problems, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's challenging for me because I would like to have seen a longer period.
I understand.
Yeah, a longer period of good behavior, but I mean, you do sound good today, and I do read in the documents that over the last 10 months or so, you have, appears to have changed your behavior. I mean, and that's good because you're coming up to the end here, you know what I mean? And you need to be prepared for what's gonna happen on the outside. If you go back out and you're hanging around with the wrong people and getting high, you know what's you're just gonna come right back, you know what I mean?
I totally understand that. And that's
Yeah,
my,
and I mean,
my
it
goal-
sounds
my
like you don't
goal.
like it. It sounds like you don't like it in prison. You didn't adjust well. I mean, it's not gonna be any easier when you come back, you know?
My goal is to not come back.
Okay. One of your disciplinary reports was actually resulted in a conviction for an assault third. You picked up another conviction while you're in prison, right?
Yeah, I can totally explain that, which I was out of my mind. I smoked something. I don't know what it was, but I don't remember even doing what I did, but I take accountability for what I did.
So how do you think you're going to be able to stay sober when you're out in the community? Explain it to me. What's your plan?
My plan is to stay active all the time. Working, gym. I have a lot of energy, so mainly working and gym and seeing my family, my nieces.
Were you working before and going to the gym when you were out?
No.
What about in the facility? Were you working in a facility?
That's what I do now. I go to the gym every day, and whether I'm on the books or not, I volunteer every night.
Okay, and that helps you to refrain from using drugs?
Well, to be honest about the drug use, I'm kind of totally disgusted with my behavior, so I don't even want to use drugs ever again. I don't have the urge to. I'm just like over it, the drug use. It's not a part of me anymore. I believe I feel like I grew out of it.
Well, I hope for your sake that that's the case, you know? I don't know if that's a real thing that you can just, you know, grow out of drugs. People usually attend therapy and programs to try to find techniques for when those urges come, you know what I mean, that you can deal with it. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I've had urges, but just seeing my past behavior, like I said, I've been disgusted by my own behavior. So just like, yeah, I'm good. I don't want to be a part of it.
Okay, Mr. Vaughn, thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have today. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, panel member Sarkoff.
Mr. Vaughn, you were in tier 2 at one point, right?
I was referred to tier 2, but yeah, I was in tier 2.
And what happened?
I refused to do it. I was around people that were just like passing drugs, and I just didn't want to do it. I was at a point of healing where I didn't really feel I could be around those type of people.
What kind of people?
The people in the group, they weren't taking it serious. When I was referred to tier 2, they weren't taking that group serious at all whatsoever, and they were just doing anything in the group. So I went to mental health, got the paperwork I needed, and I worked on it there myself.
Okay. You feel like you have what you need as you head into the community to address those issues?
I definitely do.
Just by staying active and nothing really else? Nothing else?
Staying active. That really helps me, staying active.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, panel member Chance, do you have any questions?
Absolutely. So, Mr. Vaughn, when you were in the community, K2 was one of your drugs, right?
Yes.
So you know what happened when you smoke K2. And you're in the facility and last November, you smoked Okay, what you thought was K2, and then you claimed you blacked out, but that was when you were charged with the assault third. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When were you referred to Tier 2?
This year,
What part of this year?
yeah, I went to tier 2 this year. I went to 2 groups, 2 to 3 groups, and it just wasn't
What
for.
month in this year?
Huh?
What
What?
month in this year?
April or May, I believe.
And you didn't like the groups because?
Like I said, I was surrounded by certain people in the groups that would be like bringing drugs to the group, and they weren't taking it serious. So I went to my mental health provider and I asked her for the paperwork and techniques and coping mechanisms I would need instead of going to that group and being surrounded by those people.
So what's gonna happen when you go back in the community?
You can get me a job and I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna stay active.
So you committed all those burglaries because you had an addiction to drugs.
At the time, I was homeless
But
too.
here you are, you were referred to Tier 2 and you didn't choose to go because you said there were other people using
In the group as well, yes.
in the group. And you have proof of that because,
This is what I saw. These are the things I saw.
okay. And this was after you stopped using.
After what? Yeah, I stopped using a long time ago.
You mean after you got the 2 intox ticket last November?
When I what? I can't hear you. Can you repeat that, please?
You said you last used a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I'm referring to the long time ago as last November.
Last November.
Yeah, November 2025.
That's not the last time I used, but it was before then. I got into it with my cellmate, and there was something in the cell that I got blamed for, but I'll take accountability of it.
So you have also indicated to the parole officer during the interview that you might go back to obtaining a medical marijuana card. Is that something that you intend to do?
No, I told the parole officer I used to have a medical marijuana card. I really don't care for any substance currently. I don't care for it. I really just want to start my life.
So what I read was that you said you may continue to smoke marijuana because it helps with your PTSD.
Smoke weed every day.
That is true.
That's what you said.
I know.
And you said that if you're having a problem in the community, you will call on your nieces. How old are your nieces?
My nieces are 31, 29, 14, and 11.
Okay. So which ones are you gonna call on?
I have all of their numbers. I call them all. I call them every day.
And what are they gonna do for you that's gonna help you?
Oh, I talk to them a lot. They talk about just the fact that I'm talking to my nieces help me.
In what way?
Just knowing that somebody relies on me to be a good influence.
And you think you're a good influence?
When I'm in the free world, yes, I do.
So for a young person, Mr. Vaughn, you have an extensive criminal history. Okay? And you have not done well on past community releases. What's going to be different this time?
I have to take it fully seriously. I will take it fully seriously. And I will use all the resources that I'm given to become successful.
So, looking at your release plan, you want to go to a halfway house. You're gonna get a landscaping job.
Yeah,
Okay,
I like to stay
you're gonna
busy.
work and save your money and buy a truck.
Yep.
You may continue to smoke marijuana because it helps with PTSD. And you're gonna call your niece when you're in a bad way.
Smoke
Can
weed
you
every
describe
day.
what a bad way is?
Damn, son,
Well,
where'd you
that
find
way is
this?
just being annoyed sometimes, certain circumstances. A bad way could be I don't even know how to explain it. I just know I call my nieces every day and they lighten my mood. Sometimes I believe I have like mood swings. I have highs and lows. I get depressed and I'm super happy for no reason, but then I'm sometimes depressed. I'll call them when I'm in that depressed state.
But you've indicated that you are, you have access to mental health treatment and that's what you're doing. So shouldn't that be helping?
Well, yeah, mentally, but I still have highs and lows. It's not like anger. I just get depressed. I have a lot of happiness, excitement, and then sometimes I'll be in my bed all day. And people are asking what's wrong with you, but I know that I'm like having a low moment. I'm just depressed a little bit.
So, Mr. Vaughn, I also read where, at the age of 19, you had a daughter.
Yeah,
She died.
yeah.
So I am sorry for your loss. I do think that you might need to seek some grief counseling for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Actually,
Just
I wanted
talking to you today, Mr. Vaughn, I don't see how I can support you going out in the community because it seems to me that you still have a few unresolved issues that you need to address. Okay?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions and hearing. Nice to hear.
Okay, thank you very much, panel member Chance. So, Mr. Vaughn, we're going to talk about your case now and deliberate. We'll give you an answer shortly. During this time, you can listen, sir, but please do not interrupt, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Vaughn appears to be 33 years old according to my documents. He's here for a number of burglary and larceny charges and picked up an assault third on a correction officer, it looks like, while he was in a facility. He says that he doesn't recall that. He was intoxicated at the time, thought he was smoking K2, but it could have been anything, He rates very high for his risk to recidivate. Several intox tickets since he's been in. He's got 19 disciplinary reports altogether. Has not completed the addiction services program. He was removed from Tier 2 in May of 2026. He explained that to us today. He didn't feel comfortable that people were doing drugs. And according to him, they weren't really ready for the program like he was. He's not been successful in any of his prior 3 attempts at community release in the past, so that doesn't bode well for him. Some good things I did hear from him in his opening statement. He took accountability for everything he's done and all the people that he's harmed. He did acknowledge that on his own without having to be, prompted. He also said that he knows that he needs help and that when he's out in the community, he's going to utilize all the resources that are available to him to be successful. Talked about the support he has from his family. I did read in some of the documents that he wants to be involved in church too when he gets out. But for purposes of discretionary parole for today, I don't find him suitable. based on, for institutional adjustment for the 19 disciplinary reports. I think there's just an inadequate level of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation. And his release plan to just work and stay busy to deal with his drug addiction that really led to these crimes. For me, that's not enough. So inadequate release plan. I had those 4 reasons. You know, he has a flat sentence. I wish there was some way that we could help him out with some supervision here, but I don't find him suitable at this point. And he could use the remaining time until November to keep working on himself. You know, I do think he's heading in the right positive direction. He's gone, you know, he's had a lot of tickets, a lot of problems, but to his credit, he's gone from November of 2025 all the way until now without a ticket.
Yep.
So I think for him, for his record, I think he's on a pretty good run here. And if he can continue that all the way until November when he releases and use the support from his family that he says he has, go to church and do the things he says, I think he could be successful when he's released at the end of the sentence. You know, I believe that if he continues on this path, you know, if he starts getting more disciplinary reports, you know, I don't know what's going to happen when he gets out, you know? So what do you think, Pillar and Sarko?
I agree with everything you've stated. Also agree with, the positives that you pointed out.
Yeah.
It has been almost 2 years since the violent disciplinary report, assault, new conviction they received for assault. So, no tickets since November last year. Hopefully he's figured it out as he's heading into the community. But I agree with you. Discretionary parole, it's been out.
Okay. Panel member Chance?
I think Mr. Vaughn may have to put a little bit more thought in the mental health treatment that he's receiving, because saying he has ups and downs and is on meds and in treatment is concerning, because it means that he hasn't totally addressed all the internal stuff that's going on with him. That's my reason for bringing the fact that, when he was young, he lost his daughter.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's recovered from that.
Yeah, it's very traumatic.
Yes, and so I think he needs to do some more work there.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, you're okay with these reasons that I said? Okay. In regards to Lawrence Vaughn, inmate number 402812, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on poor institutional adjustment, inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate release plan. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Vaughn, I hope you listened to all the things that we had to say, because although we denied you discretionary parole today, we do recognize that, since November of last year until now, you're on a good path, and don't let this, you're just not ready for discretionary parole by our standards. Don't let this interfere with your rehabilitation. You know what I mean? You only have a couple months to go, and the last thing you want to do is make any mistakes or missteps now, and then when you get out, you come right back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't plan for that to happen.
All right. Yeah, you sound good. I mean, you sound good. The crazy things I read about in these disciplinary reports doesn't sound like the person that I'm hearing from today,
Yeah. Yes.
So we wish you the best of luck, sir, but for discretionary parole for today, it's unfortunately a denial, okay?
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hearing for Lawrence Vaughn, inmate number 402812.
Morning.
Sir, what's your last name?
Basso.
3.
Christopher, that Christopher.
No, Andrew, number 3.
Oh, Basso.
Yeah.
We good to go, Mr. Bessa?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Bessa, we're going to go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardon People. Board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information preparation for this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning, George Chance.
Morning, Alex. Sarko.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Andrew Basso, 450-626.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Andrew Basso, inmate number 450-626. He is serving a sentence of 9 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for sale of controlled substance, non-narcotic hallucinogen, and operation of a drug factory. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 10, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed to show the offender has completed the following programs. None. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I believe I should be granted parole because this is my first time ever being incarcerated, and I feel like a completely different person than when I committed these crimes. And I would hope that I could get an opportunity to prove that. I'm not a risk to the public at all. I have a really good support network. I haven't gotten in trouble the whole time I've been incarcerated. Yeah, I'm ashamed of what I did, and I'd really like an opportunity to prove that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Basso, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that the three of us are going to take turns asking you questions. And we're done with that. We're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and we'll give you an answer today.
Okay, thank you.
My colleague, panel member Sarkoff, is going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Basso.
Morning.
It's a Basso. How do you pronounce it?
Basso.
So you mentioned you feel like a different person today. Can you tell us how you've changed over time?
Yeah, so at the time that I was committing these crimes, I was addicted to cocaine very heavily. I was in like almost a constant state of psychosis. I had to be hospitalized one time. I completely shattered ties with my family. Like I was basically a shell of a human being. And since I've been locked up, I feel like it honestly saved my life. The last time I've used any sort of recreational drug was the first day I had that police interaction, which was October 23rd, 2024. I just, over time, I processed so much emotional stuff that I wasn't facing. I've gotten healthy. I've been eating better, exercising. I've reconnected with my family and friends. And I look back and it's like remembering someone else's life when I look back at the time period when I got arrested. Yeah.
That all sounds very positive.
Yeah, no, despite my circumstances, I'd say I'm doing the best I've ever done probably in my life, like mentally. So.
Is this your longest period of sobriety?
Yeah, for sure. So since I was probably 16.
Were you selling drugs to support your habit?
Yeah, I was. I got fired shortly before all this transpired. I just went and bought a lot of large quantities. I just basically became a drug dealer overnight with my savings from the job that I lost.
You just got sentenced in April, right?
Correct. Yeah.
You haven't had a chance to complete any programs.
So they just put me in both of my programs a month ago. I'm just about done with them now. I think there's another week or two. I'm in tier 2 in Voices.
So you're going to be done with tier 2 and Voices in September?
Yeah, the first week of September. I'm set to be done with both of them.
What are you getting from tier 2?
Tier 2, it's honestly a lot of repeat information that I've learned before, but it's really just covering like the effect that addiction has on your loved ones and friends and family, mostly, it seems like. Unfortunately, I've been through all that firsthand, and so it's something I've kind of been thinking about the last year and a half that I've been locked up. So,
What is your relapse prevention plan in the community?
I plan on being in some sort of rehab, like outpatient rehab facility, and I want to go back to private therapy. I had a good therapist that I was working with for a few years before I got locked up, and I'm hoping that she still has openings. I had a good repertoire with her.
You mentioned rehab. Are you talking about inpatient or outpatient?
No, an outpatient. So it's something that I can balance with a job, hopefully. But
Okay, and your plans for employment?
I don't have a job lined up yet, but that's the first thing on my to-do list, if I were to be in the world. But,
What are your thoughts? What are you thinking so far for a job?
I really like working with my hands, doing trade type work. The past like 4 years before I got arrested, I was doing metal fabrication. So I was hoping to use that experience and look into something similar to that.
And you're going to your parents' home, right?
Yeah, correct. Correct.
Yeah, I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you for answering them. Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Chance, have any questions?
So, Mr. Basso, I'm going to tell you what my concern is. I realize that you're in tier 2, but you have a drug score of 5, which is the highest you can have in DOC. And, you know, I heard you say for relapse, you're going to attend outpatient and do a private therapist. But for me, I need more than that. The drugs you were using were pretty serious drugs, and you were using a whole ton of it. So I appreciate the fact that you're in tier 2, wish you were doing another tier program with, you know, aftercare. Have you ever participated in an outpatient program in the community before, or attend NA or A meetings or any of that?
No, I have not before, but I would be willing to do anything that parole wanted of me.
Yeah. For me, I would like to see you complete the tier 2 and Voices program and develop a better relapse prevention plan.
Okay.
So I would not be in favor of a grant today because I would like to see you do some research and spend some time on coming up with a really good relapse prevention plan.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Basso, so you have no criminal history, right? It's the first time you were convicted of anything in your first time in prison?
Correct.
Okay, and it's been almost 2 years since you used cocaine last?
Correct, yes.
In another 2 months. And you finished tier 2, my records indicate September 1st, and then Voice is September 7th, that's next week.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Have you participated in the MAT program at all? Have you done any medical assisted treatment?
Yeah, I gave that a try when I was on bond at Hartford. That wasn't for me. I ended up quickly discontinuing that.
Okay. Did they do counseling as part of that? Did you?
Yeah, I did find the counseling helpful.
Okay.
When I stopped with the MAT treatment, I tried to stay on the group therapy.
Okay.
But yeah, the medication was not for me.
But I was more focused on the group therapy part of it, that you participated in group therapy for substance abuse through the MAT program, and that was helpful.
Yes, correct.
Alrighty. See if there's any other questions I have. What about employment leads? Do you have any leads right now? Any ideas?
I have a few people that I can ask, connections for my old job, but I don't have anything definite. But I do have a lot of strong connections, a lot of friends that have jobs, and
okay.
Yeah, I'm a little worried just because this will be my first time trying to get a job as a felon, but I'm not too worried, especially with the type of work that I do. Seems like they don't seem to.
Yeah. So if you start having trouble at all, I mean, whenever it is that you're released, you know, they have reentry centers around the state that help people in your situation, because it can be difficult sometimes when people hear what's going on with you. You know what I mean? Some people don't want to take a chance, but there are certain employers that do. And the reentry centers know those places, and they could kind of help direct you. So if you do have trouble using your resources with your family and stuff, I would definitely reach out to a reentry center, tell them what's going on, and that maybe they could help you. Point you in the right direction of a business that's open to someone in your position, you know?
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'll look into that. Thank you.
Ready. Well, that's all I have, Mr. Basso. So we're going to talk about your case now and deliberate, and then we'll come back and give you an answer. During the time we're talking, please do not interrupt, okay? You can listen.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sarko.
Sure. Mr. Basso is here on 2 drug-related convictions. He had no criminal history. This is his first 2 felony convictions and his first incarceration. He's 26 years old today and 24 at the time his offenses. During his incarceration, he received no disciplinary reports. He is in tier 2, about to finish addiction services program and the voices program. He has a sponsor in the community. He's going to his parents' home, and he has some thoughts about continuing treatment and therapy. I would like to give him an opportunity in the community to support the discretionary parole.
Thank you. Councilmember Chance.
So I know this is Mr. Basso's first incarceration, but his drug score is very high. They're pretty serious drugs that he was using, and he was operating a drug factory. And so for me, and he does not have a possible employment option right now. So I would like to see him complete the tier 2 and voices and develop a relapse prevention plan. So I had him with a deny and re-clear for January or February next year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, he rates moderate for risk of recidivate. His opening statement, he says he feels like a completely different person from when he committed these crimes. Talked about using so much cocaine at the time he was basically in psychosis, going to the hospital. He did mention he was ashamed at what he's done in the past, and specifically said that he's not a risk to the community. I don't see any violence or any kind of indication of that, either through his record or through disciplinary reports at all. It's been approved for a halfway house by DOC already. He's probably going to be done with tier 2 by the time they, process his paperwork to get out, because it's so close to the date. And he has no criminal history, so I would be in favor of granting his discretionary parole. I do understand, a chance your position on this, and I agree that his release plan could be stronger for sure. But he does have a lot of support around him. Says he has some friends that have jobs he can talk to.
Yeah, so I'll go on that.
Okay. Okay, so I only had standard parole conditions. Did you guys have any kind of conditions that you wanted to add to this?
Question about mental health evaluation, but
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. But what do you think, panel member Chance, about mental health evaluation?
sounds like he wants to do some therapy anyway, and I'm okay leaving it out.
He's
Because, he said he bonded with a therapist and he's looking for private therapy work. So I don't think he would be, he has the ability, from my understanding, to go out because he did indicate that his intention is to seek private therapy.
I agree. He appears to have family support too.
So I think he has that part under control.
I agree. So we'll just go with standard parole conditions? Yep. And we're using today's date. In regards to Andrew Basso, inmate number 450626, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, August 26, 2026, with standard parole conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
And he is granted discretionary parole by majority decision. Okay, Mr. Basso, did you hear all of that?
I did. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day. Appreciate it.
This concludes the call here for Andrew Bosco, case number 450626.
Good for you, man. Congratulations. Am I good to go in? All right, thank you. How's everybody doing today?
While ago, you know what I mean?
Water, Mr. Hartford.
How are you today, sir?
Good, stuff.
I'm a little under the weather, but I think I'm doing pretty good, you know?
Yeah. Hungerford?
Yes, sir.
Good to go.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with the case. Morning, my name is Officer Sherman. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Court members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information preparation in this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazauskas.
Good morning, Joy Camps.
Good morning, Alex Tucker.
Also,
Good morning, everybody.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My first name is Jason, my last name is Hungerford, and my inmate number is 352518.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jason Hungerford, inmate number 352518. He is serving a sentence of 3 years for violation of probation with the underlying offense of rental and burning. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 6, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Currently, it's a commissary job, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express support why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Would you like to make a statement, sir, on why you believe you deserve parole?
I would honestly start by saying that since I've been in, I have been doing a lot of hard thinking. And I realized that some of my actions were absolutely wrong. And I had a job, I've had a job the whole time. I have not gotten any bad work reports. I've had no disciplinary reports. I'm doing a lot of volunteer work here as well too. And since I have been in this facility, I have been also talking with a mental health worker. And I think I am ready to be in the community and be a productive member 100%.
Okay, thank you very much for that opening statement, Mr. Hungerford. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done with that, when we're done with the questions, we'll talk about your case and deliberate, and we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. My colleague, Councilmember Chance, is going to start with the questions this morning.
Sure.
Mr. Hungerford,
Yes, ma'am.
you have taken this journey many, many times before. So what have you learned about yourself this incarceration that's different from all the other times?
What have I learned about myself? I would say that I have learned that I don't need to take it upon myself when certain problems may come in my direction. I don't know if you understand the way I'm saying that, but I've learned that you don't need to be afraid to ask for help if help is needed. And I'm a very smart person. I've got a good head on my shoulders.
And I honestly feel that if I was given parole today, that it would not be regretted one bit by you guys. You guys would not regret it. I'm very confident in myself and I can go out there and do the right thing.
So. What were you doing when you violated probation? You were on probation.
Yes,
what
ma'am.
were you doing that brought you back to incarceration?
I was looking for help to get food because I was living on the street at that point in time. During my last, at the time of my last arrest, I was on the street trying to ask people for help with food.
So, from what I read during your interview with Parole Officer Shamroy, you were on probation, you were using drugs, doing odd jobs, not attending treatment, did not report probation, and did not attend your court hearings. Does that sound about right?
The treatment I did go to,
and you did all of that because you were looking for help.
I did go to a program, liberation program. I don't know if you see that in my record anywhere. It was given to me by the court, and my father. I know it's no excuse, but my father had passed away, and it didn't hit me very well, and I honestly took it very hard, and all I had to do if I had any problems is I should have called the probation officer and asked for help at that time. I know not calling him or not reporting was the wrong thing to do, and I realized that.
Was your father one of your support system when you were in the community?
What's that?
Was your father a part of your support system?
Was my father part of my support system at the time? Yes, he was.
What's besides your father?
I had my mother, I had one of my two older brothers, and one of my sisters. She doesn't live in Connecticut anymore, but she's part of my support system. And I also have a family friend, Dennis, who lives in Maine now. He's very I would say I have very strong ties with him as being part of my support system as well.
So I'm going to go back to your reason for violating probation. You said because you were looking for help. You just named a whole slew of people that was your support system. So why couldn't you have connected or contact even one of them?
The reason why I couldn't come in contact with my mother is because I believe that there was an active protective order against me and my brother at the time, and I was told I couldn't even contact the residents because my brother uses my mother's address as his home address. No, so
and what about all the other people that you named?
Those people are all out of state, ma'am.
So you have several programs on your offender accountability plan. You have addiction services, you have voices, and you have new thought. You do have a job assignment. So, Mr. Hungerford, you haven't done all that well on previous community releases. So for me, you know, you have a drug score of 5. You're rated very high as a risk to recidivate. So I would like to see you aid those programs.
Right now, I am currently enrolled in New Thoughts, which is with Counselor Collins. As far as I knew, on my OAP, that was the addiction services, which I attend. I do AA and NA meetings in the town hall here and there. And also I also do AA and NA in the dorm I'm in. I'm in the Veteran Services Unit. And I also participate in all the groups in that dorm as well. But the only thing that was on my OAP that I was aware of was New Thoughts. And I'm currently involved in that at this time. I go every Monday at 1 o'clock.
Well, you know, Mr. Hungerford, I'm looking at your OAP plan, which has your signature on it, dated October 2025. It has a 5 to 7 day job assignment, addiction services, voices, and vocational referral. So that's what it says.
Okay.
And for me, you know, I think you said your release plan was to go to a halfway house, stay away from friends, get a job, follow rules, obtain a sponsor, all the things that you should have known before, become a C-CAR recovery coach.
Yes.
And you're gonna attend NA and A meeting. You want to get your GED, and you say in here that you want to repair your relationship with your family.
Yes, ma'am.
But the problem is you had all of that support before, and you still went out and used and stopped reporting and stopped going to treatment. So you do have a really extensive release plan here, Mr. Hungerford. But based on what you were doing to violate probation, which was you were using drugs, you didn't have a specific job, but more importantly, you stopped attending treatment and you did not to probation. And so when you are given an opportunity to go to court, because when you violate probation, you have to do it X number of times, and then you go to a court hearing, and you didn't show up. So all of that is of concern to me.
Okay.
So, you know, it's very difficult for me to show support for your release today. Okay. So I'm going to leave it at that and hear what my colleagues have to say. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking with me.
Thank you very much, Panelmember Chance. You've covered everything that I would have talked about. I don't have anything else. Panelmember Sarkoff?
I don't think I have much. Well, a quick question, Mr. Hungerford, did I see that you were in the change unit? You were removed for failure to comply?
I was removed because I was there with a few guys that I wasn't getting along with. And they were, to be honest with you, I was complying. I was going to, we have to do 3 indoor meetings a week. I was doing a couple more than that every week. And I just had an issue with a couple other peers in that change unit at the time. So I went to regular general population, and now since I've been in the Veteran Services Unit, which is also considered another program unit here, I have been doing very, very well.
Okay, thank you.
I even have here I have 3 certificates for programs I completed while I was in the change unit.
Yep, we have those file.
And I also had a good work report that was also given by my commissary supervisor, Officer Salakia.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hungerford, we're going to talk about your case now and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer. During this time, you can listen, sir, but please don't interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Panel member Chance.
Even. So he has all the programs listed, addiction services and voices and new thoughts. And I know he says he's in the new thoughts program. He was previously also in the change unit and was removed due to non-compliance. He does have a commissary job. But Mr. Hungerford has a drug score of 5. And I know he did give a very detailed relapse prevention class. But the fact of the matter is, he had one on his previous release. And he violated probation by committing another offense. And at the time he was on probation and stopped going to treatment and stopped reporting to probation. So I do have, and he's rated high. And so I do have Mr. Hungerford denied today. The question that I have is, he's had 9 previous failures on community release.
Yeah.
So my question is whether we do bring him back, because his EOS date is February of 2028. The only reason why I would consider it is because of the relapse prevention plan he came up with.
And you got a flat
And
sentence.
he has a flat sentence, so those 2 reasons are the ones why I would put him on a consideration for a year. So I'd like to hear both of your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Panel member Chance. Yeah, so Mr. Hungerford sounds pretty good today. I mean, he looks healthy. He sounds articulate. Looking at this picture that we were provided here, not even the same person, right? I mean, so I do see that he's on a path, hopefully, of change and putting all of this behind him, you know? Because today he comes in and sounds articulate, well-spoken, got a plan, but, you know, having a DOC drug and alcohol score of 5, we just can't overlook that in his trouble on supervision in the past, you know? So for me, the denial reasons would be, you know, his poor performance on community and also inadequate program participation. He needs to take this addiction services program, and he knows that. He is in New Dawson. The date I have is September 14th. He's going to finish. So he can start tier 2, you know, shortly before or after that, and then be done, you know, sometime after the holiday, hopefully, you know. So I would be willing to be hearing this because of the reasons that you stated, Panel member Chance. You know, I was thinking February, that would leave him a year of.
That's the date February.
Let's see what Panel member Sarkoff has to say about this. What do you think?
So I would support the read here, just thinking that, you know, you might need potentially tier 4 type
I know.
program. You've done tier 2 twice already,
No.
15 and 22,
Tier 4 is usually 6 months. I mean,
just to give them enough time.
February, you want to just go into March, because if he goes into tier 4, we might come back and he still has a month left at tier 4 in February.
So that was what I said that I wish he would have done,
I know.
you know, put on for a higher level other than tier 2.
Right.
So
How about we go to March to make this a little bit more realistic as far as the timeline, if he does get into tier 4, is that okay?
Good.
Okay. And is everyone okay with the reasons inadequate institutional program participation, poor performance on community release? Yes, do. So in regards to Jason Hungerford, inmate number 352518, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on inadequate institutional program participation and poor performance while on community release. We're gonna further move to rehear this case in March of 2027 with the following recommendations. Complete addiction services program and any other positive programs. Receive no disciplinary reports. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Hungerford, did you hear all that?
Yeah, just,
Yeah, we recognize that you're changing and, you know, you want to do the right thing. We just need to see that addiction services program get completed. So we're going to give you a second chance at this in March. All right, to give you time to finish new thoughts, do tier 2 or tier 4. You have to write to the counselors and tell them that the parole board, you know, wants you to take it. Kind of advocate for yourself. The sooner you get into that, the better chance you'll be done before March, you know? Okay? And then, you know, this is no guarantee if you're released in March. Don't get any disciplinary reports, do the program, come back, and then we'll see where you're at that time.
and it's one of the things that I'm afraid of, if I may tell you.
Go ahead.
I don't want to lose another family member if I'm incarcerated. My
Yeah,
mother's
it's
not
you know,
not doing very well.
I understand that, sir. And as we all get older, and it's, you know, those are difficult things that we have to deal with, unfortunately. You know, I hope that does not happen to you either. But you need to make a plan in advance. If you're talking to people about mental health or talk to people about grief, you need to have a plan in advance. Don't wait for something bad to happen to try to figure it out. Make a plan in advance so that when something bad does happen, whether it's that or something else, you have some way to deal with that. So it doesn't lead back to addiction, you know? Those are some of the things they're going to talk to you about too in tier 2 and tier 4. Those are a lot of, they talk about those things, you know? So we wish you the best of luck, sir. We'll see you in March.
March, what, do you know?
No, they'll set the date. We don't have that yet.
So I'm going to have another hearing in March?
Yes, sir.
How long is that from now?
I don't know, 6 months, 7 months.
7 months.
Alrighty, wish you the best of luck. It's better than a denial, I can tell you that.
What's that, sir?
It's better than being denied straight out. So I would look at it that way, you know, if I was you.
So I just pretty much have to stay out of trouble and complete that program?
And then come back to the hearing and explain to us what you learned, yep?
Okay.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Jason Hungerford, number 3525.
How's it going? Good morning.
Morning. What's the last name?
Allison?
Are we good to go, Mr. Allen?
Yes, go.
All right, sir, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available information preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Morning, Alex Starkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Eric Allison, 406-260.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Eric Allison, inmate number 406260. He's serving a sentence of 10 years, actually suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent greater than a half ounce of cocaine. He was also convicted of forgery first and received 5 years suspended, followed by 5 years probation. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 24th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, New Thoughts, and has the janitor job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Dear members of the parole board, I'm writing to respectfully request consideration for parole I take full responsibility for my past actions and the decisions that led to my incarceration. I deeply regret the choices that I made and the impact they have on others, my family, and my community. During my time here, I have made a sincere effort to change and better myself. I have completed all available programs which have helped me grow mentally, emotionally, and personally. These programs have taught me accountability, self-discipline, and how to make better decisions moving forward. Have also maintained a clean disciplinary record and have not received any tickets, which reflects my commitment to following rules and respecting authority. This time has given me the opportunity to reflect on my life and truly understand the importance of living a positive and lawful lifestyle. I have learned from my mistakes and I'm determined not to repeat them. And my mindset and priorities have changed and I'm focused on becoming a productive member of society. I'm also a father and being away from my daughter has been one of the hardest parts of this experience. I also have a stepson who looks up to me. I want to be present in their lives and guide them and support them and be the father figure they deserve. If granted parole, I have a plan in place. I'll have a stable place to live and a strong support system and stay committed to the job I have in place also. Staying on the right path and contributing positivity to my community. I understand that trust must be earned and I'm prepared to prove through my actions that I'm ready for this opportunity. I respectfully ask for a chance to demonstrate that I've changed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yeah, Mr. Ellison, very good job on your opening statement. Nice work. What's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done with the questions, we'll talk about your case and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm going to start with the questions. Are you in any programs right now? Are you involved in any programs right now, or is everything completed?
Everything has been completed. I had did the programs that was on my OAP, and I had continued doing 15 other programs, and I was running a Narcotics Anonymous program as well.
Are you still doing that?
No, I'm not doing that currently as of right now.
Okay. Yeah, I have the list of all the different programs that you took, the non-OAP type programs, the certificates. I went through them all. So you did a good job on that. So,
thank you.
yeah, nice work spending your time doing positive things. You know, it's good to see when people come before us that, you know, they're just using their time in a positive way to try to do better, you know.
And I had tried to sign up for school as well, but due to me like using my financial aid for CDL when I was home, they didn't grant it to me. So.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you didn't qualify for the Pell Grants because you've already used up that money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the community colleges in Connecticut have a lot of programs, so when you get out, there might be some way that you might be able to do something outside of that, you know?
Yeah.
So what have you learned about yourself during this time in prison that's different than in the past?
Just patience and basically that I can't rush things. It taught me just how to, like, before I make a move, I have to think about stuff and think about the people in my community and just stop being selfish at times, because since I've been in it, it not only affected me, but it affected my daughter.
Yeah.
Going to school, she wasn't doing good due to me not being there. And that really like hurt me and really affected me. And I don't want her to not continue doing good in school, her and my stepson. So I know that's something that I gotta be there for.
Yeah, I mean, really need to think about her before you make that bad decision. Take a break from whatever is going on and say, you know, do I really want to do this? And how is it going to affect her in the long term? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Before making impulsive decisions. You know, you're 30 years old now, right?
Yeah, I'm just turned 30.
Yeah, I mean, now it's time to knock it off, really, right? Enough is enough at this point. I read that you were selling drugs because you found it hard to get a job. Were you applying for jobs? Were you know?
At the time I was going to school, and my girl had got fired from her job, so I resorted back to what I knew because I didn't want to not finish school at the time, and I was trying to get a job but I couldn't. So that's what resorted me back going into doing illegal stuff, and then I ended up getting caught. And then after I ended up getting caught, one of family friends had reached out to my mom and basically told me that he had a moving company and wanted me to be a part co-owner in it.
I read about that, yeah. So just like you did some positive things after, you know, you got caught and started at that point really changing, you know?
Yeah.
Let's just talk about what's going to happen in the future if you can't find a job. You know, there are resources available to you instead of selling drugs. So you have to understand what those are. So that way, when these, you know, the economy changes, whatever, the moving company closes, bad things happen sometimes with employment, but you have to know where to go, where to look, who to ask. So that way you don't have to resort to things that are illegal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what will you do? Where will you go? What will you do if you're out of work?
As of right now, I know that the closest thing that I could do is having a career. I know once I have a career, I could definitely find a job somewhere. The part of me not having a job was me not having a career, basically. And I understand that now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's important. If you're on, you have 5 years of probation, and if you end up on parole, those are people you could call, right? Probation or parole officer. I lost my job. Do you have any ideas or leads? They want to help you not violate those people, right? So they want you to have a job. They may be able to point you in the right direction. Also, the reentry centers are all around the state to help people in your position find employment all the time. So there are resources and people, in addition to your family, like you said, you have people in your circle that have truck company, different things that are going on. In addition to those people, you have all these other people on the outside. So there's no reason to go back to sell drugs. There's a lot of resources for you to explore. Okay, do you understand that?
Correct.
That's not an excuse or a reason to go to sell drugs because you lost a job. It really isn't. Let's talk about what you learned in New Thoughts. You remember that program?
Yeah, I've learned New Thoughts. It basically told me how to, basically, that's where one of the programs that I got into a lot, because she basically made you think outside the box. Basically, different ways to not come back to jail, different things you could do. And one thing that really, like, having time on your hand, and what I do now for that is I go to the gym a lot. That kind of like takes my mind off of things. So that's something that I'm gonna resort back to when I go home, signing up for the gym. So I won't have as much time on my hand to get in trouble, going back to school, basically stuff like that.
Okay, good. Well, that's positive. Now, this moving company, there was a job that they were paying you cash, like under the table, or were you getting a check?
This job that I was having when I was home, we was getting paid under the table, and due to the fact of that, it was we had back taxes. So now when I come home, we're like starting to do the invoices and everything the right way. Yeah, checks and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, because that's important to not get yourself in another jam with taxes or some other kind of financial situation that's illegal. You know, so it sounds like you already have a plan for that to handle this the right way. Okay. Okay. How is your release plan different from the last time you were released?
When I was released last time, I went to a halfway house. This time that I could actually jump back into work, I don't really have to look for work this time.
So this trucking thing is a definite deal and it's already ready to go.
Yeah, it's already ready to go.
Do you feel like your employment is more stable this time leaving prison than it was the last time you left?
Correct.
Okay. We received your reentry plan that you sent in, and I read through it. It's pretty good. It's pretty aggressive. You have it laid out the first day, first month, 3 months, first year. But I appreciate you taking the time to do that and start putting it in your head like exactly how you're going to do this, you know?
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to add to this conversation?
At this time, no, I think I pretty much said everything.
Okay. That's all the questions I had. Let me see what my colleagues have to say. Panel member Sarkoff.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, panel member Chance, do you have any questions?
Listen, I just want to address one area.
Okay.
So I want to look at your decision making, because what I heard you say was your reason for going back selling drugs. Initially, you said because it was difficult to find a job. But today I heard you say that your girlfriend lost her job.
Yeah.
You were in school
Mhm.
and you didn't want to leave school.
Yeah.
So let's look at your decision to go back and sell drugs. How else could you have handled that situation other than selling drugs?
Now, before, I felt like I didn't have a chance to find a job as quickly as I would have got kicked out the house. So that's what fast thinking I thought that was right, which wasn't right at all. This time, since I have a job in place, I feel like I wouldn't need to even think about that type of stuff or even go that route. Because everything is just set up for me basically already. So there's no reason really for me to go back to selling drugs.
But what happens if that job falls through? What
But that
would you
job,
do?
as of right now, I don't think it would, because even though I'm going to job, I'm still going back to trucking school. But if it was to fail, I would just have to wait. I'm not in a rush to do anything and get back in trouble and come in here.
And so you ought to think of a plan, because just listening to you today, Mr. Leeson, I don't think you really realize that it was a poor decision on your part when your girlfriend lost her job.
Yeah.
So I see that as a high-risk area.
Okay.
Because, you know, we don't know what's going on in our communities today, and you know, any of us can potentially lose our job, but in your case, having a plan in place, something that you can fall back on, might be of help to you and steer you away from going back to selling drugs.
I just realized that being here this time, I don't want to come back. So I realized that I just have to look the other way and just stick to the goals that I have, which was going back to school, working this job. I know as far as I have friends that have trucking companies. So I know if I could lose one, I could resort to them. I have another friend who owns a phone store. I could always work for him. He always offered me jobs. So I have a couple people that I could look forward to, and that's trying to help me stay out the way. So
You know what I like about something that you said today is the fact that you need to have a trade.
Yes.
For me, that was significant, because once you have your trade.
You can always find a job.
Exactly.
Correct.
Okay. I really appreciate you sharing and talking about the impact of the New Thoughts program and where you felt that you fell down and looking forward where you want to go.
Thank you.
Okay, so I wish you the best of luck.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Panel Member Chance. Okay, so Mr. Allison, we're going to talk about your case now.
Okay.
And we're going to deliberate and give you the answer. You can listen during this time. Please don't interrupt, okay?
All right.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so Mr. Allison is here for these for this drug sale charge. He is 30 years old now. And he rates high for risk to recidivate. He's taken a number of programs, New Thoughts, Tier 2, has a job as a janitor, and then a whole long list of other programs that are not OEP programs, things like Trucking Made Simple, Emotional Intelligence. He's facilitated NA classes, Daily Dad, Real Estate, Therapy of Poetry, a whole list of those things that are all positive. He's spent his time doing things to try to rehabilitate himself. In his opening statement, he said he takes full responsibility for his past actions and regrets the effects the actions have had on his community and his family, specifically mentioning the impact some of this has had on his own daughter. Understands the negative consequences that are a result of his behaviors, it sounds like to me. He said he's taken the time to reflect on his life and that he's learned from his past mistakes and is determined at this point not to repeat them. He's got a release plan that includes working for a moving company that he's doing with a family member. So he sounds good today, you know, and I find him suitable for release. Can I remember Sarkov?
I did too.
Can I remember Chance?
I agree.
Okay. You know, all I had was state of parole conditions. Did anyone have anything else?
But I have to.
No. Okay. And the date I'm dealing with here is September. Yes. Okay. So in regards to Eric Allison, inmate number 406260, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after September 24th, 2026 with standard parole conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Allison, you've been granted discretionary parole. Nice job.
All right, thank you, Bob.
Yeah, wish you the best of luck.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you.
Eric Allison, inmate number 406260.
Okay. Good. You good? Yeah.
You have a lot of
Sir, what's the last name?
Always.
Oh. We get to go, Mr. Baldwin?
Michael Baldwin, sir.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with the case.
All right.
Morning, my name is Officer Sherman. Today is August 26, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parolers. Following board members are present this morning by state names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning, George Chance.
Morning, Alex Sarkov.
Also present is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Michael Bolwick, 427313.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Baldwin, inmate number 427313. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 3 years probation, 3 counts of possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics, sales of narcotic substances, and illegal possession of a weapon or motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 22nd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, so the offender has completed the following programs since his last hearing. New Thoughts, Tier 2. He currently has a window washing job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
I just want to say that I take accountability for all my actions, and I've learned a lot during my incarceration and during my programs. In Tier 2, I learned about my triggers and being aware and mindful about things. New Thoughts, I learned about how to think about things differently. And I also took addictive lifestyles and realized things that I wasn't even aware of about myself. And I'm ready to go home and be a positive member of the community for my family and for myself.
Okay, Mr. Baldwin, thank you very much for your opening statement. This is a read here, right?
Yes.
Do you know what's going to happen? We'll take turns asking questions. When we're done with that, we'll talk about your case and then we'll give you an answer today.
All right.
Ready, my colleague, panel member Sarkov is going to start with the questions.
Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Baldwin.
Good morning.
So tell us what you've been doing since last hearing.
Well, I've completed Tier 2. I did addictive lifestyles and I did New Thoughts. And I've just been working on myself and my mind.
How have you been working on yourself?
Talking to positive people and to my family about things about my life that I need to work on and things that I have been working on.
What do you think you still need to work on?
Just being mindful of triggers and past behaviors.
Okay, tell me about your triggers.
Mostly being around old people and people, places, and things, and just not being more open about when I'm having issues instead of holding it in and taking it out on myself. being open and talking, communicating through them.
You have a relapse prevention plan?
Yes,
What is it?
I plan on doing some kind of one-on-one therapy.
Where would you go for that?
They have a place, FCCA in Danbury.
Anything else?
Getting a job and staying busy and
What are your
positive.
plans for a job?
I've done a lot of landscaping, so probably landscaping.
You don't have any leads for a job at this point?
Any what? Leads?
Any
No.
leads? Like, any ideas?
No.
You're gonna start looking when you come out?
Yeah.
Do you have anyone to help you
Yeah.
get a job, at least initially?
I have my mother and father.
That's what you want to sponsor, right?
Yeah, correct.
And you have no disciplinary reports since the last hearing, correct?
No.
You had one intoxication before the last hearing, and that was your last.
Yes.
And only DR, right?
Correct.
You've been sober since?
Yes.
This your longest period of sobriety?
Yes.
Is there anything you're worried about as you come out?
I wouldn't say worried because I'm confident that I'm gonna stay sober, but I'm also aware that I have to stay on top of it and be mindful about it. Even if I'm not thinking about it, there's actions that might lead up, not up to it, but actions that my brain starts doing before it would even happen and catching it beforehand.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member Chance, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so Mr. Baldwin, do you remember me from your last hearing?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I remember we talked to you about a couple of things for this hearing. And one of them was to come up with a detailed relapse prevention problem.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my colleague asked you about your relapse prevention plan.
Mm-hmm.
I need to know a little bit more. I do know that in terms of having stable housing, you're going to live with your mother.
Yes.
The other stable component we were looking for is employment. And you were supposed to go on your tablet and search out and do some work on some specific places where you wanted to seek employment. Have you done that?
I've had my mother do a couple applications for me.
How old are you, Mr. Baldwin?
I'm 29.
And you had a birthday yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. And you're asking your mother to do stuff for you that you can do on your tablet?
I've only asked her so that I can have my email address and phone number set up to set up some interviews for when I go home.
And so I'm gonna ask you, where are the places that you're looking for jobs?
In Danbury, doing landscaping.
Is that all you want to do?
No,
Because landscaping ends soon.
No, I'm open to other ideas, and I've actually been doing a lot of hair since I've been in here. So I've been thinking about going to school and possibly getting a license to do that. But in my past experience, I've only really done landscaping.
What was it that you are considering going to school for?
Doing hair. I've been doing a lot of braids and stuff like that since I've been in here.
So barbering or cosmetology?
Correct.
Have you thought about where you would go?
I know that they have a place in Danbury, Paul Mitchell.
What about funding?
I'm pretty sure that that my mother and father would help me with that. Obviously, I would be working to paying as well, but I'm pretty sure that they've told me that if I was to go to school, that they would help with that.
So I'm gonna say to you, Mr. Baldwin, there are community colleges that have programs, because I'm sure barbering / cosmetology comes up for the stuff that you want to do. So instead of at 28 being dependent on your parents,
Yeah.
you could research the community colleges and find out which ones would assist you financially
Okay.
to obtain your goal while you're doing this landscaping job.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit disappointed that when we stressed to you doing the robust relapse prevention plan, that you didn't do all of those. But I can see you're really dependent on your parents, and I'm a little bit concerned about that. So I'm hoping that you're gonna go home and do some of the research yourself.
Yes, when I'm home, I plan on doing everything myself. I just know that right now my parents are very strong support for me.
Right, and it's good that you have that pro-social support.
Yes.
Part of your community programming is, doing vocational or any addiction services treatment. But I heard you say that you want to do one-on-one therapy at MCCA. But what about substance abuse?
That they are a substance abuse program.
I know, but you didn't say that. You talked about one-on-one therapy.
Yeah,
So-
no, I apologize. That is a drug treatment facility, so it would be treatment therapy.
Treatment and therapy.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure, and I do know that they offer both.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just a little
Because
bit
you didn't
nervous.
say that, I'm just looking for clarification, because, your substance abuse score being 4, which is 4 out of 5, and it's high, you were addicted to 2 pretty serious drugs.
Yes.
So I wanted to make sure that you have that part of it covered.
Yes.
And what would you see as a high risk for you in going back in the community? And I know you previously mentioned, as part of your triggers, people, places, and things. Are those still high risk situations for you?
I would say that they probably always will be a high risk, because that's just how my brain is wired. But I'm also aware of that now, where before I wasn't. So now, if those people do come around or I bump into them, I know that what will lead into it if I pursue it. Where now I know that I have to be more aware and mindful of things, where before I wasn't. I just let life live, where now I'm trying to live life, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. So I'm looking in my mind on what's the difference between you being successful on 2 previous community releases. So what I'm hearing from you is you're addressing the high-risk situations. You've identified that as your triggers, and your triggers are your people, places, and things. And you've explained how you will handle those.
Correct.
So you sound as if you have everything all planned out to address when you go back in the community.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Baldwin, and I'm happy to see that you follow through with our request.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Chance. Okay, Mr. Polk, I just have a couple quick things. Most of these crimes I read about, it sounds like you were driving the car, and then some of them you reported to be under the influence of drugs at the time. What's the status of your driver's license now?
Right now, my license is valid.
Your license is valid right now?
Yes.
I saw in the past you did have an evading too in your history, an accident you took off.
Yeah.
Okay. And this co-defendant, Louis Alberon, do you have any reason to be in contact with that person?
No, I actually haven't spoken to him since the incident.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, sir. We're going to talk about your case now. You can listen. Please don't interrupt, and then we'll give you an answer shortly.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sarko.
Thank you. So Mr. Bollig is here on a number of drug-related convictions. He was heard by the board in August of last year and was denied due to inadequate program participation and institutional adjustment. He seems to have abided by the board's recommendations, received no disciplinary reports, completed the Tier 2 program and the Youth Health program, as well as several non-OAP programs. He has maintained a job in the facility. I wish he had some concrete leads for employment. That's one of the recommendations from the board, but does seem to have a strong support system with his parents. That's where he's going. He's paroled, and they can help him look into potential employment opportunities too. She talked about wanting to do therapy and treatment. So I do find them suitable today.
Yeah, I agree with everything you've said. I just said that I did see an excellent evaluation from the Tier 2 program. And there was a letter written in support. Some other. Councilmember Chance, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, just co-defendants.
Okay. So you guys are okay with the driving? We'll just go with the co-defendant?
Yeah.
Okay.
His license.
Anything else? No, that's it. Okay. So in regard to Michael Ballwig, inmate 427313, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's day, August 26, 2026. The following condition, in addition to the standard parole conditions: no contact with co-defendant Louis Alberon. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Ballwig, you've been granted discretionary parole. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Floyd, correct?
Yes, sir.
Here you go, Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Officer Sherman. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all facts for the required documents and available pertinent information for preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Robert Stazauskas.
Good morning, George Chance.
Good morning, Alex Sarko.
Also attending. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Ja'Kai Floyd, 442073.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ja'Kai Floyd, inmate number 442073. Is serving a sentence of 5 years, execution suspended after 28 months, followed by 42 months of probation for violation of probation for the underlying offense of legal alteration of firearms identifier, violation of probation for the underlying offense possession of intent to sell or dispense narcotics, assault third, and possession of controlled substance first offense. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 28, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability record. The offender has been reviewed, shows the offenders following programs. None utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offenders are cross-scoring SRT, most within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Maybe get.
Excuse me, what'd you say?
You can give an opening, would you like to give an opening statement on why you believe you should be granted parole?
Yes. I will start off by saying I take full responsibility of my actions. I know what I did was wrong, and I'm not here to make excuses for it. I've had a lot of time to sit with my decisions and really understand how they affected not just me, but my loved ones and everyone around me. I regret the choices I made, and I'm truly sorry. During my time here, I've done a lot of growing. I've had to face a lot. I had to face myself in ways I never did before, and it changed my mindset. I'm not the same person I was when I came in. I've been working on bettering myself and making sure I don't ever put myself back in this situation again. When I come home, I have real plans. I want to work, stay focused, and build something positive for myself. I understand trust isn't given, it's earned, and I'm ready to prove through my actions that I deserve another chance. I don't ever want to come back. I've learned my lesson, and I'm committed to moving forward the right way. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you for your opening statement, Mr. Floyd. So what's going to happen today is we're going to take turns asking questions.
Okay.
When we're done with that, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Okay.
Member Chance is going to start with the questions this morning.
Okay, so Floyd, you're
Yes, ma'am.
even what, 24 yet, or 24 years old?
Yes.
Okay. So can you give me an example of a recent decision that you made where you wish you had really thought things over?
You said, where did what did you say?
Can you give an example of a recent decision that you have made where you wish that you were able to do it over again?
By just wasting my time in here, to be honest. I just don't want to come back here again.
So you're wasting your time because you are on probation, violated probation.
Oh, no. Nah. I don't understand what you're asking. I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay. Can you think of a recent decision that you have made?
Yes.
Where you wish you had not made that decision, but that you had thought through it before you made it?
Okay. Me just doing the same thing that caused me to come to jail the last time by hanging around the wrong people. And I just thought about it. I gotta go home and change the people I hang around.
So you ended up before you were one of your charges was illegal alternate firearms and possession with intent to sell.
Yes.
So you are already on the deadly weapon offender registry, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's obvious that you had a previous charge that included a gun possession.
Yes, ma'am. But they said that they dropped the gun charge because the gun charge didn't have nothing to do with me.
Okay. Why were you selling drugs?
It's not much of me selling it. I had a addiction habit, so I was using drugs and I was just doing what I had to do to support my habit and support my.
But you said your longest Friday was 4 years, that you were drinking from age 18 to 21.
Yes.
So what drug habit did you have where it would cause you to go out and sell drugs?
I was smoking a lot of weed.
Did you share that with the parole officer when he interviewed you?
The parole officer, yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him I smoked a lot of weed and I had a weed problem. Like I was smoking too much weed.
And so you're saying you were working,
Yes.
smoking, and what is it that you have abstained from for the last 4 years?
What is it that I abstained from?
Yeah, because you said that's your longest period of sobriety, and that was between the ages of 18 and 21. So what drugs was that?
Oh, I was drinking a lot. I was drinking a lot and smoking a lot of weed.
Okay, so you stopped drinking, but you continued smoking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what are your thoughts now about smoking?
I'm not trying to go home and smoke no more because it's not good for me. And I don't get a lot of things that I'm supposed to be getting done when I smoke weed. So I'm gonna go home and just stay sober and do what I have to do. And
what is it that you have to do?
I'm trying to get my CDL.
When you say trying, what does that mean?
Well, I am gonna get my CDL. I have to do the class. I have to do the classes when I get home, and they drug test me and stuff. So I have no choice but to stay clean.
Is that what you have thought about? Because almost every person that comes before us wants to obtain their CDL. Is there anything else in your life that you feel that you can do? And if not, why CDL?
Yes, I could do a lot of other things. I could be a trainer. I like to work out.
Is that something that you like to do?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Floyd, whether you're just saying something because you think that's what I want to hear. So that's what I'm asking you. You have your whole life in front of you. Is it your mission in life to become a CDL driver, or do you want to be a trainer?
I want to do, if it's possible, I want to do both. Either one that's going to make me a lot of money and keep me out of the way.
Okay, so your goal is to make a lot of money.
Make a lot of money working, doing it the right way.
So I read your previous employment history was with a moving company, and you were a driver for a special education student. Do you have a driver's license?
No, I wasn't a driver, but I was the monitor person. I used to sit in the back seat with the person while the driver takes it to and back from their destination.
Okay, so driver was not the correct word. You were a monitor.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you have your driver's license?
No, ma'am, but I'm trying to get it as soon as I get home.
So you indicate that you were addicted to the marijuana that you were smoking, and you have addiction services and you thought and a job referral on your offender accountability plan.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't done any, have you? You haven't completed.
I haven't completed, but I'm in New Thoughts and I'm in Tier 2.
Okay, so you're currently in New Thoughts.
Yes, ma'am. In Tier 2, I've been started Tier 2. Tier 2 start Tier 2 finishes next week.
beginning like September 1st or somewhere?
September 1st, yeah.
September 1st, and New Thoughts and September 14th.
Yes.
Right. Do you have a job assignment?
I asked my counselor to sign me up for a job, but he hasn't did it yet.
Who do you have for support in the community?
I have my girl. That's about it. I don't talk to my mother no more.
So, you know, I'm gonna ask you about your release plan, and there are a couple of things that I look at that is pretty important for me before I can determine suitability. Not only do I want you to complete the programs, but in terms of your release plan, you should have some type of stable housing, which you have halfway house, stable employment. What's the potential job opportunity that you have?
When I get home, my boy, he works at Wendy's, and he's a manager there. So he said that he could get me in until.
So, yeah. So is that the person that you refer to as your boy is a manager at Wendy's?
My friend.
Okay. So did you get a letter from him or something saying he has a opening for you?
No, I didn't.
What are you gonna do at Wendy's?
I'm gonna work there until I save enough money to I get out the halfway and.
No. What's your assignment at Wendy's?
I just be at the cash register.
Okay. So possible employment at Wendy's.
Yes, ma'am.
And you say that you had mentioned your brother.
Yes, he has his own moving company. It's called Champions Moving Company.
Is that the one? Is that the one you were working for before?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's another possibility.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
If you had all this support, Mr. Floyd, why were you selling drugs and violating your probation?
I was just being stupid. I wasn't thinking about what I was doing. But since I've been incarcerated, I just had time to think, and I regret making those decisions.
So, come October this year, you're gonna be 25.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
by then, your brains are gonna be fully developed. So you can't have any more excuse like I wasn't thinking, or, I was just dumb and stupid, and can't use any more of that.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you do have your brother as support, what programs in the community? I know you mentioned getting your CDL and your license, so those are like vocational programs.
Yes, ma'am.
And you say you have a problem with smoking marijuana. So it sounds like you would need some addiction services referral. Have you thought about that?
Yes, that's why I signed myself up for Tier 2. Tier 2 wasn't on my OAP, but I just signed up for it just because. But I don't have an addiction problem no more with marijuana. I know I could go home right now and not smoke any weed.
But what happens when you get that urge or craving to smoke? What are you gonna do?
I'm not gonna get that urgent craving.
But you don't know that.
I know that, ma'am. I just put my mindset
Mr.
to.
Floyd, when you
Yes,
give
ma'am.
me the answer, you sound like a 24-year-old.
Yes, ma'am.
You need to come up with something just in case, you know, you get that urge to go and smoke and you're saying you don't want to. So figure out what you are going to do as an alternative.
I'm gonna sign myself up for an addiction program.
Okay, now I'm wondering if you're telling me what you think I want to hear.
No, I'm being honest.
So you indicate that your support is your brother. Is
Yes,
he
ma'am.
older than you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you listen to him when he gives you advice?
No, I really, at the time I wasn't, but now he be talking to me and I do listen to him now. Because everything he told me, I was doing the opposite, but he was actually right.
Okay. So do you have your GED or your high school diploma?
No, ma'am, I'm in school right now though.
Oh, you're in school there.
Yes,
So you know when you go back in the community, you can continue that.
yes, ma'am.
How far are you?
I just passed, I just took a science GED and I passed it. So I have 3 more tests to take.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, you know, Mr. Floyd, I came in here very concerned about what I was going to do with you, but I think you have presented better than I thought you would.
Yes, ma'am.
I do hope that you finish the tier 2 and you have about maybe 2.5 more weeks to go in the New Thoughts program.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you would find the New Thoughts very helpful because it would give you a better way of thinking. And you
Yes,
could
ma'am.
look at, you know, these phrase statements like you don't think you'll ever smoke marijuana. But it might offer you an alternative to saying that as opposed to if I do get the urge, this is what I need to do.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions today.
Yes, ma'am.
You're on.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a chance? So, Mr. Floyd, when you were out in the community, it says the offense date was May 23rd, 2025. You were involved with your co-defendant and you assaulted another person. You were convicted of assault third.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you assault this guy? What was going on?
To be honest with you, I didn't assault nobody. That's just what the police report said. I didn't even assault nobody.
I know, but you're convicted of assault third. So as far as I'm concerned, reading the report, you're convicted of it. I mean, you're claiming that you didn't commit these crimes?
I was just, at the time, I was just protecting myself.
In your opening statement, though, I heard you say, I take full responsibility for my actions. I know what I was doing was wrong. And now when I ask you about the assault, you say you didn't do it. You didn't commit this crime. I mean, that sounds different, you know? What happened? Like, what was going on that this guy, or you would be convicted of assault when you didn't do it? Why would that happen?
At the time, I don't even know the person, but I was just protecting myself at the moment.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on from that. 4 months later, you're incarcerated, right? That was in May. The first one was in May of 2025. 4 months later, now you're in prison. This is September of 2025, less than a year ago.
Yes,
And you assault someone in prison. You receive a disciplinary report. Do you deny committing that assault also?
No, I committed that assault.
Okay. And were you protecting yourself? What was the reason that you felt you needed to assault someone in prison?
Because I was minding my business one day and he just came up to me and said something to me that upset me.
So you think that if somebody says something to you, the only recourse is to physically assault them?
No, it doesn't. I've learned that since I've been incarcerated and I haven't been in no trouble since.
Okay. I know, but it's serious because you committed the same exact offense in prison as you did when you were out on the street, and it's less than a year ago. So for me, it's very concerning, the behavior and the thought process.
I understand.
And you haven't completed an anger management program to kind of address whatever was going on with you that you feel the need to assault someone when they say something disrespectful to you. I guess that's the best way I could describe. I read what happened about that assault in prison, and it was disrespectful, but as an adult, you have to learn how to deal with those things without physical aggression. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Because it's just gonna end up, you in this situation. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I already know.
Yeah, you can't get involved in physical altercations and because someone used words against you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And he was completely wrong. What I read that he said was completely wrong. I'm not advocating, I'm not taking his side on what he said, but at the same time, you have to have better self-control,
I understand.
Okay. All right, those were just the things that I wanted to ask you about. I think that's all I have. Penal Member Sarkoff.
Covered everything. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Alrighty, Mr. Floyd, so we're done talking about your case or asking questions, and we're gonna start talking about your case. You can listen during this time, but please do not interrupt, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Penal Member Chance.
Concerned about the assault that second one, September 8th, 2020. But in listening to Mr. Floyd today, he's currently in the Tier 2 program, the New Thoughts program. I think what's missing, just because he displayed a similar behavior during incarceration almost a year ago. The question for me is whether add an anger management to his program and deny him and give him a rehear because he is rated high to recidivate. He's a young man, he's 24. He's not going to be 25 until a few months. So either we deny and rehear him or add anger management on his release plan, because he does sound a lot different than I thought he would. And I did read where the assault third that occurred on May 21st, he did indicate that he was defending himself, but not really going into details of the effect. So I add that if we were going to release him today, I would add an anger management for him to do in the community.
Okay, thank you, Penal Member Chance. Penal Member Sarkoff, where are you at?
So I had the same dilemma. I think my preference would be to stipulate anger management in the community. I did find the assault disciplinary report concerning about a year ago, almost a year ago. Yeah, if he's out in the community doing that, that's another sentence, right? That's another conviction for assault third or assault second even. So he'll be right back here. I'd like to give him another chance, and that's why I'm okay with stipulating anger management as a condition.
Okay, so for me, I think you guys heard my concern when I had my questions with him. He was on probation when he committed this assault out in the community. So, the fact that he was current on probation and then comes into the facility and then does the same thing, basically. For me, it's too much given his high risk to recidivate and the violence and anger that there's to be involved. So I'm going to deny out today without a rehear. But it sounds like that you guys may be in agreement here.
I think that sounds like the compromise might be to deny it here.
It's up to you guys. I'm a straight up denial with no rehear. So I think Penal Member Sarkoff is open to.
So you're a deny with no rehear.
That's how I am today. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Just because of the violence and the high risk for recidivism, I'm not. I can't get there today.
Yeah. So for me, he's 24 years old. I do hear some signs of changing him.
I agree.
And I did ask him about an example of a recent decision he made where he wished he had thought it through. I was hoping he would have said, the assault that occurred last September.
Yeah.
But I just thought because it's 24 years old, he's not really there yet.
Yeah.
He did not make the connection. And it was similar to the offense that he committed in May. So I would like to deny him and give him a rehear and have him do and the match.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, thinking like February, March or so. Or wait, later.
So we have to do
6 months, I think February is probably
February.
the soonest you can go.
I would have him do a really detailed relapse prevention plan based on his completion of the anger management.
Okay, no DR anger management the prevention plan, February of 2027.
Yes.
Okay, and just for I think we all agree on the denial, but just for your paperwork, that I'm not in favor of rehear.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for your paperwork. So the reasons I had for this, nature and circumstances of current offense, or institutional adjustment, current offense committed on probation. I mean, do you want to add institutional program participation? Because how do you?
For me,
It's up to you.
it would be for institutional and current offense on probation.
And then how about the program?
Liquid institution program that
Okay.
we're having to do. So those were the three.
Okay, that makes sense.
He could maybe take one more GP exam,
Yeah, he could. Yeah,
because he has done some positive things.
I agree. And I hope that he can get this GED. That'd be nice. He can get this
He
completed.
will have turned 25, so maybe things will
So
go better.
yeah. Okay. I think we're on the same page here. In regards to Jakai Floyd, inmate number 442073, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his poor institutional adjustment, his current offense committed on probation, and inadequate institutional program participation. We're gonna further move to give him an opportunity to have a rehear in February of 2027 with the recommendations that complete an anger management program, receive no disciplinary reports, and come back with a relapse prevention plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Mr. Floyd, you hear all of that?
Yes, sir.
Cannot have any more disciplinary reports. I mean, that's all, you heard all of us talk about our concern about that. It's a continuation of the behavior in the community. It makes us, it gives us pause, you know what I mean? About how much you're ready to change. I understand it's almost a year ago, but we want to see you complete these two programs that you're doing, new thoughts, tier 2, you're almost done with those. And then, write to your counselor, I need an anger management program. That way you can learn the tools to be able to handle stressful situations. That way you don't have, you don't end up in another physical confrontation with someone. You understand
Yes,
that?
sir.
That
Yes,
makes
sir.
sense? Does that make sense what we've decided?
Yes.
Okay. So you have from now until February to get that taken care of, and then we'll see you again then, okay?
Yes, sir.
Ready, good luck.
Close the hearing for Jakai Floyd, inmate number 4207. Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be right with you.
No problem.
I get to.
All right, Mr. Torres,
Always.
we are back and we are ready to get started.
All
Morning, my name is Officer Sherman. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowski.
Joy Chance.
Morning, Alex. Taka.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Jose Torres, inmate number 272701.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application of Jose Torres, inmate number 272701. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 30 months, followed by 3 years probation for possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 4th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. New Thoughts, Tier 2, currently has a janitor job. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Torres,
Yes, sir.
we received the letter that you submitted, so you don't have to read that, but do you want to make an opening statement about why you believe you deserve parole?
First, I want to say I take full accountability to my actions that led me to coming into incarceration again. I know I'm not justifying that whatever I did was right, because it wasn't. And I'm glad that this happened like this, kind of, because I learned new things in this opportunity with the second chance program that I'm in. And I got to get good resources that's gonna help me when I be released.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Torres, just so you understand, you're still on special parole. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
From previous charges. And that special parole runs until November 18th, 2028.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so before we start our hearing today, I want you to understand that in addition to deciding on your discretionary parole, we also have to decide how much of that time you spend incarcerated. Do you understand that, what we're doing here today?
Yes.
So the outcome of this could be that you stay the entire time on special parole all the way to 2028. We could decide that today. I want you to understand before we start what's at stake, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, so what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking you questions. And then when we're done with that, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate. We'll make a decision and we'll tell you today, okay?
Okay.
All right, and I'm going to start with the questions. I heard you talking about the second chance unit. Can you tell us what you learned about yourself since you've been in prison?
How to be more patient and how to not feel ashamed of things in life that I cannot face or have problems with. If I need help, just it's okay to say that you need help and get the help that you need. Instead of doing things that's going to lead me to coming back to incarceration. And that's one thing that I was ashamed of, to get help.
Okay, that's pretty good insight.
You know, a lot of times people don't admit to they need help when they need it.
Okay. So let's talk about what happened. Why were you selling drugs while you were out on special parole? I mean, it's, you know, they already gave you an opportunity. You're out on special parole, high level of supervision, and you're out there selling drugs. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I'm not going to justify that was right, because it wasn't right at all. You know, but at the moment, I was going through some difficulties with meeting, you know, paying rent and child support was coming after me. I had paying child support for 2 kids. So it was a little difficult, you know, but when I was out there, I wasn't so patient. Because right after I got incarcerated, I got a letter saying that I had an interview for another job.
You would have just waited a little bit longer, yeah.
That if I would have waited a little longer, I would have had 2 jobs and I would have been okay. But
yeah,
you know, that's why I say it's during this incarceration, I learned how to be patient and wait.
When you were outside, did you ever ask your parole officer, I'm struggling with my finances, I'm not able to pay everything I need to pay with one job? Is there do you have any leads on jobs? What else can I do before you started selling drugs?
No, that's one thing that I never got to do because I was ashamed of asking for help.
Now you know there's people that will help you, right? I mean,
yes, and now it took for me to like realizing like there is people that do help and there's resources that I can get in the community. You know, they had a speaker thing not so long ago here, and they said that they help felons when they get out of their incarceration. It's called time frame, something like that. It was a cop that came here and talked to us and told us that, you know, even though we were felons, we could get our record expunged and they can help us with getting jobs and better opportunity in life, even become a cop or become a CO, stuff like that. I didn't know that that's a possibility that it can happen.
Yeah, it could. I mean, there are reentry centers all around the state that help people in your situation. There are programs like the one you heard about today. There are lots of resources, but if you just immediately go to selling drugs, you're not going to be able to take advantage of any of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so, I understand that.
Yeah, you're just
and
going to end up back.
They got the program here that you can get the CDL, and they got resources where you could get, you know, good paying jobs out there that you don't need to do stuff like that.
Yes. How do you think your crimes have impacted the community?
It's bad. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed.
I mean, you were.
I know I could be a better person, you know? I was doing good, but it's like, it just happened one night, you know, after another, it just happened. And I'm not gonna say it was right, because it was wrong. I hurt a lot of people. You know, my kids are suffering, my mom. Relationship fell apart, I was married, now I'm in the process of getting divorced. So a lot of things happen, you know, just because of one stupid mistake.
Did you complete the Tier 2 program?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what you learned and how you're going to use that to stay sober when you're released?
I learned to whenever I feel like if I'm having a crisis where I need some kind of help, it's not bad to ask for the help. There's places and programs where I could go to voluntarily and get that help that I need and support. If I need a sponsor, somebody to talk to, you know, about whatever's going on or counseling, there's places where I could go. And they're not going to judge me by whatever situation I'm going through.
What about New Thoughts? Did you complete that program?
Yes, I did too.
What was that about?
That one was good because it's like you had to open up, and that's the thing about me there. I had a problem opening up to my feelings because I felt that if I open up, people are gonna use it against me. But that helped me a lot because it was a whole bunch of men that go into the same situation, you know, or maybe worse, or maybe different, you know, whatever it may be. But we learned how to express our feelings before we come to our actions and talk about it before we do the action. And what we can do to prevent it.
Do you think alcohol played a role in your poor decision making in the past?
No, it was just basically being around the wrong people and not having the right support to give me good feedbacks and tell me, like, you know, you can't do this because you're going through this. You know, there's ways where you could go and about things in life. Because yes, we all going to struggle. Everybody struggles in life. Everybody goes through things in life. But there's ways to go about things and how to get the help that I need. And now that I know it, now it's going when I want to take the opportunities to take, you know, every step that I have to do to be a better person in society. Because I'm tired of coming back to jail.
One of the charges that you're on special parole for is a gun charge, and you've had a gun charge in the past. Besides,
yes, in the past I did.
Yeah. How do you feel about guns now?
I don't want to be around them. I don't want to have no guns. I don't want to be around them. I don't want to know nothing about them.
Why did you need a gun?
The only way I know about a gun is if I'm a police officer or a correctional officer. Get my record expired.
Why did you think you needed a gun before in the past?
I don't even know why I had it. I don't even know that I can consider myself. Because I never used it.
It's gonna be like an automatic way for you to come back to prison. You possess a firearm, you know that?
Yeah, I know that. Yes.
I mean, it's got to be something that you're committed to not doing ever again. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Unless it's through legal ways, you know. Okay. All right, Mr. Torres, those are the questions I have. Let's see what my colleagues have to say. Panel Member Sarko?
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Okay. Panel Member Chance, do you have any questions?
Horace, how long were you having problems with child support?
Since I got out of incarceration, 2024, I went to the halfway house. As soon as I got to the halfway house, no, 2023, I went to the halfway house. As soon as I got out, I started receiving letters that I had to pay child support.
Did you consult with your parole officer?
I didn't know nothing about child support at all.
No. I asked you if you consulted with your parole officer. Did you tell him that you were having problems?
No, I didn't tell him that I was having problems.
Okay, so, Mr. Torres, there's an agency called Child Support Enforcement Agency.
Yes.
And so they work with people who are on probation or parole to reduce their child support, especially, when you're released back into the community until you can go back to the original child support order. So I don't understand why, if it was a problem for you, you didn't go to your parole officer.
I didn't know that my parole officer could be able to help me with that situation. This is
But you never
information.
gave them the opportunity. That's what they're there for. So why wouldn't you say that to him?
Yeah, I didn't know that was something I could be able to talk about with them. I thought it was since it's a different situation than me being my parole officer and then me being in child support. I thought that's totally two different things. It's something that I might be happy I had to deal with.
Doris, you've been on parole before.
Yeah, but I've never been on child support.
You were on parole from 2007 all the way down, and then, when you finished that first one and you got charged again and went and served time and they put you on special parole. Weren't you ever told that your parole officer is there to assist you?
No.
Well, I have to tell you this, Mr. Torres. You're on special parole, selling drugs, using marijuana, and you say you're using marijuana because you have a medical marijuana card and you have a legitimate job. Normal people, if you were experiencing problems, that's what your parole officer is there for. So I don't understand why you wouldn't have said that to him. But in any case, that's all I wanted to ask you today. Was about if you know your parole officer is a resource for you.
No, I didn't know. Now I know, though. Thank you for the information, ma'am.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Thank you, Chairman Chance. Yep. So, Mr. Torres, are you in any programs right now? Are you currently participating in any programs?
No, I do. I'm in the E-Dorm, it's a second chance program unit. Yeah. And I see, this is all the certificates that I've done. They're probably in my master file because Mr. Sherwood put them in there. But we have to do groups in the unit where it's just among the inmates.
Yeah, we're very familiar with the second chance program, and I did see some of them 7 Good Minutes, AA, NA. You work as a janitor, so we do have some of them. Is there any one program that you completed, that those non-OAP programs that really helped you? Which one was the best?
This one right here, the art of self-care.
Okay.
And I'm sorry about this. The Narcotic Anonymous one.
I got that, yeah.
NA step study.
Yeah, I read that, yeah.
And also the Rage group. This one. This one helps too, because we talk about, you know, stuff that makes us rage, that makes us deal out of anger.
Yeah.
And when we deal out of anger, we deal with mixed emotions. And who are we hurting at the end?
Okay.
And at the end, we hurt is our loved ones, the ones that are there for us, our kids.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know, our family, our significant other. You know, it's stuff like that, and it's like, and the community as well, because you know sometimes we do things not thinking because we angry, and we can hurt anybody in the street. You know, without even wanting to do it, but just because we're not thinking in the right state of mind.
Okay. Alrighty, and I just quickly, you say you want to go to a temp agency for work, or maybe drive for the delivery service, or passenger delivery service.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
But,
you have a long-term goal of buying a food truck down the road when you're ready.
You have one?
You have a long-term goal of owning a food truck, right?
Oh yeah, yes. I was thinking about it because right now, like in Connecticut, you can't have. I looked it up. You can't have a food truck past 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So that's something like you have to do, like from early in the morning to probably like 5 o'clock in the afternoon or something, or whatever, before 9 o'clock. And
Okay.
it's a little more stuff to it. So I was thinking about like getting a box truck, 20-foot box truck, and I got this information in back in my unit where there's an app where you download it. It's called DOT, and they have different loads where you could get $3,500 to $8,000 a week.
Okay.
Just picking up these loads. Different loads. Some loads could be $700 one shot.
So you're willing. My point is that you're willing to work in a temp agency or to be an Uber driver in the meantime until you could work all that out.
Yes, yes. Until I figure everything out, because it's a process. You know, you can't just.
Yeah, it is. It's going to take a little bit of work. You understand?
Yeah.
All right, we're done with the questions, Mr. Torres. We're going to talk about your case now. You can listen during this time. Please don't interrupt. And then we'll come back and give you our answer in a second.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Torres is here for a charge of possession of narcotics with intent to sell. He was on parole for some other, I think, similar related charges. Right, there may have been a gun involved in one of his previous cases. When he was on special parole when he committed this new possession of narcotics with effect. So it gave me a lot of pause. I really spent a lot of time looking at this because he was already on supervision when this took place, you know. His parole eligibility date is in September 4th, 2026. His end of sentence is October 18, 2027. His special parole ends the year after that, November 18, 2028. And he has 3 years of probation in addition to all of what I just said. So he's completed a number of positive programs, new thoughts, tier 2. Talked about the art of self-care, AANA, 7 good minutes, works as a janitor in a facility. He's done a number of positive things since he's been incarcerated. He's received no disciplinary reports. You know, he's been successful 3 out of the 7 times that he's been on supervision in the past. You know, he's rated for high for risk for recidivism. I really was unsure about this when he came in today because of the special goal I was running, but you know, he sounds pretty good today. He's done all the programs. Says that in the past he was afraid to ask for help. He knows now he can ask his parole officer, other resources that are in the community for help when he's struggling. Talked about his employment plans for when he gets out, took accountability for his actions, acknowledged that his behavior he knows wasn't right when he was out there. And he went so far as to acknowledge the harm that he's caused to the community and his own family by his behavior past. So, he does sound pretty good. So, I'm in favor of granting his discretionary parole. I want to hear what my colleagues have to say, and then we can look at these dates and figure out where we go from here. Councilmember Sarkov?
Some concerns here too. Does sound better today than I expected, and his criminal history is extensive.
Yeah.
Does include some violent offenses in the past.
Yeah.
Does have a sponsor, he's done well this incarceration programs and all district reports. Hopefully, second chance programming is giving him some new tools. I don't know what else would. It's his fourth incarceration over a year.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to give him a chance. I mean, really, he's running out of chances here.
Yeah. He's definitely running out of chances. No disciplinary reports, and being in a second chance unit does say something to me too, in addition to hearing him today, Councilmember Chance, what do you think?
So I'm not in favor of discretionary parole for Mr. Torres. He has a 27-year criminal history. He's been on special parole before. So saying today that he does not know what kinds of things he can talk to his parole officer about, I am not aligned. And I do understand he's done programs here before. And I think when he was on, prior to being released in the community, he was denied, about 4 years ago. Even though at the time he had completed programs, but he was also on probation when he committed the offense. So Mr. Torres does not hesitate. It doesn't matter whether he's on special parole or probation. He continues to violate them. And so claiming that he's going through a difficult time with 2 child support, I am not in favor, so I'll go on minority. I think he should finish his time and then go back out on special parole. And he would have 1 year on special parole and be supervised at the same time for probation. So that's where I am.
Okay. Hey, so are we okay? Or what do you think? With this date of him, September 4th, 2026, going out and discretionary for also restarting his special parole at that time?
Yep.
Okay. The conditions that were listed on his previous special parole were no alcohol and mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. And I have no reason to take those off.
If that makes sense.
Right?
Yep.
They were set by the previous board, and at this time, I think he's going to be back on that special parole, so we'll just leave that the way it is, right? Okay. All right, so in regards to Jose Torres, inmate number 272701, I'm going to make a motion. Grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date, September 4th, 2026. And he'll also start his special parole at that time, with the following conditions that will apply to both his discretionary and special parole. No alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation, and treatment as deemed necessary. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
And Mr. Torres is granted discretionary parole by majority decision. Mr. Torres, did you hear all that?
Yes, sir.
The majority decision, so you're running out of opportunities here. This may be your last. You understand? You're going to be going on special parole, discretionary parole, and probation. You're going to have a lot of people, a lot of rules and things. There's not going to be any wiggle room for any kind of more mistakes or errors or bad choices or bad decisions or any of that. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you.
Close the hearing, Jose Torres, and number 272-701. How you doing, Mr. Rodriguez?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ross Chairman. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Board members are present this afternoon. By stating your names on the record, certify that have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowski.
Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Alex Tucker.
Also attending is a board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Eddie Rodriguez. My main number is 276529.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Eddie Rodriguez, main number 276-529. He is serving a sentence of 3.5 years for violation of probation to the underlying offense of sex assault first, the victim less than age 13 and greater than 2 years older, and weapon in a correctional institution. As of today, a registered reflective eligibility date of September 29, 2005. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan to the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offenders completed programs, short track sex offender program, utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing a static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I would like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity. Well, I'm not the same person that I was before. I learned a lot about myself. I am a recovering addict, and I have put myself in a methadone program. Now I'm receiving mental health treatment and psychiatrists and stuff. So if I'm a little nervous, so just bear with me. This is my first time. I have a family that loves me. I have a son that is autistic. I have a parent that cares about me very much. and I have a lot going for me. I learned to love myself today and to move forward and to go to church and be a community in society.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to take turns asking questions.
Yes, sir.
Done with the questions, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and we'll give you an answer today.
Okay, thank you.
My colleague, panel member Sarkoff, is going to start with the questions this afternoon.
The chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez.
How you doing?
Did you say this is your first time on parole?
Yes, sir.
Going before the board? Okay.
Yes.
You do have a pretty extensive criminal history. Dates back to 1999. Have you figured out why you keep coming back to prison?
Making bad choices. Hanging with the wrong people. I was always on probation since '99. And you know, I completed certain probations and failed at certain points in my life. But now I get it. I understand what I really need to do with my life and to achieve my goals.
So why did you violate your probation this time?
This time I violated my probation for not reporting, and I think not doing a group, if I'm sure that that's what it was.
And why were you not reporting, not going to group?
It was part, I had to do the sex offender class, and it was getting hard for me because I have a learning disability, and I tried to tell them that, you know, it was getting a little frustrated. I needed one-on-one class, one-on-one, and I got frustrated. I didn't know how to deal with it at the time, and I was using at the time, so I was active using and not taking life seriously at the time.
And what were you using? What substances?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
What substances were you using?
Heroin and cocaine.
Okay. Now you were able to complete the problem sexual behavior treatment, right, during this incarceration. We still have addiction services on your OAP.
Yes.
Have you tried to address your substance issues in any other
Yes.
way? Also,
I go to group once a month. We talk about how to deal with situations, how to manage of asking help. More of the situation. I never was a person to ask for help. Now I utilize, you know, asking help, addressing the issues that I have. What can to make myself better and be successful in my treatment.
what group was that?
It's CHR.
CHR?
Yes, CHR.
Is it a mental health group? Is it a substance abuse group?
It's for methadone.
Okay, it's part of your treatment. As you get methadone, you go to group. How often do you go to that?
I go there once a month.
Once a month, yep. Okay.
And then I do meetings. I go NA and AA meetings throughout the week when they have lists up.
What days do you go to AA meetings?
Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Twice a week?
Twice a week.
Good. And with your history and your alcohol and substance abuse, really would have liked to see you take a tier program.
When I
you're on the wait list, right?
Yeah, I'm on the wait list. When I was in Carl Robinson, I said, I was doing the sex offender program. When I got here, I noticed they had that tier 2 program, so I didn't know I needed to do that class, so that was new to me. So I just found that out 2 months ago. So, and Carl Robinson, they didn't say I had to do that class. So, but I'm on the list waiting.
And you do have some disciplinary reports that's not really helping get into the programs, right? You got one for fighting just a few months ago.
So what happened was, yes, a person was using a stinger. I tried to accommodate the situation. The person assaulted me. I went to the emergency room. I had a trauma on my brain. The ticket was inconclusive, but I still took responsibility of my actions. I should have walked away from the situation. I could have dealt that with a different way.
You have a relapse prevention plan in the community?
Yes, I have. So the goals that I have is I have so CHR has so I'll be getting methadone, and I'll have a psychiatrist and a mental health doctor, so I can continue taking my mental health medications, as well as getting treatment still, involved in my treatment, because my treatment is more important to me right now, staying sober.
And how is that plan different from what you had before?
What's different before was I wasn't really asking for help. I was in denial. I was just basically in denial, and now I see that I need to change my ways. I have a family that really loves me. They want me to do correctly. A mother that's very supportive. I have a church that's behind my back that, I do a lot of volunteering to the community. So it's a lot different now.
And any plans for employment when you're released?
Well, I'm getting disability. I have a learning disability and a mental health disability. We're working on that at this moment. Basically, I can't hold a job because of my reading and writing. So it's really difficult to, when they have me do some work, sometimes it just finds frustrating to me, and I just can't handle it. So they let me go because I can't read the format of whatever they want me to do.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Chance, do you have any questions?
Mr. Rodriguez, I understand what you just said. So what kind of a job is there that you could do without having to give so many instructions that you don't understand?
So I can do the construction. I have a lot of friends that my mom knows and my stepfather knows that has a lot of landscaping construction, so I can get myself into that. It's not finding a job is not the problem. I can find the job, it's just trying to find that right job. It's no excuse of my ability. My abilities, I'm not gonna let it affect my.
So that's why I'm asking you.
Yes.
What do you think is the right job for you?
Oh, what's the right job? I think construction.
But doesn't that involve getting a lot of instructions that you say you have difficulty with?
Well, I can do like landscaping, I can do tree removals, I can do, a lot of them doesn't involve with, reading a format. So I can look into those, kind of work.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You were on probation. Why did you stop reporting?
I stopped because I stopped recording because of my addiction.
So you were using drugs.
Yes.
So what is your relapse prevention plan?
My relapse prevention is to continue treatment, continue going to meetings.
What treatment?
Huh?
What treatment?
Well, I have to find a treatment that's gonna set me for drug and alcohol programs.
What other treatment?
What other treatment?
Yes.
Going to NA meetings and getting a psychiatrist that I can talk to.
So you violated probation. Your underlying offense is a sex assault first.
Yes.
So what about a problem sexual behavior program in the community that you haven't talked about?
Well, I'm sorry about that. I did the sex offender class. If I have to redo that again, then I will have to do it with my PO or parole officer.
Excuse me.
Yes.
So you take programs when you're incarcerated and you take programs when you go in the community.
Yes.
And you can't tell me you didn't know that because I'm looking at your history and you failed all previous community releases.
Because I was active using. I was in denial of my treatment. I was in denial of my.
Of which treatment?
My drug and alcohol treatment.
Were you in denial about your sex offender treatment?
No, I was going to my classes.
Okay, so why did you stop?
Because when I violated, I just stopped going at that time. I just didn't go. I should have kept going, but at the time that the classes was in probation. So I didn't want to turn myself in because I was still in denial of using. I was active using.
So you completed the short-term sex offender treatment program.
Yes, I did.
Can you share some insights about what you learned? I know you finished that from last August, so it was about a year ago. Do you remember anything?
Yes, I learned how to, not put myself in situations, learn to be aware of my surroundings. I learned to walk away if I know if I'm in a situation, to call someone or call my sponsor or my mother or my wife and, tell them what's going on or, I'm in this situation and just stay on the phone.
What would be that situation?
Just saying, like I'm on a bus and a girl sat next to me and I felt uncomfortable and I just removed myself.
Okay. So you were on probation. You weren't reporting, but you were using drugs, but you had a job.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a chance? Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, that's it for the questions. So we're going to talk about your case now. You can listen. Please don't interrupt during this time, and we'll give you an answer shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Sarko.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rodriguez rates high for risk of recidivism. She's here on a violation of probation, the underlying conviction of sexual assault in the first degree. She also picked up another conviction, possession of a weapon at a correctional institution that we did not get into today. He has extensive criminal history from 1999. During this incarceration, he received disciplinary reports on them for fighting a few months ago in May. He did complete problem sexual behavior treatment during this incarceration that he hasn't been able to complete in the community. It's positive. He's in the methadone program and some programming that comes with that. He still has addiction services on his OAP. Drug and alcohol score is 4, and really his history points to the need for substance abuse treatment. We'd like to see. He does seem to recognize today that he does have issues to work on. Stated that he has never asked for help before. He's willing to do that now. Discuss some family support. So there's some positives. For me today, it's a denial based on his poor performance on community supervision, 0 for 7 on community supervision. It's for institutional adjustment and inadequate program participation.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same place. The only difference that I have is that when I look back at his record on supervision, he's never been on anything else but probation. So I had to put performance on probation because just because there's no, he didn't have any other kind of supervision.
Yeah,
Never got
that's
parole,
seven of them. But,
all probation.
yeah.
It's amazing. And he said that today, that he's never been on parole or anything. So it's, unusual case where it's poor performance on probation, which would include the current violation and then all those other ones. So I'm in the same place. With a score of 4, despite all the things that he said today, I can't find my way to finding him suitable without having taken an addiction services program. Pam, ever chance anything to add to this?
Same, I did not do.
He only has until June, so less than a year, really.
I know it's a class. And but rated very high. And that he's never completed any of them.
Doesn't really give us a lot of.
Oh, well.
Yeah. So those 3 reasons we're okay with? Right, so in regards to Eddie Rodriguez, inmate 276529, we make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on inadequate institutional program participation, poor institutional adjustment, and poor performance while on probation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, we were not able to find our way to grant you discretionary parole today. Don't have a lot of time left. See if you could get into another addiction services program before you get out. Good luck.
For any Rodriguez, 529.
Okay.
How you doing, Mr. Terozzi?
How are you, sir?
Good. We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Alex Tucker.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and phone number for the record.
Jason Terozzi, 287752.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jason Terozzi, inmate number 287752. He is serving a sentence of 13 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 3 years probation for 5 counts, unemployment, comp fraud, greater than $500, 2 counts larceny first, 3 counts ID theft first, 2 counts ID theft second, ID theft third, unemployment, comp fraud less than $500, larceny fourth, larceny fifth, 3 counts larceny third, engaging police in a pursuit, issuing bad check between $1,000 and $2,000, attempting larceny first, attempted ID theft first, 2 counts forgery first, 3 counts forgery second, issuing a bad check, $500 to $1,000, issuing a bad check over $2,000, violation of probation with the underlying offense, conspiracy to commit ID theft third, failure to appear first, attempted larceny second, and larceny second. He also received unconditional discharge for forgery third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 15, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, voices, utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the arts falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
Okay, first and foremost, I thank you guys for giving me this opportunity. I understand that my record does not speak highly. I've actually, the difference between last time and this time is I actually took the opportunity to utilize the positive programming. I went through a tough time in my life. I lost my mother, and you know, my excuse at the time was to go out and just, you know, get high and do what I can do to obtain money instead of getting a job and doing it the right way. And now after losing my mother and seeing what a great stress it put on all the victims, it really took a toll on me this time. I didn't care before. I didn't care at all. I didn't care about programming. I didn't care about how people felt. And now it's like I have nobody left. If I don't get it right this time, I don't have another chance. So, you know, looking at my record, it's like the only thing I can do is just keep doing what I'm doing, keep staying positive, go to meetings when I get home. I came up with a reentry plan for, you know, the first month, 3 months, 5 months, or 6 months, 9 months, a year, and the 3 years and 5 years. And I'm going to try my best to stick to that while maintaining my sobriety, which is the #1 goal. You know, I learned that through the positive programming that you have to be selfish when it comes to sobriety. And you have to worry about yourself and yourself only. And I was more concerned about getting high, and that ruined my life. And I never will take this out. I never will take the chances that I took before. I only have me now. So besides my wife, I have myself, and that's what I have to do. I have to do right by myself and do right for society because it's enough is enough. So.
Okay, sir, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done with the questions, we'll talk about your case and we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Yes, sir.
Our colleague, panel member Chance, is going to start with the questions this afternoon.
Is it Turcos? How do you pronounce your name?
Tarosi, ma'am.
Huh?
Tarosi, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Tarosi.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Tarosi, after having heard all the charges and the number of times that you have spent, what have you learned about yourself?
I learned I was not a nice person
during this incarceration.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. I learned that I wasn't a nice person. I learned that I was extremely selfish. I thought I had everything. I was a spoiled little kid from Fairfield that figured I got the case of the ethics, and I figured society owed me. And looking back now at the person I was a real scumbag. And I learned that I was too arrogant. You can't be arrogant at all, period, in life. You just have to, you have to ask for help. And I was too arrogant to ask for help. I figured, this addiction, I'm not addicted, I'm good. But I'm seeing the destruction that I caused through all these charges. And I'm like, I look back on it and even my wife said, she's like, babe, your record is terrible. She's like, you look like crap on paper. And that's not what I wanted. Like my mother's rolling over in her grave right now. Just thinking of that. So I learned a lot about myself as far as I needed help and I sought help. I'm on the methadone program, which I wasn't very open to before. And I actually listened in tier 2. I listened to the victims outreach and voices. I learned a lot, and I was not a nice person, and I needed to come to jail. I really did.
So tell me what happened with your most recent deal.
So I went and I woke up a guy. So my monkey said, hey, listen, go get this guy for me. I need to talk to him. And I said, okay. I just had to get off the phone. I went and woke the guy up. I tapped him on his leg. I said, hey, my monkey wants to talk to you. And when he walked in, they engaged into argument. And I was like, hey, what are you doing? Back up, back up. And the guy that I woke up ended up assaulting my monkey. And I'm just like in amazement. What I should have done was said, go get him yourself, is what I should have done. But that's because I haven't caught and taken the entire time until recently. And that's why I'm looking at myself like, why would I make such a stupid mistake like that? So I learned if somebody asks you to, hey, listen, go get this person, you go get him yourself.
You know, Mr. Turcos, you've been at this for what, 23 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many convictions you have? Felony convictions.
I'm assuming a lot that I'm not proud of.
So I know you've completed tier 2 and you've completed voices. But the problem that I have, Mr. Turcos, is I'm wondering, you consistently committed all these offenses, and then you said you never thought you would get caught.
Yes, ma'am.
Why not?
I was extremely arrogant. When you're in the thick of addiction, you don't think you're going to get caught. You think that you're going to keep going and going and going, and you don't care about the outcome. And again, looking back on that was disgusting. I to have that outlook, to think that I could just harm people and just think, oh, I'm just going to keep getting high, not realizing that the only 2 ways it's going to happen is you're going to come to jail or you're going to die. And now with all the fentanyl out there, I would never take that chance again, ever in my life. I lost almost 5.5 years of my life that I can't get back now.
Well, I'm reading here and I know you completed tier 2. Wish you had done tier 4 because you were on probation and you were using drugs and you were scamming financially support yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
But I heard you talk about your wife. Where was she in all of this?
She was there, but we were kind of separated at the time. So
And what was the light bulb that went off that made you think this is it for you?
when my mom passed away, and it was towards December, on December 24th, I realized I was actually at a gravesite, and I realized this is it. It's kind of like, I know it's like
last year.
You know, in 2021 when I came in, it hit me that this is the last time I'm coming to jail, because the 3 days before they took me in, I realized this is not.
When did your mother die?
She died January 6th of 21, and when I went to her grave on December 24th, when we finally got the headstone and everything worked out, I'll never forget it. I knelt down at her grave, and I saw basically all the destruction and everything after using, and I just started breaking down crying. And I said, I know I'm going to go to jail for a long time because of all the havoc I created, but I said, this is it. This is it. I'm not going to get another chance. I'm not. And after being in and just sitting here and seeing the same people come back over and over, and now I know how I looked. I looked ridiculous. I literally looked ridiculous.
When did you commit your most recent offenses?
That was in 2021. Well, yeah, 21 would be the year, because they were hitting you with warrants all the time, so.
In November, but you were finally sentenced in 2023?
Yes, ma'am, but I came in 21 and I didn't make bond, so I was, yeah. I've been in since December 27th of 2021.
So I'm looking at, some of the charges. Tell me what was going through your mind when you stole all those prescription pads and began writing your own scripts.
I thought I was going to get away with it, and I thought I could continue to support my habit. That's really what I thought. Instead of me going to a doctor and being treated for what I was going on, I had an addiction problem, and I instead of just going to a doctor and doing it the legal way, I figured at that time, hey, I can get away with it. So, you know what? And I can support my habit. And it's sad. It's a pathetic way to live day to day, minute to minute, instead of planning your life out. Like I look at like my mom's life, and she worked her entire life when she was alive. She never went through all this. Like my dad was a special cop in Fairfield. Like my family, this is not how they raised me. They didn't raise me to be this way. And, addiction, I don't like using it as an excuse, because it's not. It's a reason. However, my pill addiction got so out of control that, I never thought I'd steal a prescription pad, ever, or bounce checks or any of this.
So eventually, you are going to go back in the community, okay? Who can you rely on when you're struggling?
So I have a sponsor that was one of my dad's friends, Frank Bajati, and he's who I call. He's on my phone list, and he's been there the entire time. I called him randomly in 2023, and he accepted my call, and he's been my sponsor, and He's like, I knew eventually you would come to your senses, but my sponsor is the number one person that I'm going to rely on.
So you mean when you were going through all of this, you couldn't have given them a call and said, I think I need your help?
I could have, I just didn't want to. I didn't hit the rock bottom that I thought at that until I actually.
Why do you think it's different now?
because I have nobody except myself and my sponsor now. It's all I have is I lost the most important person in my life. And coming to jail and seeing all the destruction I did.
So your mother was the one keeping you from committing crimes?
I mean, in theory, when she was alive, I don't want to say she kept me from committing crimes, but I always had her to fall back on, so I didn't have to work for anything. Basically, I basically sponged it off, you know. So now I don't have a choice. I have to get it right. I have to work. I have to get out and work. I have to do the right thing. That's why I want to go to a halfway house. I want to get acclimated in the community the correct way. You know, I want to be able to set up meetings.
Oh, so now because there's no one there to provide for you, you now realize that you're going to have to do it for yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And when did you conclude all of that?
Honestly, a year ago, I was thinking, I said, when I go back out there, what am I going to do? And, you know, it's sad that I went from growing up in a beautiful house and having everybody to now I have to, everybody warned me, they said, when your mom passed away, you're going to be one hurt puppy is what people would always tell me. Yeah, whatever, you don't know it. Yeah, my mom's going to live forever. And looking back on how much I sponged and lived off of her and just used people, now the first reality is, I said, wow, I have to start from the beginning. And if I would have done the right thing, I would have had a bank account and a car and everything saved up, and I wouldn't be in this position. And everybody said, hindsight's 20/20, but yeah, I realize that it sucks. This chance, it's a terrible, terrible feeling. It breaks my heart every day thinking about that.
Mr. Turkowski, this is an awful lot for me to swallow. When I think of all the victims that have been impacted.
You're right.
Trying to remember what you said. Oh, that you realize about all the stress that you caused on the victims.
Absolutely.
Is there anything that you can say to them?
Besides,
that would make them think that you're.
Absolutely. If I could speak to any of them, I would apologize for not only everything that I've done. If I could go back and change that day, that time, that minute, absolutely. I extend my sincerest apologies, and I for being a deceitful, lying piece of garbage at that time, and they didn't deserve that. No one deserves that. No one deserves to be treated that way. No one.
So I'm looking at your release plan that you shared with the parole officer, and you said you're going to a halfway house.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to do 90 meetings in 90 days.
Yeah.
And you're going to return to school for criminal justice and
that's my goal.
Find a job with a law firm.
That's
and
my
then
goal.
You're going to attend any meetings and an outpatient treatment program.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm still looking for, you're going to go to school and finish it before you look for a job?
No, I'm going to do the job obviously first, but I'm going to do part-time school.
What kind of employment are you going to seek?
I'm going to try a temp agency for now, but I'd be willing to take anything, whether it be, one thing I can say is that after working for basically almost my entire incarceration, I humbled myself to, I'll work anywhere from McDonald's to a factory to anything. I hear a lot of people here say, oh, I'm not going to go to work at McDonald's, that's demeaning, but you're scrubbing people's underwear in jail. So a job is a job. I'll take any job, whether I'm cleaning gutters or scrubbing. It's a job is a job.
Mr. Turcosi, whatever you do, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
Okay, thank you. Pamela Sarkoff, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Neither do I. Okay, Mr. Tarazi, we're done with the questions. So you can listen. We're going to talk about your case, but please do not interrupt during this time, and then we'll give you an answer shortly.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Remember Chance, we're back here.
So Mr. Turcosi has a 20-year criminal history. He has 41 felony conviction. He's 44 years old. He completed the Tier 2 Canada job, completed the Voices program. When he was arrested for his current charge, he had not worked in the 2 previous years to his arrest. I don't know of any job skills that he has. But he's rated very high. His prior community release shows 2 success and 10 failures. I do hear Mr. Turcosi saying the light bulb went off for him a year ago. And that his entire life he's been supported by a mother or his parents. I am concerned because Mr. Turcosi has done so poorly on previous community releases and rated so high, and his criminal history is very concerning because of the nature of the offenses. And I do hear some positives in Mr. Turcosi. I do think that he still has a long way to go. He talked about his addiction and he only did Tier 2. But that's just simply not enough for me. Since he was on probation and drugs and scamming. So based on criminal history and his high risk today, I do not have Mr. Turcosi going out.
Thank you, Pamela Chance. I agree. I had a criminal history for institutional adjustment for that recent DR, and then also poor performance on community release, including current violations and all of the past ones that we talked about. He has been approved for halfway house. They've offset that. Now he's got a new disciplinary report. So they'll revisit that. Sounds like in November, and that's something that he can explore. But for me, for discretionary parole, I can't support this today. Member Sarkoff.
I agree with what both of you stated. The denial, just too much of a history.
Yeah.
Many of the acts, or many of the offenses involve the same type of acts.
Okay.
Yeah. I will just state for the record, I have this risk as well.
There was some different things said, yeah, so, community release. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Hey, Mr. Tarazi, we were not able to find a way to grant you discretionary parole. We wish you the best of luck. You still do have an opportunity. It sounds like, according to the records I read about, maybe a halfway house in November, so.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good luck, sir.
All right.
Mr. Quincy Harris here.
Yeah, good job, man.
He's 7.5.
Good.
They really got everything they should.
Good afternoon.
Sure, right with it.
Two, three,
Sir,
four,
what's the last name?
five left, I think.
5 out of 4.
What Randy Cruz
Sir, what's the last name?
Ramirez-Cruz.
did hunger for.
Okay.
If that one did. Four. Cruz,
Yes, sir.
Randy Cruz,
I'm sorry?
what's the first name?
Daniel. Yes, sir.
This you, Bob.
We good to go with, Mr. Ramirez Cruz?
Yeah, after this, we only have 2 more.
oh, I see Daniel Cruz Ramirez. Yeah, okay, yes, yes. I was looking at the wrong guy.
Oh,
Four altogether.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my time. Let's go.
Sir, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon, my name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating your names on the record, certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Alex Tarkoff.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Daniel Ramirez-Cruz, and my inmate number is 289283.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Daniel Ramirez Cruz, inmate number 289283. He is serving a sentence of 3 years, followed by 2 years probation for larceny third, 2 counts conspiracy to larceny third, 2 counts failure to appear first, violation of probation with the underlying offense breach of second, larceny of a motor vehicle first offense, violation of probation with the underlying offense assault third. He also received unconditional discharge for 1 count failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of October 1st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following program: domestic violence, and currently has an Enfield branch job. Utilized in statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in ESRT falls within that moderate range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you didn't be granted parole. You may begin.
I have a letter I would like to read. Is it okay?
Go ahead, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, first of all, good afternoon to Board of Pardons and Parole. I want to thank God for blessing me with this day to rejoice and be glad in it. I also want to extend my appreciation to the members of Pardons and Parole here before me for their time and allowing me to advocate, the opportunity to advocate for myself. A man is not a man until he puts aside his childish ways and steps into grace. I cannot deny the fact that building a relationship with God has been the catalyst to my ongoing recovery, growth, and renewal of mind. I surrendered my physical body to the law in order to face the charges for which I am currently convicted of and answering for before you today. However, I also made a conscious and spiritual decision to yield and submit to the will of God. Therefore, I'm at peace with his plan according to his purpose for my life, regardless of today's outcome. His thoughts and ways are much higher and greater than mine. I would like to apologize to my children and grandson for all of my poor decisions that resulted in my destruction and inconsistencies as a father figure and provider. I would also like to apologize to my community for violating the public trust with no regards for others, desiring only to gratify myself. I am a 42-year-old male who has allowed countless poor decisions to control and direct my path. Although it has taken multiple years of my life and freedom, I have finally realized and addressed the negative attributes that I possessed, keeping me in bondage, despair, and destruction. I was an immature, lying, procrastinating,
selfish, naive, and reckless individual with a false sense of pride. I chose to face and address my flaws and allow my higher power to be the source of my rationality and conviction. There is no justification for my actions. However, I refuse to be confined to my past. During this time of incarceration, I have been fully committed to change. I believe you have in front of you the programs and accomplishments that I have achieved throughout this time. Also, I work as an outside clearance landscaper for the Enfield Grounds crew at this facility. I show up to work every day with enthusiasm, grateful for the opportunity. Nonetheless, those accomplishments do not outweigh the damage that I've caused. Moving forward, I have met change face to face and developed a burning desire to live up to the responsibilities of being a man. A man's decisions are made based on reverence for God and integrity. I sit before you today, consciously aware of the work and actions that I must take in order for me to thrive in my purpose as a father and grandfather, a man, a pillar to my community, a child of God who has been the source of my strength and guidance. The door to my room will permanently and forever remain open. I'm sorry, the door to my room of growth will permanently and forever remain open. A life of despair and destruction due to poor decision making, resulting in facing accountability with your freedom is not for anyone. My community, today's youth, they need and deserve productive and positive influences. I am purposely driven and I desire, if it is God's will, to embrace such task and duty. I am ready to be a voice and no longer a problem. I humbly ask the panel before me to consider granting me parole, however, on a different approach. I request that if parole may be granted on my behalf, please stipulate me to a halfway house so I can continue structured growth in a supervised environment, maximizing my chances to a more efficient transition into society. I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you and God bless.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement, Mr. Ramirez Cruz. So what's going to happen today is we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done with the questions, we're going to talk about your case and we'll give you an answer today.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to start with the questions this afternoon. You did a good job in your opening statement. Thank you very much. There was a lot in there that answered some of the questions I had. Let's go back to what was going on. Why were you stealing things so much? What was going on?
Well, like I mentioned before, I mean, I was living a life of despair, loss, brokenness, survival. I was homeless at the time, and I was facing and battling substance abuse. So therefore, you know, my work, my employment opportunities were minimum, and being homeless, you know, and not having the emotional and mental tools at the time because of what I was battling, I wasn't able to cope, and I was making poor decisions, and I made those choices, and I have to live with them, and that's pretty much where I was at that point in my life.
Okay. So you were using this money from the things that you were stealing to buy drugs?
Not only to buy drugs, sir, but to also buy food, to pay for living arrangement, whatever. Not like I said, I was in complete survival mode, living day to day.
Okay. Now I see you completed a domestic violence program, right?
Yes, sir.
And I see, I'm looking at one of these offenses. You broke someone's car windows, and you were waving around a firearm. It says in this breach of peace 2024. Well, what did you learn in this domestic violence program that can help you?
Well, I learned that the only thing I can control in this world, in this existence, is that the only thing I can control is my reaction, my thoughts, and and how I act. I can't control nothing or nobody else. And And with that being said, you know, I learned to just cope with life and the circumstances of life in a healthier way, where I'm not jamming myself up and putting myself in situations like I am in now. And, you know, or maybe harming other people.
Yeah.
I learned patience, which is one of the major factors and components to that mindset.
Okay. So you have a DOC drug and alcohol score of a 5, which is the highest, and you spoke about you're living in an addiction. It was a contributing factor, it sounds like, to your criminal behavior. And you have an addiction services program on your OAP, but you have not completed that yet. Have you been offered a tier 2 program or a tier 4 program?
I signed up for the programs that when I first came in, I was told I had to do one program, and then upon entering this prison, I was told I only have to do DV. I don't have to do anything else. I still signed up for tier 2 and other programs, but you know, waiting list and how that works. I've just been on waiting list, but I was able to get into DV and complete that program. Good. And other programs that I've, you know.
Yeah, I got the list of all the other non-OAP programs that you volunteered to participate in. 7 Good Minutes, Silent Sons, from Pawns to Kings. There's a number of good programs that you did on your own. Are you in the second chance unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So all those things are good, and the fact that you have a job and they're trusting you with outside clearance, all that stuff is good for you. You know what I mean? And it looks positively on you. I would like to have seen you complete an addiction services program, given how big that, you know, that need was for you, because it was related to your crimes. You know, how do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I no longer have a desire for the things that I desired before. Like, I no longer live in a spirit of worry, of anxiety, of need of like a self-gratifying need. I've learned to give all my needs to my higher power, and I found peace that is not really explainable through all the circumstances. And I just, you know, I feel like my appetite for worldly things has diminished in a way where I'm content. I'm like, it's the first time I've ever felt content. It doesn't take away from the fact that I you know, I want to thrive as a human being and I want to do great things in my life, but I have a sense of contentment now that it's you know, it just, in my prior incarcerations, I've always felt like I have to get out and I have to immediately like catch up, like feeling like I have to keep up with the Joneses per se. But now my identity is not in anything superficial anymore. That's something that I've trained my mind and my spirit to feel, where I feel at peace with who I am. I accepted the guidance of God in my life. And that happened in a moment, even though building that relationship is a day-to-day thing. But it was harder for me to accept who I am, me. And that's been something that I've been working on. And, you know, I say that to say this. I was who I was, and I am who I am. And I'm okay with both of them, simply because the path that it's my unique journey. It's my unique path to where I am today. And I am extremely grateful for where I am today, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You know, and I actually wouldn't change this for the world. If this is what it took for me to get here, I'm okay with it. I'm grateful. You know, I've been shown a lot of grace and mercy in my life, and I'm aware of it now. And because I'm aware of it, I just feel, you know, I just move in a spirit of greatness, of gratefulness, of gratuity every day. The moment I wake up, I'm just thanking God just for every little thing. And that mindset has transformed me and renewed me in so many ways that to me, it's short of a miracle, because I was a very ambitious person, but for the wrong things. Like I wanted to succeed for the sake of success, but it was all superficial. Now I know that I trust and truly believe in the fact that my higher power is going to give me everything exactly that I need to serve him according to his purpose. And that's where I am. I've let go of pride, but I'm proud of who I've become as a man, of righteousness. And, this is going to be a lifelong journey. I know I've been delivered from certain appetites and certain desires, but that deliverance is a moment to moment thing, and it's something that I am willing to, I am willing to face the challenge and embrace the challenge, because, I feel like nothing in life grows in comfort. So I've learned to be comfortable with discomfort, meaning I've learned to, I realize that life is difficult regardless of what. It's always going to be difficult. Being broke is hard, being depressed, being anxious, all the above is hard. And all that mostly comes from mindset and choices one makes. But also, being disciplined is hard, being committed is difficult. Doing the right thing is difficult, because a lot of times walking a certain way of righteousness does not come with instant gratification. So it's harder, but making wrong choices might come with instant gratification, but it always comes with suffering, comes with regret. Walking this way doesn't always come with instant gratification, but it comes with reward, it comes with growth, and that's the life I embrace. I'm 42 years old. I got a grandchild. I'm not getting any younger. I feel like I am ready to enter society. Like I said, through a halfway house, to still, get help from the resources, get, addiction services, just, to take the baby steps, one step at a time. But I also
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Mr. Ramirez Cruz, those are all the questions I have. Let me see if my colleagues have anything else before we go any further. Panel Member Sarkov?
I'm all set, thank you.
Panel Member Chance, do you have any questions?
So, Mr. Ramirez Cruz.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to clarify something for you, because you said you were told that you only had to do one program.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I'm looking at your offender accountability plan, and I count 5 programs on there. Addiction services, higher education, a 5 or 7 day job assignment, vocational referral, and domestic violence program.
Yes, that was
So
involved.
I don't know where the fact that you had one, but there were 5, and I'm telling you the 5 that are on there.
I understand, ma'am, and that same piece of paper you have.
I'm just clarifying. The next thing I'm gonna go on to is in listening to your conversation with Mr. Chair, First you were on probation and you were using cocaine, but you were working at the barber shop until they asked you to leave.
Yes, ma'am.
But I heard you talk about now having a sense of contentment where you previously felt you had to keep up with the Joneses. So I want you to clarify that for me. Because when someone says they have to keep up with the Joneses, those refer to material things.
Yes.
But your problem was you were abusing drugs. So can you clarify what you mean when you said you previously felt you had to keep up with the Jones?
Well,
I want
just
to clarify that.
well, keeping up with a certain, well, first, before I answer that question, ma'am, may I please express my clarification to the program situation?
Sure.
When I was in assessment in Walker Correctional, I was given the same accountability OAP list that you have in your hand, ma'am. However, when I entered,
This one is dated February 10th, 2026.
yes, when I entered this prison, the counselor in the dorm that I was in gave me a whole new one. And I showed him the one that, and I said, listen, I'm supposed to do this, that. He said, no, don't worry about those, but you have to do DV. And I had,
I'm telling you, this is what we go by because this is what we're given as part of your record. That's why I wanted to clarify that.
yeah, but I can only go by what I'm being told in the facility that I'm in.
DOC signed it February 3rd, and you signed it February 10th of this year. Okay. All right. I'm all set with that now. I just
Okay.
wanted to give you that.
And as far as the question you asked, ma'am, when I said the keeping up with the Joneses, it was, you know, the lifestyle out, you know, it wasn't, yeah, yes, I was abusing drugs, but I also didn't want to look the part. So there was a sense of trying to keep up a facade, which made things extremely more difficult. And on top of the fact that I was, you know, pretty much homeless, you know, maybe staying at a friend's house here and there, but for the most part, homeless. So I was having to try to keep up with somewhat clean and safe living arrangement where I'm not literally sleeping outside. And that's where I lost control. I lost control and I just couldn't, you know, I couldn't keep up. I couldn't, you know, and I started making choices that were extremely reckless. And, you know,
How old are your children?
my son, my oldest son is 24. My daughter, my second oldest daughter is 20. My youngest son is 13. And I have a 1-year-old infant. And I also have a 4-year-old grandson.
So, Mr. Cruz, don't you think that it's time? You still have 2 more children that you have to be responsible for.
Yes, ma'am.
So when do you step up and be the person that you say you want to be a good father? So what does that mean?
To me, being a good father means being a role model. As of now in my life, I have been the exact opposite. I have been an example of what not to do. I never had a father in my life, so I would tell my children, at least you guys have an example of what not to do. However, that mindset, when I was in my stinking thinking, that mindset was not helpful to their growth and development because I was not giving them examples of inspiration at all. So when
And you think you have that now?
absolutely, I absolutely feel like with continued growth, with continued connection to my higher power, and with an opportunity, I can, and it's going to take time because it's been, I do not expect nothing, especially for my 13-year-old son, who's right now, it's just, he's at an age where he needs his dad. And
so I'll tell you where I am, Mr. Ramirez Cruz. As Mr. Chair said, you have a drug score of 5 and you have not done an addiction services. And for me, I would need you to do one, specifically the tier 4. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Another chance. Okay, Mr. Ramirez Cruz, we're done with the questions now. We're going to talk about your case and then we'll give you an answer in a minute. You can listen during this time. Please do not interrupt.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so Mr. Ramirez Cruz is here today. He gave his opening statement. I thought he did a good job talking about how he's changed. He apologized to his family and the community. He said he's finally addressed the negative attributes that he possesses, and he acknowledged there are no justifications for his prior behavior. And I thought all that was good in his opening statement. He also talked throughout the hearing about how his faith has made a positive impact on his rehabilitation process. Completed domestic violence. He's working out in an outside clearance shop and a ground shop. He's completed a number of good programs through the Second Chance program. These are non-OAP programs, but it's all positive. 7 good minutes. Pawns to Kings, Daily Dad, Emotional Intelligence, a lot of good stuff that I like to see. But like we've said and we spoke about, he has a drug and alcohol score of a 5. He spoke about drugs being part of contributing factor to his criminal behavior. And he hasn't completed the addiction service program that's listed as OAP. So for me, I can't find him suitable without that. I do have him coming back for a rehear in February, completing an addiction services program, no disciplinary reports, and any other positive programs he can do. That's where I stand today. My reasons were criminal history, inadequate institutional program participation, and poor performance while on community release. You know, sorry, Puff?
Exact same place.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, we're okay with February?
Yep.
In regard to Daniel Ramirez Cruz, inmate number 289-283, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his criminal history, inadequate institutional program participation, and its poor performance while on community release. And a further move that we rehear this case February of 2027 with the recommendations he received no disciplinary reports, complete positive programming to include addiction services, and we'll reevaluate the case at that time. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Mr. Ramirez Cruz, did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
You sound good. You're doing a good job. You heard all the programs and the outside clearance job, all the things that we said. We just need that one more piece, and then we can reevaluate this at that time.
All right.
So we're gonna bring you back in February for a second chance at this, okay?
All right. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day.
Good luck.
Thanks for the hearing for Daniel Ramirez Cruz, inmate number 289-283. Is it Mr. Cruz?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Is it Randy? Randy.
Good afternoon. My name is Prophet Chairman. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. This is a hearing at the Connecticut Board of Pardons. Like board members are present this afternoon, and by stating your names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available for information preparation in this hearing.
Robert Sisowskis.
Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Alex Starkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and MA number for the record.
Randy Cruz, April 28, 1979, 306217.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Randy Cruz, inmate number 306217. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, execution suspended after 2 years and 1 day, followed by 2 years probation. Larceny first, criminal possession of firearm, ammunition, and defense weapon, burglary third, and evading responsibility for injury or property damage. As of today, record reflects parole eligibility to July 9th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender's programs done, utilized in statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express support why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Excuse me if I stutter, I'm kind of nervous, but if I am granted parole, I would use my time to better myself, to seek the help that I need, substance abuse and mental health, due to the fact that I wasn't able to get it here because I was sentenced so late into my sentence. I would also try to be a better member of society.
Okay, Mr. Cruz, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen is that we're going to take turns asking you questions today. When we're done with the questions, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and we'll give you an answer today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My colleague, panel member Sarkoff, is going to start with the questions.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Cruz.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us why you're incarcerated?
I found a bullet cartridge on the end of the road, put it in my pocket. I was pulled over while driving with some friends. I was found in possession of paraphernalia and a bullet cartridge. And those are one, that's one, and then a larceny first.
What about evading responsibility?
Oh, evading responsibility. I was tired. I veered into a car, pulled over, and I was so nervous that I didn't know what to do, and I fled the scene.
Were you intoxicated at the time?
No, I wasn't. I was just extremely tired after work. I was nervous since I wasn't supposed to be driving to begin with.
Yeah, but you admit to having issues, substance abuse issues in the community?
Yes, sir.
What were you using?
I was crack cocaine was my drug of choice. I was also I was at the end of my heroin abuse. I really don't consider it a drug of choice anymore. Cocaine kind of took over that.
That's not your first incarceration. How do you think you've changed from this time in prison?
I've grown to be a better man. I've learned how to look away when trouble's at me. At the beginning of my sentence, I was being bullied by my bunkmate, and we got into a physical altercation. After that, I tried to be a better man and help in another fight and got in trouble for that. So now I learned how to not get involved, bite my tongue when needed, and just walk away.
What do you think you need to be successful in the community?
First of all, get my mental health and my addiction in control. After that, employment, another education. I need to go back to school.
What do you want to do in terms of your education?
Automotive mechanics.
Do you have any experience with that?
Yes, sir, I do. Pretty good at it. I just need the certifications.
What about, in terms of, your substance abuse?
I need, I got a treatment plan going. First of all, I gotta get professional help, not only for my substance abuse, but for my mental health. Spiritually, I've learned how to just surrender to God and let Him take care of it. I got a tremendous family support and self-help. I gotta get self-help groups.
Have you done any kind of, substance abuse treatment in the community?
In the community, yes. I've been to CMHA. I've been to CMHA. I've been to Wheeler Clinic. And I was in the methadone treatment program, which is medication assisted treatment.
You're doing that now, right?
Yes, sir. No, and since I haven't been able to get the groups here, that's where I have been getting my treatment. They provide CHR groups.
Okay. What's your longest period of sobriety in the community?
2 years.
What is it?
2 years.
2 years, and what was that?
2 years without any medical treatment, just clean self and sober.
When was that?
2013.
Been some time, huh?
Yeah.
Don't have any disciplinary reports. That's a good thing. Do you want to take a substance abuse program to your program? Your type of substance abuse issues in the past, and drug and alcohol score 5, which is the highest possible. Let me pass it on to my colleagues and see if they have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Chance, do you have any questions? Okay, Mr. Cruz, thank you very much. Mr. Cruz, your end of sentence is May 9th, 2027. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
So you were arrested and then you were being held while you were going through the court process, but you didn't get convicted or sentenced until this past May of 26, right?
Yes, sir.
You've only been 3 months, so you really haven't had a chance to do programs.
I haven't. That's why I've been worried. Not only because of parole, because I really do need the treatment.
Yeah, I mean, you sound pretty good, but I mean, without the programs, it makes it difficult for us to like judge, your change, since substance abuse has been such a big part of what was going on with you. You know what I mean? You really want to see that program, but that's it for the questions. We're going to talk about your case. You can listen, sir, but please don't interrupt, and then we'll come back and give you our answer shortly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And remember, Circle.
Sure. I suspect we may be in the same place here. Mr. Cruz rates very high for risk of recidivism. He has extensive criminal history. It dates back to 2002. Substance abuse issues clearly throughout in his criminal history. He's not really completed any programs yet. Just sentenced recently. He doesn't have any disciplinary reports. Looks like he does have a sponsor in the community. He's done with his sentence in May of next year, so I'm really not sure that there's enough time for over here. What should it's called to be a deny for me?
It is a deny, but he's approved for GLC.
Yeah, so,
but everybody else.
yeah, it's unfortunate that there's not more time because we could bring him back, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To hear what he's got to say after he takes the addiction services program, you know? But unfortunately, because of the fact that he was convicted so far along into his time incarcerated. Yeah, so it puts us in a funny spot, but I think, like you said, he's been approved for halfway house through DOC, so that may be an avenue that may be better for him. But in the meantime, I would encourage him to try to get into a tier program, you know? So I had inadequate institutional program participation and nature and circumstances. Are those okay, or?
Yeah,
Yeah, criminal history or not.
You want to do criminal history? We could do that instead, or both?
Both.
Okay,
Do both.
okay. So in regards to Randy Cruz, inmate number 306217, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his inadequate institutional program participation, nature and circumstances of the current offense, and his criminal history. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Cruz, we were not able to grant you discretionary parole today, simply because of the fact you haven't had a chance to do any of the programs yet. You have been approved, we noticed, by DOC for a halfway house. So try to do your best to get involved in any kind of addiction services program you can, AA, NA, a tier program. I understand you're in the MAP program. Maybe there's counseling that goes with that, but just to get ready because you're going to be released at some point through DOC probably, you know?
Yeah.
All right, we wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Randy Cruz, inmate number 306217.
Good afternoon.
How you doing, Mr. French?
Good, how are you today?
Good. We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Good
Yes, sir.
afternoon. My name is Frost Shamley. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Roberts is out.
Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Alex Tarkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Buell French, inmate number 301176.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Buell French, inmate number 301176. He is serving a sentence of, total effective sentence is 13 years, execution suspended after 2 years and 1 day, followed by 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, defense weapon, and possession with intent to sell and dispense narcotics. The sentence is structured as 7 years, jail, execution suspended after 2 years and 1 day, 3 years probation for the firearm possession, and the consecutive 6-year jail, execution suspended, followed by 3 years probation for possession with intent to sell and dispense narcotics. As of today, records reflect the total eligibility date of October 8, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. If it's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs: Tier 2, New Thoughts, Thresholds, and currently has the Turkey Hill job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I have a letter. Did I read the letter? I want to begin by acknowledging the seriousness of my past actions and the decisions that brought me before this board. I take full responsibility for my mistakes. I understand the impact they have had on others, my family, and my own life. I cannot change the past, but I can honestly say I am not the same person when I first came into the prison. What will be different this time is that I finally understand the importance of stability, accountability, and surrounding myself with the right people and environment. Before my incarceration, I made choices without thinking about long-term consequences. I lacked maturity, direction, and the support system necessary to help me succeed. During my time incarcerated, I've had time to reflect on my actions, my responsibilities, and the kind of man that I want to be moving forward. This time I have a plan, a strong support system waiting for me with the local 478 union I'm employed by. I have a stable home, family support, and people in my life who genuinely want to see me succeed. I understand that parole is not freedom without responsibility. It is an opportunity to prove that I can live a productive, lawful, and meaningful life upon my release. I have worked hard to grow mentally and emotionally while incarcerated. I have learned patience, self-control, and accountability. I no longer want to live the kind of life that brought pain and poor decision-making to my life. My focus now is on rebuilding my life, supporting my family, and maintaining employment, and becoming someone that some people can truly depend on. I also plan to join the war on
on cancer. Since my son's passing, that's been the greatest pain of my life. The grief of his passing has forced me to confront not only the loss of my child, but also the mistakes that I made during that traumatic period of my life. I know that trust is earned through actions, not words. All I can do is honestly tell you that I am committed to living differently and making the most of a second chance of greater one. The program at eDorm has really made me very mindful of the choices that I make moving forward. I want to thank you guys for taking the time to consider my request and the responsibility you carry in making these decisions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. French. And my condolences on the loss of your child. I'm sorry to hear that news. I read about it.
Thank you.
So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done with the questions, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Yes, sir.
My colleague, panel member Chance, is going to start with the questions.
Mr. French, I'm gonna start off that, with the death of your son, and my sincere condolences for that.
Thank you.
And I know part of that has to do with why you're here,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was during the period of his treatment and the bills and everything that brought you back to where you were before.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, I believe that because you previously successfully completed 2 prior community release.
Yes.
And during this current incarceration, you have completed 3 very good programs, Tier 2 New Thoughts and Threshold, and you are a warehouse worker.
Yes, ma'am. Recycle, yeah, at the district, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so those are all very positive things. So can you tell me what you have learned from this incarceration, especially in light of what brought you back here?
The key thing that I learned was in life, we're going to have life events. And I've learned to separate the facts of those events from my feelings instead of making decisions and emotional instability. I made some decisions when I was very emotional, and they've had permanent life-changing effects on me. So what I've learned to do is be a little bit more patient. I've learned that making decisions while you're in an emotional state can have permanent consequences. I've also learned that dealing with trauma, it's better to ask for help before you fall than to ask for help to get up.
Okay. Now, tell me what points you took away from the threshold.
Threshold was the most important, well, not the most important, but the group that I took the most from is seeing the situation clearly, knowing what you want as far as making a goal and trying to hit the target, expand the possibilities, accumulate information on before you make a decision about the risks, the odds. Then you evaluate and decide on what you're going to do, and then you're going to act so you can make that goal possible. That was my biggest group. That's the group that I learned the most from. That hit me really hard.
Yeah. And tell me what your takeaway from New Thoughts.
New Thoughts was me having a different perspective on the way that I think. You know, there's certain things that there's certain things that happen in life, and how you perceive it may not be what the reality of it is.
So, in thinking about what brought you here today, if you were faced, and I'm not saying you're going to, with a similar situation that brought you here today, how would you handle it differently?
I would ask for more help. I would ask for more support. I would ask, it was a very tough time because, even with my job situation, I had a really good job.
Yeah.
But me taking off work to bring him to his doctor's appointments, and it created a conflict of interest between me and the employer and the contractor. So when I was laid off, the union had more work for me, but it was a decision I had to make whether to be there for my son or to go back to work. So, I have no more children now, but the only thing that I could do differently is to reach out and beg for more help from people in my support system.
Yeah. Tell me, very briefly, what your release plan is. I know the union will take you back.
Yes, ma'am. My release plan is honestly trying to maintain healthy habits. I have a job. The union is going to take me back. I really need to take things slow. I need to seek grieving counseling. Maybe some type of, I think my mental health level is pretty good, but just grieving counseling. I have a lot, life is totally different for me now because it's just, I'll just be focusing on myself. So I want to get back to home in the house that I live in, maintain a healthy relationship with my mother, continue to work towards goals and become, financially out of debt, but the right way, not the wrong way this time. And just taking care of my physical health.
Okay, well, that seems reasonable. And I do appreciate your opening comments, Mr. French. And I want to wish you the best of luck going forward.
Thank you.
Sheila.
Thank you very much. Officer Schimmer, can you confirm the parole eligibility date, please? Thank you. So, Mr. French, you understand as a convicted felon, you could never possess weapons again. And that means being in a house where there's a gun or someone else's gun, all of those situations. Do you understand that now?
Yes, sir.
I read about, what happened with this one. But, you gotta get yourself out of situations where there'd be a firearm. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. I do.
It's gonna be illegal for us to unless you, October 8th?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what I.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. That was all I had. Councilmember Sarkoff, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay, sir, we're gonna talk about your case and deliberate now. You can listen during this time. Please do not interrupt, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Chance.
So Mr. French is here for possession of a firearm and possession with intent to sell. He's rated long range arrest to recidivate. He completed the New Thoughts Tier 2 threshold and is a warehouse worker. And during his opening statement, Mr. French was able to acknowledge what brought him to his incarceration, starting with the death of his son and the pressure of all the responsibility of bills and taking care of his son, and the fact that he did not ask for help, but that he did have to make a tough decision between his son and his job, and shows his son, despite not being there when his son actually died. But he understands that next time he can ask for help. I do believe that he has benefited from the programs he participated in, and he has a good relapse plan. He has stable housing, which is his own home. he has stable employment because he can return to local union for 78. He does have some social support in the community with his mother, his aunts, and his uncle. He does intend to participate in some mental health counseling. And so I'm in favor of a grant today, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I agree with everything you said. The only things I would add is that he's already been approved for a halfway house by DOC. In addition to the programs that you mentioned, he's also taken a number of programs that we really didn't talk about in the second chance unit that weren't on his OAP, like Silent Sons, financial literacy, a real estate program, Quads the King. So he's done a lot of work here. And he is well-spoken, articulate, clearly intelligent person with a very good career, you know?
Yeah.
And you know, people willing to take him back to work. So I'm also in favor. Councilmember Zarko.
I agree with both of you, and my vote will be to grant.
Okay. So I only had standard control conditions.
But I,
Do you have anything?
No.
Okay. So in regards to Buell French, inmate number 301176, and make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date of October 8th, 2026, with standard parole conditions. Do I have a second?
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. French, nice job. You've been granted discretionary parole.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Have a good day.
Close the hearings, mention may number 301176. All right, Mr. Henry, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
How y'all doing this morning?
Good. Good afternoon. My name is Professor Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. All our board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Robert Sozowski.
Joy Chance.
Alex Zarko.
Good afternoon.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jacques Henry, inmate number 393312.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of parole application for Jacques Henry, inmate number 393312, serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent to sell dispense narcotics and criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 23rd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, voices, currently has one out to utilizing the statewide collaborative friendly risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Sorry, I read something. I would be honored if I was granted parole because I know it's a privilege. I feel like I took most of the necessary steps to earn parole. I've taken programs on my OAP. I also volunteer for programs like Tier 2. I understand the harm I was doing in my community. The programs that I have taken made me look at life through a different lens. I learned that you don't have to have sight to have a vision. My vision is not to only be a better man, but a better father to my children and to be an asset to my community and not a cancer. And I take full responsibility for my actions. I don't blame nobody but myself for what I did, and that led me to my incarceration.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement, Mr. Henry. what's gonna happen today is that we're gonna take turns asking you questions.
Yes, sir.
And when we're done with the questions, we'll discuss your case and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with the questions. What have you learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
I learned about myself that the things I did, I mean, I messed up, and I mean, we're all not perfect. I apologize for the things I have done, and I became a better person from the programs that I was learning things about myself and new things that I could do if I'm granted parole in the community.
Okay. Why were you selling drugs while you were on probation? You were for already selling drugs. You know what I mean? You were on probation, right, for a drug charge, and then you were out selling drugs again.
Being greedy, I can't even lie, being greedy. I didn't really benefit off of nothing. I lost everything trying to be greedy. So it was like unnecessary. Just me being greedy, and I was once upon a time.
But during this time that they arrested you for selling drugs, were you working at that time?
No, sir.
Why weren't you working? You could have been making money legitimately, right?
Yeah, definitely, sir. But my last job, I had a seizure on the job because I'm diagnosed with epilepsy. So I felt like I was trying to take the easy way out, which I knew it wasn't necessary. I know that wasn't necessary. I should have never even thought about doing that. But I take full accountability for what I've done, and there's no excuse for what I've done.
So are you going to be able to find employment when you get out? I saw you might want to get a job flagging. Is that something that you can do?
Yeah, yes, sir. And a family member of mine has a opening for me too, helping mentally challenged people.
What is the job that you said?
Helping mentally challenged people.
Okay. So a family member has a lead for you to follow up on where
Yes,
you
sir.
work to help mentally challenged people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also you have this potential flag job as a flagger.
Yes, sir. That's to a good friend of mine.
Have you ever heard about the reentry center? So if those two things don't work out and you're desperate for a job, I don't want you to go back. You know what I mean? To selling drugs, you need to keep plugging away, pushing.
Can nothing make me relapse or go back to doing what I was doing?
Okay. Because you got 5 years you got 5 years of probation to file. There's gonna be a lot of supervision here. So you need to ask for help. If you get into a position where you lose your job, something happens.
I'm looking to ask for help.
Parole officer, probation officer, the reentry centers. There are a lot of programs and things, people that want to help you so you don't come back, you know? No one wants you to come back. You know?
Yes, I'm willing to take all the help I can get. I was not used to asking people for help, but I need the help right now.
Okay. Yeah, don't be afraid to ask for help. That's only gonna get you in trouble, you know?
Yes, sir.
So what was going on with the shotgun? Why was there a shotgun in this house?
To the truth, there's no excuse. I had it in my house. I shouldn't have had it. I had it for a while and it was just sitting in my house. And there's no excuse. I just should have never had it.
Did you feel unsafe? Was there something going on where you thought you were gonna be, in danger?
No, sir. No, sir. I just had it for a long time to the point I forgot I had it. But like I said, there's no excuse about nothing. I had it and I take full responsibility for it.
You understand that in your situation with these charges that you have now, you can never be in possession of a firearm, not like in your house, not like a house gun. You can't have any of that. You can't be in a car with someone with a gun, none of those kinds of things.
Yes, sir. I understand that.
It can't be part of your life anymore. You got to just put it behind you and then you have to be committed to not being, around guns. You're going to end up that's going to get you straight back in the jail. You understand?
Yes, definitely. I understand, sir.
There's going to be no toleration or any kind of second chances for that kind of thing at all. You get that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I would be very careful getting in the car with friends, people you haven't seen in a long time, those kinds of things. Someone has a gun in the car and they get stopped, you're gonna have a big problem,
Yes, sir. I understand.
Okay. All right. And you completed the Tier 2 program. You mentioned that in your opening statement. What did you take away from that can help you?
taking accountability for the things I've done and being able to, I really like learned from that. Me personally, I really learned like taking accountability and being honest.
Yeah.
Being honest with myself. Because I feel like I wasn't honest with myself about when I first came in. But taking that program, it really helped me though. It really taught me to take accountability and be honest with myself. Love myself a lot better.
Okay. And I read something about your release plan is to go to AA and NA classes. Is that right?
Yes, I have attended those.
And you've attended them in the facility, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you think you have a drug problem yourself?
Alcohol problem.
Alcohol?
Yes, that's why I was attending AA. And but I love the stories that all the people had when I was going, because there's people in there that's in the same situation as me right now, in the same sitting in the same chair. And they went home and it was a good asset to their community when they got released. So I'm just trying to follow the same footsteps they was going in.
Did you hear in some of the programs people that had drug problems? People.
Say that again?
Did you hear from people that had drug problems when you were in those programs?
Yes, sir.
In AA and NA?
Yes, sir.
Do you hear about some of the problems in their lives with their families? Yeah.
Yes, sir. And it affects everyone.
Yeah. And you were contributor to that. You were part of that cycle, that problem, you know, by giving drugs to other people.
Yes, I understand, sir. Like I said, I take full accountability for that. I take full responsibility for my actions.
Thank you. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
My actions. The people I used to conversate with, I haven't conversated with since I've been in jail. Just family members that's helping me become a better person too. Talk like I call my mother, my girlfriend, my sisters, my cousins. They're the only ones that's motivating me. So when I come home, I stay on the right path. It's my family support.
You talk to them on the phone?
Yes, on a regular. I was really talking to them this morning too. Like it was, helping me get through it. I'm nervous. This is my first time going through this, so I'm kind of nervous. But
are they watching? Do you think they're watching now?
Yeah, they're watching right now.
Okay, good. Yeah, you got to keep your circle small, people that you can trust. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You're lucky to have these people that have stuck with you, right?
Yes,
sir. We've received a couple letters of support from your family and friends, and either take advantage of the help they're willing to offer you, so you can be successful when you get out.
Yes, sir.
Don't waste that opportunity. It's not going to last forever. You know what I mean? You keep doing stuff.
I'm taking advantage of any opportunity that's coming my way. Any help that's coming my way, I'm willing to take it. Even though I didn't take it before, I'm willing to take it.
Okay. Let me just touch on this quickly. You had a refusing housing ticket. It was over a year ago, but I figured I'd bring it up. What happened?
The facility I was in, I just came in. I haven't been incarcerated in years, so I was just stressed out. I was in a bad place, and there was a lot going on. So I just wanted to separate myself from that situation.
Okay. You thought it was an unhealthy situation for you to stay where you were at?
Yes, sir. Okay. So that's why I separated myself from that situation, because I didn't like what was going on. So I just took myself out of there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that it has to result in a disciplinary report, but maybe it's better than you haven't gotten a fighting ticket. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, sure. Those are all the questions I have. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there. Panel Member Sarkoff.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Panel Member Chance.
I just had one quick question, Mr. Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
I read or you shared with the parole officer during the interview that you said the programs that you took.
Yes.
You learned that you were also a victim.
Yes.
What do you think you were a victim of?
Because I didn't know that we're all victims, either regardless if we're doing right or wrong, we're all victims.
No, you yourself. You said you feel you were a victim.
Yes, because I was a victim to myself for what I was doing.
Oh. Okay,
I put
Alright.
myself in jeopardy for what I'm doing, so I'm a victim to myself.
all right. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty good insight on that victim thing. I had to listen to it twice to understand what he's saying, but.
I'm
Okay.
sorry for the speaker.
No, it's good. Yeah, Mr. Henry, you had some pretty good insight today and what you learned in your programs and you did well. So we're going to talk about your case now, okay? You can listen during this time, sir, but please do not interrupt. And then we'll come back and explain to you what's going to happen next, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Henry, like he's 37 years old now. Here for possession of narcotics with sense criminal possession. Fireman had a shotgun in his house. Had been there for a long time and was selling drugs. So we all kind of came crashing down on him at one time, and he found himself in this situation. He's completed a number of programs since he's been incarcerated. Voices Tier 2. He has a job in a warehouse. Participates in NAAA programs. He did receive a ticket. It was a while back. He explained that situation when he first came incarcerated. It's been a while since that happened, so I'm not really overly concerned about that. Sounded really good today when he answered the questions. His opening statement. I understand the harm that I was doing in my community. I take full responsibility for my actions. I heard him say that several times. He knows to ask for help. He received some support letters from his family and friends, and he says that he's willing to accept all the help that he can get. At one point, he apologized for everything that he's done. Talked about what he's learned in prison. Sounded really good. I felt good about this entire hearing. And he does appear to be suitable for at least something discretionary parole as far as I'm concerned. Can't remember talk about.
I haven't read it. But
Can't remember. Chance. Okay. So I have the date of September 23rd. So in regards to Jacquees Henry, inmate number 393312, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date of September 23rd, 2026. The only condition I had was no alcohol consumption.
I had, because he had halfway house and then I wasn't sure if he had a pilot's license. So if we could ask him, because if he
Okay.
doesn't have it, then we would have.
All right, let's just clarify these things before we finish this motion. Mr. Henry,
Yes, sir.
what's the status with your driver's license?
I didn't have one. My driver's license is suspended.
Okay. Because this was involved in your vehicle, this drug selling situation.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, so thank you for clarifying that. Another chance to get us on the right place for those. So in regards to Jacquees Henry, inmate number 393312, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date of September 23rd, 2026. The following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, and no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Henry, you've been granted discretionary parole.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Yeah, wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Hearing for Jacquees Henry, number 93312.
Handle that. Handle that. Handle that.